Hello everyone, welcome to Fox News Now. It is Thursday, May 26th. You're looking at a live feed from the scene of an officer-involved shooting. Now this officer-involved shooting was near 35th Avenue and Roser. We know that no officers were injured in this officer-involved shooting. In fact, it looks like there may be a live feed coming from the scene of this officer-involved shooting, including a report from Liz. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Skyfox video over the scene right now, but not sure when that confrontation happened. Sometime this morning, and then that suspect was injured. Police ended up shooting that suspect. So again, that person is in the hospital. Unclear how injured he or she is, but no police officers involved were hurt. Back out here live, we're not sure when this area is going to reopen, but we do know in scenes like this, this could be closed like this for a very long time. There have been people who have been coming in and just trying to kind of like drive around and park in the area, and Phoenix police are telling those people to just kind of stay away from this whole area. They've shut down part of this parking lot, this big shopping center here. We're at the corner of 35th and Southern, and we're seeing that a lot of this area is shut down as well. Not sure how that will impact businesses, but probably the best advice that I can give you is just to stay as far away from this area as possible as this investigation continues. Again, one person, a suspect, homicide suspect, in the hospital. No officers injured out here in South Phoenix. Back to you.
All right, Liz, thank you. In just about an hour.
Okay, I'm moving.
Actually, let's continue with
Dino, I'm coming down.
looks like Anita will be doing a live hit right now for the morning show regarding the funeral.
Police officer David Glasser killed in the line of duty just last week, 35 years old, a father of two, married, a 12-year veteran of the Phoenix Police Department. And joining us live this morning is Sergeant Trent Crump with the Phoenix Police Department, talking a little bit about what we can expect today. Unfortunately, we have seen too many of these. Already see a very large crowd gathering. Do we begin with a procession?
Well, we'll begin here. The family will arrive shortly along with the casket, and you'll see a cordon line back here with Phoenix officers from across the country. Last night and today I've seen officers here from New York, Chicago, Nebraska, almost every local valley law enforcement agency that you could see, and so we appreciate that support. We appreciate the community support. Once the service is completed here at the church this morning, a procession will begin that will go southbound on 67th Avenue to the 101, and I think that it's one of those sights that when you see it, it's a sight to behold, and people will line the roadway, and it's us doing our best to pay our respects to somebody who gave their life for this community.
You mentioned earlier when we were chatting, we will have road closures, and you said that the signs are already up honoring this fallen officer.
Yeah, as I was coming in early this morning, I saw signs that were coming up, and when you see people that don't know the individual but line the roadways down here, it's a feeling that you really can't describe, and so that will make its way to the cemetery. At the cemetery, obviously, we'll have all of the things that we do to honor, from the 21 gun salute to a flyover that we'll see there, a last call that we'll put out this afternoon. And so we will do our best to honor the Glasser family today and to show them what he meant to us.
Let me go back to the officers who came in from out of state. Does the Phoenix Police Department invite them to come, or do they reach out to you and say, we want to be there, we want to offer our support?
Yeah, no, it's not really a matter of an invite. We do, and we send officers to different funerals, and so it's just one of those things. It's a show of support. You don't have to put out a call or an all call or ask or invite. You just see individuals show up from different agencies from across the country, and it's just a good feeling when you have the support of of the brothers and sisters in law enforcement that come from all over.
All right, thank you so much for the information. Very appreciated. The procession will be coming in just about 9:40 this morning. The funeral is set to begin at 10 o'clock this morning. It is open to the public, and I can tell you, I was at the hospital last week, excuse me. We heard the chief during his press conference when he announced that Officer Glasser did not survive. We heard from the mayor of Phoenix, who said it was a dark day, and that is indeed what has been happening. And so today, only fitting to honor this hero the way that he is being honored. Back to you.
All right, guys, that wraps up the live shot with Anita regarding this funeral. We are going to continue to bring you this live feed in from outside the funeral where people are arriving. We know the procession's going to start in about a half an hour, and the funeral is set to begin at 10 a.m.
business out of it. It was like, yes, this is our
We've got 50 seconds. We're going live, you guys. Is that cool with everybody?
So you got 30 seconds? 30
Yep.
seconds?
3 starting in 30 seconds. Let me get you. 20. Okay.
You counted his days down?
I'm just putting him right in front of the camera, not.
Yes.
What do you need, babe? I am. I'm just waiting so my arm doesn't hurt.
Ready? Everybody good?
Sure.
Yes, sir.
We got about 20 seconds left. Here we go, Jen. Go ahead. Chief, talk a little bit about coming out today. Unfortunately, we've seen way too many of these, and even though each individual officer is different, unfortunately, we see this over and over.
Yeah, it's a very sad day, and it's unfortunate that we've been here before, and we don't want to ever be here again. So it's a sad day for everybody, the community, for our police department, and especially for the Glasser family. We've had an outpouring of support from our community and from our other law enforcement agencies, and just from everybody, fire department, our dignitaries, everybody's in steadfast support for the Glasser family. You can never, all that support helps. I mean, it really helps. I talked a little bit to Kristen last night. She's overwhelmed with the support. She truly appreciates the support. The family truly appreciates the support of this community, of the police department, and of everybody. So it's going to be a long day for the Glasser family. Our hearts and prayers are with them, and we will do our best to help them get through this very tragic time.
Chief, what have you learned about your hero in the last week that you might not have known prior?
He's a good guy, devoted husband, brother, son, the kind of son you wanted to have. Good street cop. In our line of work, being labeled as a great street cop is one of the highest compliments you can get. So he was a great street cop. He was an exceptional police officer. He was a good friend, good husband, good father, just an all-around good guy, and we will miss him dearly.
Chief, there's been about up close to 40 officer-involved shootings and deaths with the department's history. Does it get easier with the passage of time?
No, it never gets easier, and we never want to be here again. But 40's a little high. We're at 38 actually, but it's every one of them is a tragedy. Every one of them different circumstances, but gave the ultimate sacrifice for this community and for the people that live in Phoenix. So we're very proud of of our 38 fallen officers.
Some of the officers are saying that 4,000 are expected. This is a huge turnout for the community.
That's great. We truly appreciate the media support. We truly appreciate the community support. Your support makes every Phoenix police officer that's out there answering calls right now feel good about the community serving. So thank you.
Since this week we had a DPS trooper shot at, there was an officer-involved shooting this morning. I mean, what's going through your mind knowing that we just lost Officer Glasser?
A million emotions go through my mind. We don't want to use deadly force. You know, we used deadly force this morning out on the south side, and it's unfortunate that we had to. But luckily, no officers were injured, and we took care of business. So we're the sixth largest city in the United States. It's violent out there, and your Phoenix police officers are out there every day, day in, day out, every day of the week, trying to make our community as safe as we possibly can.
We know that the officers take every precaution possible, but just even given this morning, is there any way to better protect them, to possibly prevent what happened?
We try very hard in training. We have a lot of training going on right now. We talk about tactics, we talk about slow, methodical, talking about having resources available to address whatever situation we encounter. But unfortunately, it's a very dynamic environment that we operate in, very difficult. And sometimes that gets overlooked. The split-second decisions that we make are difficult decisions, and for the most part, we make the right decision.
How's Glasser's kids?
Kristen and the kids, how are they doing?
You know, Kristen is overwhelmed. She really appreciates, and I've mentioned that earlier, she really appreciates everything that the community is doing for her and her family. So we just want to continue to pray for her and continue to support her as best we can.
Chief, one last question. Officer Glasser was not only saving lives out in the field, but even after his death, he was saved 8 lives by being an organ donor. Knowing that now and understanding that, what goes through your mind knowing that all of his heroic deeds when he was alive to the time he died in the past, that he was still saving lives? You know,
even in death, he continued to help others. I mean, that's the bottom line. He was a servant, a selfless servant, and he did a great job for us as a Phoenix police officer, and he did a great job helping others in his passing. So thank you all very much.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Chief.
Alright guys, looks like they're resetting our streaming device so that our feed is clear from Officer Glasser's funeral, so don't step away. I know many of you guys are here tuning in exclusively for this content. Stay with me, and actually if you can tweet me your condolences at SamiaFox10, I'd love to read your thoughts regarding this tragedy involving Officer Glasser. We'll read them here on air. Again, the funeral procession, I believe, starts at 9:40, funeral starting at 10. Stand by, guys. Waiting for tweets to come in. If you have any condolence message you want to share, tweet me at SamiaFox10. Again, guys, we are working to reset the stream from the location of Officer Glasser's funeral. We are working to reset the stream. Those of you who have been tuning in the last 20 minutes, you've noticed that the feed is a little spotty. Looks like there are some technical difficulties that they're having, but working to reset that stream so you guys have a clear feed for when the actual funeral procession starts in 15 minutes. I know many of you guys tuning in for the coverage of Officer Glasser's funeral. My Twitter handle is on the screen at SalmiaFox10. If you want to tweet me your thoughts, as emotional as they may be, any condolence messages, tweet me and I'll go ahead and read them on air while we wait for the funeral to start. Alright guys, it looks like we have the feedback from the funeral, so we're going to take you back there now. You can see many people in attendance, obviously quite an emotional scene. Funeral procession scheduled to begin at 9:40. Funeral scheduled for 10 a.m. And it looks like we have lost our feed once again, guys. I'm going to go ahead and show you guys an image of Officer Glasser. Not sure why we're having these technical difficulties. Somewhat disappointing considering how important of a feed this is, how important of an event this is. I know many of you guys tuning in, you don't want to miss a minute of Officer Glasser's funeral. Sit tight. The funeral doesn't officially start until 10 a.m. So 10 a.m. is when the funeral starts. We will have live coverage minutes before, and in fact, the procession scheduled to begin at 9:40. Stay with us. Working to fix our technical difficulties. We apologize for the technical issues we're having. Hopefully, we will be able to send out another crew or camera to the funeral momentarily so that you guys don't miss a minute of live coverage here on News Now.
Jennifer, can you hear me yet? Can they hear me? Can you hear me, Jennifer? Jennifer. Take us right now. Yeah. Tell her I can't talk. take it now. Go ahead, just take it.
Wait for the casket. If you go now, you're not going to get the casket.
Okay, never mind. Wait. It's coming. I can see it in the distance. I see it in the distance. I can only whisper. If you want me to whisper, I'll whisper. I don't want to be rude. Okay. I'm not going to say much, Jen. We're looking live at the procession, and we are whispering out of respect, obviously. Very, very difficult scene out this morning. We have community members, we have fellow police officers, not just from Phoenix, but across the valley, across the United States, and of course Officer David Glasser's family. His casket being brought into the church here. Escorted by fellow officers and his family. Again, very difficult, very touching tribute to a hero, Officer David Glasser, just 35 years old, a 12-year veteran of the Phoenix police officer killed in the line of duty last week. Hailed a hero by everyone who knew him, not just in life, but also in death, as he did donate organs, saving 8 separate lives. We're going to go ahead and let you guys observe. Jen. Just take us if you see it. I think it went in already. I think it went in. I think we missed it. It may have either been in already or I don't know. Do you need us again or are we clear? Jen, do you
I'm glad to catch a few. Somebody in there. That's why those guys are Brian, they don't ever let the people in until they ask. Okay, how many is there? I don't trying to get a gauge. I could see I'm gonna go now. So we should. Okay.
It's already in. I didn't tell you to break down, did I?
Well, you said it's already in, but we're discussing that right
What did that have to do with breaking down?
because you want me to break down.
No, I
Till you do the package.
They told me to go.
If you have anything you'd like to share regarding this very emotional moment, feel free to tweet me at SalmiaFox10 any condolences, any comments, concerns regarding Officer Glasser, his passing, any messages for the family, anything you want put out there. Feel free to tweet me while we wait for the funeral to begin. I will be reading those tweets live here on air.
It's gonna
You may be seated. It is my honor to welcome you to this celebration of life for David Glasser. Thank you for being here today. Your presence is deeply appreciated. To Dave's family, we want you to know that we grieve with you today. We want you to know that we honor you as you honor Dave's life and his memory as a great husband and father, son, and beloved family member. As evidenced by this last week, we know, and you know, that we are in this together. You know that we are alongside you, not just today, but for all or any time that you need us. To Dave's closest brothers and sisters within the department, we grieve with you also today, knowing that you have lost a brother, a mentor, and a friend. You too have our shared commitment that we are alongside you. As you carry on Dave's memory and legacy, we promise to come alongside and carry you when you need us as well. To our greater police family in the Phoenix Police Department, we grieve together, we stand together, and we recommit to come alongside one another as we grieve Dave's sudden absence from us, and as we also remember that we have lost a warrior and a friend. And to all of you in this audience who wear the badge, we thank you that you are here with us today. We thank you that you've come alongside us. You have our respect, our support, and our prayers, and our gratitude for all you do to serve your cities, your communities, your states with honor and distinction. To all the family members of police officers today, we want to say thank you to you. We want to thank you for the sacrifices that you make, for your commitment to those we call on in our darkest moments and in our times of need. You are our heroes, and we honor you today. We also acknowledge the torn emotions that you must feel today as you mourn with Dave's family and hold just a little tighter to your officer. In times like this, that which is most important in life comes into sharpest focus. The priorities that last beyond our lifetime, the priorities of faith and family, the priorities of friendships, and the service to others. As we grieve today, please remember, grief is neither a problem to be solved nor a circumstance to overcome. It is the sacred expression of love and compassion. Today, in the days ahead, we will share both the tears and the laughter as we both grieve Dave's absence from us, but we also treasure the wonderful memories that his life leaves within us. Dave was and is a follower of Jesus Christ, and it was Jesus himself who gave this promise in the very moment that we are sharing right now. In John 14, it says, "Do not let your hearts be troubled. Trust in God, trust also in me. In my Father's house are many rooms. If it were not so, I would have told you. I am going there to prepare a place for you. And if I go to prepare a place for you, I will come back and take you to be where I am." Thomas, one of the 12, said to Jesus, "We don't know where you're going, so how can we know the way?" And Jesus answered, "I am the way, the truth, and the life." David is with his Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. This is more than just wishful thinking. It is a promise secured by the resurrection of Christ himself from the grave. In John chapter 11, Jesus gives us the most important words when he says, "I am the resurrection and I am the life. He who believes in me will live, even though he dies, and whoever lives and believes in me will never die." Do you believe this? Would you please pray with me? Heavenly Father, gathered in this space, representing countless people throughout this country who are grieving Dave's loss today, we ask that you would come alongside each of us according to your will and your purpose. We thank you for the promises that we hold on to in moments like this. We grieve. Grant us your comfort and your peace as we honor this incredible man's life celebrating all that is good and right. Surround his family, his brothers and his sisters that wear the badge, and all who are gathered to mourn Dave's absence from us with your presence. Begin the healing of our broken hearts and remind us of the assurance that Dave is with you. Meet each one of us in our time and place of need, and we ask that you speak into our lives as the special people stand in this spot to share that which is most precious about Dave's life. We pray these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
Good morning. My name is Joe Yonner. I'm the police chief for the City of Phoenix Police Department. Today is a very sad day for the Glasser family, for our police department, and for our community. To Kristen, Micah, Eden, Dave's parents, his sister, extended family, and friends, on behalf of the Phoenix Police Department, I extend our most heartfelt condolences. Know that our prayers and deepest sympathies are with you. Kristen, I'd like to thank you and Dave's family for giving me the honor to speak today. This is the most honorable moment of my career. I'd like to thank the many dignitaries, the community, and the other law enforcement agencies for their tremendous outpouring of support to the Glasser family and to our police department during this difficult time. In the past week, I have heard from countless community members, police chiefs, law enforcement agencies throughout the state and the nation expressing their condolences and steadfast support for the Glasser family. I want to recognize the men and women of the Phoenix Police Department. I am very proud of you. Your actions, your support of Dave's family, and your continued service to this community has been outstanding. Officer David Glasser, serial number 8144. It's never easy to say goodbye to someone who meant so much to so many. Officer Dave Glasser was a native of Phoenix. He grew up in our community. He attended Moon Valley High School, and he graduated from Arizona State University. Dave was a loving father, a devoted husband, the son you wanted to have, a committed brother, a loyal friend, and an exceptional Phoenix police officer. Dave began his law enforcement career in 2004. That December, he graduated from the police academy and was assigned to the Desert Horizon Precinct, primarily the 61 King Squad. He was described as compassionate, professional, a good communicator, and displayed a calm demeanor while under stress. He then transferred to the South Mountain Precinct, 42 King and 43 John Squads, where he continued to gain experience, training, and expertise. According to his supervisors, he was energetic, hardworking, and always willing to learn and enhance his skills. After spending 5 years in several precincts, working a beat, working patrol, he earned the reputation of a great street cop. And in this line of work, being a great street cop is one of the highest compliments you can receive. In 2009, Dave was selected to serve on one of our neighborhood enforcement teams, our NET squads. These squads operate in each precinct and address specific neighborhood crime problems. These officers are highly skilled, and their ability to work as a team is what makes them successful in fighting crime. Dave was an excellent team member, operating in whatever role was good for the team, be that surveillance, arrest team, the affiant of the search warrant, whatever it took to get the job done. For more than 6 years, Dave was a valued member of the NET squads he served with. Most of his service was concentrated in the Maryville-Estrella Mountain Precinct. Through the years, Dave and his squad mates were commended numerous times for exceptional police work, most involving the apprehension of dangerous felons. Dave's efforts and the efforts of his squad had a direct impact on the safety in our community. Dave's 12-year career, he amassed nearly 40 written commendations for outstanding police work. He embodied what a Phoenix police officer is. He was professional, he was motivated, he was committed, and he was very good at his job. Officer Dave Glasser was larger than life. At 6'5", he epitomized command presence. But his physical stature was overshadowed by his compassion and selfless service to others. Even death couldn't stop Dave from helping others. During his life, Dave had a profound impact on many, and through the course of his career, he touched hundreds of lives. Today, we mourn the loss of a beloved father, a husband, son, brother, friend, and Phoenix police officer. Today, we mourn the loss of a hero. Recently, I read a very simple quote. It said, "A hero is someone who has given his life to something bigger than oneself." That describes Dave. He was a hero. We say goodbye to Dave Glasser today, but this will not be the last day we will think of his service and his sacrifice. From this day forward, we will remember him, we will honor him, and we will continue to be inspired by him. To Kristen, Micah, Eden, and the entire Glasser family, we will never forget you. May God comfort you, may he bring you peace, and may God bless forever the memory of Officer Dave Glasser. Thank you.
Kristen, first and foremost, from the deepest depths of my soul, I want to thank you for asking me to speak on behalf of the men and women of the Maryville Australia Mountain Precinct. I am so grateful, I am so humbled, and I am so honored to be able to do that. You and your family are incredibly all so strong. I hope to bring a small window of comfort to the fog and chaos that has consumed us since that horrific afternoon on May 19th at 15:06 hours. The Rise. 81 X-ray, Rise. 85 Frank Field Training Squad, Rise. Phoenix Fire, A Shift, Engine 58 and 39 and Rescue 57, Rise. Will the remaining resource unit from the Maryville Australia Mountain Precinct rise? Will the rest of the Maryville Australia Mountain Precinct, to include all civilian support staff, please rise? And if there are members of the Employee Assistance Unit with us here today, please rise. Dispatch operator Patty Bryant, who worked what will now be known as David's Call, could not join us today. But we must never, ever forget the lifelines of our Communications Bureau. Will all of you who just rose, can't, and turn towards the Glasser family? Kristen, Micah, Eden, Dave, Judy, Arlen, Suzanne, and Caitlin, from all of us at the Maryville Australia Mountain Precinct, I want you to know a few things that we unequivocally understand and cherish. Let it be known to everyone in this sanctuary gathered here today that our participation today, as tragic as it is a gift of life-changing proportion from the Glasser family. It is a privilege unmeasurable, and we are beyond honored. It is not our right to stand here before you today. It is a gift bestowed upon us from the love and graciousness of your family, and we are forever grateful, and we will forever treasure that you have allowed us to share this experience today. Kristen, always hold close to your heart, attempt never to waver from the fact that this honor granted by you to allow us to share him in concert with you will only create additional strength and inspiration for us all. While they stand, the guardians of your peace want to express through me to you that we understand your concern and anxiety into the future. These feelings are natural, Kristen. They're normal. They're unavoidable. The darkness of this unknown is inconceivable right now. Through our experience, sadly, what we do know is there will be an amazing and gorgeous outpouring of love and support for you and the family. You are experiencing that right now. It is a wave of support beyond comprehension at times. It is unprecedented. It is reflective of our characters. However, we all handle these tragic incidents. How we do that is not how we build our characters. It is these incidents that reveal our characters. Unfortunately, what we also clearly know and distinctively understand is that even though it feels like right now time is standing still, it will not. It cannot. There will be another one. Life moves forward. Our organization and our mission will continue on just as it is right now outside these walls as our brothers and sisters continue to serve this community at this precise moment. And just as it was instantly at 15:06 hours on May 19th. What I want to make clear to you and the entire family, as I stand before you and as the doers currently stand in support surrounding you, we have stood in validation of our commitment to be relentless in our obligation to provide care and comfort for you and your family as long as you will have us in your lives. Please be seated. In the Maryville-Estrella Mountain Precinct, we have committed to an obligation to honor each other and acknowledge each other in the halls of our buildings and the streets of our city as we go about our daily missions. Sometimes the pressures of this craft and its challenging work environment cause us to get in an unhealthy mindset, a narrow private tunnel. This is a dangerous practice in our business, one that many of us have regretted over the years. The reason we have dedicated ourselves in our precinct to honoring each other daily is in preparation for days just like today. For there will be a day when that chair that was occupied in the briefing yesterday is empty tomorrow. Kristen, please understand, there are many standing behind you and sitting behind you, and there is one standing before you who are grateful that we honored and acknowledged David during our days and moments leading up to May 19th at 15:06 hours. What now, and where do we go? First, I have to acknowledge the meaning of this incredible, horrific day, May 19th, to the Maryville-Estrella Mountain Precinct, to the Phoenix Police Department, and the Phoenix Fire Departments. It has forever linked us. It has become an unprecedented date in our department and our city's history. For on May 19th, 2013, the same precinct, the Maryville-Estrella Mountain Precinct and the Phoenix Fire Department, both lost Officer Dale Rates and firefighter Bradley Harper in the line of duty. And now, again, on May 19th, 2016, the Maryville-Estrella Mountain Precinct lost David Glasser, 8144, in the line of duty. There is an additional otherworldly alignment that has put us here today on May 26th. May 26th. For on May 26th in 2010, Phoenix police officer Travis Murphy gave his life in the line of duty. Why? Why is this? Right now, we do not understand the cruelty in this alliance, but I have faith that there is something uniquely common and inherently amazing about all four of these men for this to happen in this manner. And I have faith that someday all of us will find out that why. As guardian warriors of peace, as servants of our community, we must never forget, and we must always, always treasure the fact that we receive all of our moral authority from those communities that we serve. To all the men and women wearing badges in this beautiful sanctuary today, to all the loved ones, friends, and families providing support to the family and to each other, never, ever relent in the fact that we are symbols, we are vessels, we are instruments of servitude and righteousness that stand before the evils which seek to destroy our communities. Never forget that these evils dictate our actions. On behalf of our communities and their victims as we conduct our watch, providing this powerful policing partition from this evil, we must not let our hearts be hardened and our characters calloused. We are an intelligently strong and powerfully wise police organization. We have no doubt we will remain one of the elite police departments in this nation. This is self-evident in our history and the valorous actions of so many over the years. On Wednesday, May 19th, instantly, when this tragedy struck, there was again unbelievable valor that occurred on our city streets. Sergeant Joe Roberts, Officer Lee, Officer Hoyer, Officer Yoder, Officer Fernandez, and Officer in Training Pena. Your valorous, unbelievable actions, combined with the brilliance of Phoenix Fire paramedics and blended with world-class medical staff at St. Joe's Hospital, resulted in multiple quality donations and gifts of life by David. We are told other donations will impact many more. We and the recipients of these beautiful donations are forever indebted to all of you for your actions. Your actions on that afternoon is why these gifts were made possible. To everyone else, and especially the men and women of the Maryville-Estrella Mountain Precinct, as we care for each other into the future, vulnerability. This word comes to us from the Latin word for wound, vulnus. We are all wounded right now, and I ask you to embrace this wound, Maryville. In wounds past, great things were born, relationships are sharpened, new ideas will be spawned, courage forged, accountability and authenticity is achieved from these wounds. Embrace them. Grief. This word comes to us from the Latin word for heavy, gravis. We are all carrying heavy packs of sadness, anger, pain, and bewilderment. It may never end, but it will transform this grief. Your ability to partake in this transformation will be a symbol of your individual strength. Do not run from this. For out of its embraces, we create the ability to care and comfort each other at incredibly high levels. To those in positions of leadership here today, let this be a stark reminder of how we are all judged as leaders. For those that we lead and their families are our greatest obligations. It is not about things, equipment, reports, timelines at this moment. It is about people. It is people that get things done. We have to be committed to their wellness 24/7. To the men and women of the Maryville-Estrella Mountain Precinct, I take a knee to your skill sets. I take a knee to your mindsets and your worth ethics, especially your dedication to each other. This is a team sport. And to the amazing Maryville-Estrella Mountain community, many of them who are in here today, your strength and wisdom is monumental. You've created so much success and greatness in the past months. I am overwhelmed. It is amazing. I do not have all day to tell everyone, especially you, Kristen. But the acts daily of sacrifice, kindness, incredible street policing that I have been witnessing and privileged to witness by these officers is unprecedented. You have responded to 120,000 calls for service in the last year. You patrol an area that is the size of urban Pittsburgh, and you do it with such grace. serving those 400,000 residents within it. You continue to impress the heck out of me. You do a brilliant job. Keep doing a brilliant job. David was a brilliant man and a teammate. Remain great. Thank you again so much. As is written on our walls in the Maryvale Estrella Mountain Precinct and inside the doors as each one of you exit your day, be safe, be strong, and be ready. David Glasser, 8144, you will be forever missed and forever remembered.
Kristen, I would like to begin by thanking you for the incredible honor and privilege to stand before you this morning. My name is Mike Kurtenbach, and I ask that you all indulge me as I take just a few minutes to share with you a little bit about the Dave that I was so blessed to know. I had the opportunity to work with Dave in the Estrella Mountain Precinct prior to Maryvale and Estrella being combined. Although the station is itself a very big building, and Estrella was a very large and active precinct with a lot of dedicated men and women working there, Dave was one of those people that just naturally stood out. His personality was electric. His smile and a laugh had a way of making you feel better, no matter the situation or your mood. You just couldn't be crabby around Dave. As Dave and I got to know one another, we realized that we had quite a bit in common. But we also realized that there was one difference that led to a lot of playful banter between the two of us. You see, I'm a proud Arizona Wildcat, and Dave, an equally proud ASU Sun Devil. That difference led to what I will describe as some very entertaining dialogue between the two of us, especially during football and basketball season. In fact, I had the opportunity to share with Kristen a spirited text that Dave and I had an exchange just last Tuesday afternoon where he not so lovingly referred to my U of A affiliation. But the thing that truly trumped that interstate rivalry and brought us together beyond this uniform, this badge, and our commitment was our mutual love for the Arizona Cardinals. I consider myself to be a football fanatic, but Dave was a charter member of the Bird Gang. On football Sundays, all of the U of A and ASU rhetoric was set aside, at least for a few hours, and with it was the tailgating that really brought us together. Dave and his crew would start out on the Great Lawn, and I would be with my group in the Red Lot, and then we would always merge our tailgates together to make one large, fun tailgate. My wife, Ann, she creates a themed spread for every game depending on the team that we're playing, and she would always make a ton of food. Well, that worked out well because Dave Sr., Greg, and others, they would come very hungry, and Dave would come very thirsty. That's when the fun really, really began. As my wife and I have pored over many, many pictures this past week, we couldn't help but laugh at Dave's goofy, larger-than-life personality. He would just jump out at you in every picture that he was in. There were over 20 of us in the last tailgate photo at the Green Bay playoff game. We took that photo right before we went in as we broke down our tailgate. But even with that many people, when you looked at that large group picture, there's that playful smile that I talked about earlier that makes Dave stand out from everyone else. There was a genuineness about Dave, and those of you that were blessed to experience it know exactly what I'm talking about. That passion that Dave had for the Arizona Cardinals unmistakably translated to his service on the Phoenix Police Department. He loved and cared greatly about our department, the men and women he worked with, the neighborhood enforcement team, and he was very, very good. That placed him in harm's way that afternoon on South 48th Lane. I would like to share with you a biblical passage that I believe perfectly describes Dave and his sacrifice. It's from John chapter 10, verses 11 through 18. I am the good shepherd. The good shepherd lays down his life for the sheep. He was a hired hand and not a shepherd who does not own the sheep, sees the wolf coming and leaves the sheep and flees, and the wolf snatches them and scatters them. He flees because he is a hired hand and he cares nothing for the sheep. I am the good shepherd. I know my own, and my own know me. Just as the Father knows me, and I know the Father, I lay down my life for the sheep. And I have other sheep that are not of this fold. I must bring them also, and they will listen to my voice. So there will be one flock, one shepherd. For this reason the Father loves me, because I lay down my life that I may take it up again. No one takes it from me. I lay it of my own accord. I have authority to lay it down. I have authority to take it up again. This charge I have received from my Father. While there is absolutely no way to fill the tremendous void that has been created by Dave's death, to Kristen, I promise you that your Phoenix Police Department family will never let you, Micah, Eden, and your entire family ever walk alone. And to Dave, I miss you, my friend. Life as we knew it will never be the same.
My name is James Bird, and I have the honor and privilege to speak to you today on behalf of the amazing group of officers that make up Dave's squad, the 801 X-Ray Neighborhood Enforcement Team. Never thought I would have to do this. I've attended over a dozen of these events in the past 15 years that I've been a police officer. This is the closest an event like this has touched my life personally. I would like to take a moment before I start and thank some people. Thank you to my squad for having my back in every conceivable way I can imagine. Thank you to my partner, Tommy Johnson, for the past 8 years of friendship and brotherhood. You keep me centered when I start to get a little out of control. Thank you to Ryan Lee for trusting me with the incredible honor of speaking on his behalf about his partner. A special thank you to Mr. and Mrs. Glasser for raising Dave to be such an incredible man. And thank you to Kristen, Micah, and Eden for sharing this incredible husband and father with all of us. And thank you to my beautiful wife, Christina, who has stood by me for over 20 years, no matter what. I also need to give a special thanks to Officer Dave Osborne. I've referred to you as Super Dave, giving you the name of a character from the 80s cable television show. Well, my friend, the title is no longer honorary. You are a superhero in my book, brother. Things that you have done for Kristen and the family are nothing short of miraculous. There are things that I know you did this week that no one else does, and there are no words to express the gratitude that the officers behind me feel for what you and the rest of the EAU has done. You keep telling me your only hope is that you did the right thing for us and to honor Dave's memory. I'm here to tell you, bud, mission accomplished. To understand what makes a police officer, we have to know the things that drive him or her. The first thing that all police officer has is fear. Fear is a big, dark secret of policing. That's something we don't like to talk about, but it's a feeling that permeates every single day for a cop. We might call it being cautious or nervous or some other emotion, but it's really fear. Even if it's not a genuine scared type of fear, there is still an overwhelming need to not let your brothers or sisters down. The fear of disappointing them is every bit as real as being scared while responding to a hot call. Admitting this fear is critical to the mental health of a cop. Knowing how to deal with it is vital. There's also the fear of leaving your family and paying the ultimate sacrifice. This fear is one we never discuss for obvious reasons. The only thing that makes this one even close to bearable is knowing that if we do fall, our families will forever be taken care of by the rest of our brothers and sisters. This leads to the next thing that drives every officer, courage. Without fear, there can be no courage. Courage is not the absence of fear. It is action in the presence of fear. The obvious way this is demonstrated can be retold thousands of times in thousands of different ways. Dave's own story is one of incredible courage. He and I talked about this on many occasions. He knew that any one of us could be called on to do what has to be done. I know the questions, and they were raised earlier before, that are racing through everyone's minds is, why did he have to be the one? Why him? I can't pretend to know all the answers to that. I can tell you from personal experience in talking with him that he understood the biggest answer to that question is another question. If not me, then who? Who else is willing to answer that call? Who else is going through that door after it's breached? Who else is going to stand up and say evil stops here? It is a little consolation to those of us that are hurting right now. But he took this responsibility to heart. He was honored to be a police officer. He loved his job and the duty that came with that. The last thing is the most important. It's love. Love is what turns that fear into courage. Love for the community. Love for your partner and fellow officers. Love is the reason standing up here hurts so bad. Love is the reason strangers have done so much to help honor this hero before you. Love is also the reason this officer leaves his own family and goes to work every day. It's that love combined with a level of courage that no one except those that have strapped body armor on will understand. Because even after attending this honored ceremony today, there are men and women that will put that tiny shield of metal on their chest to step up again on that thin blue line. Why? Because if not them, then who? I met Dave in 2010 during the first major city rebid. We just opened the Australia Mountain Precinct, and we ended up on the same squad. We did the obligatory, hi, my name is, introductions that occurred all over the city. The very first thing I realized was Dave was a huge Cardinals fan. Huge. I really didn't understand what this meant yet, or the level of fan that he really was. That would come later when I became a season ticket holder with him and experienced some of the most epic tailgate parties you have ever seen. I remember some of them. It's been reported over and over what a sports fan Dave was. I have never seen a man more obsessed with sports. He would talk about it constantly. We also started day one with movie quotes. There was literally never a day we didn't throw out some comedy movie quotes, usually from the 90s classics, as we called them. I'm sure if we added up the entire time we spent together, we've acted out the entire scripts of Tommy Boy, Super Troopers, and Step Brothers. If you weren't paying attention, we could lose you quick because we would jump from movie to movie in the same conversation. As a matter of fact, during the first day and after a few Tommy Boy lines, the following actually happened. He switched movies, looked at me, and asked me, "Did we just become best friends?" I know I loved him from that moment on. I made a bet with Dave in those early years. It involved a player with the Diamondbacks named Chris Young. Trust me. It seemed that he would always blow it at a critical point in the game, and I was frustrated with him. Dave would keep telling me this was the best option we have, but I bet him that Chris Young would be sent to AAA before the end of the season. A case of beer was on the line. Throughout the season, Chris Young struggled, and his batting average dipped to the 200 level. I waited patiently for the news of his departure to the minors. During that time, Dave and some of the chuckleheads behind me would let me know every time he did something even remotely decent on the field by texting out a giant CY on their phones with about a dozen exclamation points behind it. I made two mistakes during this whole process. The first was I made a sports bet against the most knowledgeable sports fan I've ever met. And second, I was getting angry every time they did this, and I told him it was making me angry. So one thing you don't do around cops, you don't let them know when they've gotten to you, and they got to me. It's like blood in the water, and the shark smelled it, and I was doomed. If CY made a can of corn catch in the outfield, I would get the CY text for 30 minutes straight from all of them. I eventually paid him his case of Stella, but only after another round of badgering from the squad. Dave also loved his lawn. I mean, full-blown, heartfelt love for his yard. He would get on me constantly about the dismal condition of my own yard. He spent hours every week taking care of that gigantic yard he has. It was a point of pride for him, and one that we were all envious of. I know it was also a way for him to recharge himself. Even in the heat of summer, he would be out there working on the yard. He did this for obvious reasons, but also I think it was because it was his way to relax and forget about work for a while. And it would take him hours to do it. What kind of work ethic does that say? What kind of work ethic does it say about a man who uses manual labor to relax? Dave would come in to work out with us in the gym on a regular basis. If Tommy or I got there first, which was most of the time, Dave would always complain about the country music blasting from the speakers. He couldn't figure out how we could get motivated to lift with the country music, and he'd make us change it to his favorite band, Five Finger Death Punch. Made him much happier. Dave started a tradition on every squad I have been on with him. Almost since day one, he would say, "Love you," if you were leaving. We all eventually started doing it. He would joke that you never knew what was going to happen, and we should say it to each other. I thought it was funny at first, and more than one supervisor, including this one, thought we were a little off. I now know that it was an attempt to make sure we always knew that he really did love us and to teach us to love each other more. It is by far the greatest lesson he taught me and one I will never forget. When we leave today, I want every single person here to find a stranger, give them a hug, and tell them you love them. It's what he would have wanted. I attended many, many football games with him over the years. The passion with which he lived his life extended over into his teams he supported. During the final game of a Cardinals season, and in a year we did not do very well, I saw two things that summed up Dave completely. We were standing in line to get some frosty beverages, and when Dave spotted a man wearing an opposing team's jersey. Yeah. Kristen, you weren't there for this one. He was wearing an opposing team's jersey and being very vocal about his team. I knew from past experience that given enough time, Dave was not going to tolerate this blatant show of disrespect to what he honestly considered not just the home of the Cardinals, but his own house. Dave immediately started giving it right back to the loudmouth fan. It was getting heated, and I was standing in the middle, something I had done many times before. I looked at another one of our friends and told him, "Watch, by the time we hit the front of the line, those two will be the best of buddies." Sure enough, by the time I was handing Dave his beer, they were commiserating over the sad state of affairs that both teams were having that year. They eventually gave each other a hug before moving to their respective seats. At the end of that same game, we were leaving the parking lot. Normally, we hung out for an hour or so in order to let the traffic die down. Unfortunately, I had an off-duty job I had to get to, and I was Dave's ride. So we loaded up and sat in traffic. If you've ever left one of the Cardinals games, you know how bad that can be for a long time afterwards. And I made him get in the car because I had to leave. So we loaded up and sat in traffic. we were fighting for position when some jerk bullied his way through in his car, cutting off an older gentleman behind us. The old man yelled at the jerk, and then multiple jerks exited the car. It was apparent that they were hell-bent on assaulting the older man. Dave jumped out of the car and proceeded to explain to these younger men why that would be a horrible mistake. I jumped out to help, and we got the old man out of there safely. That's the kind of man Dave was. There was no way he was going to sit idly by and watch that old man get hurt. The courage is a trait that I think is a direct result of his father and mother. Dave believed in things that I do not, and he tried very hard to convert my heathen heart, but was never discouraged or dissuaded from his belief. He loved God more than anything else and was not afraid to let someone know that. This came directly from you, Mr. and Mrs. Glasser, and I can only hope you have some comfort in knowing that your son was unashamed to be a Christian. He definitely passed his courage on to his son while getting a personal tour of the practice facility by none other than All-Pro, future Hall of Famer Larry Fitzgerald. 5-year-old Micah was asked who his favorite Cardinals player was. Without missing a step, he looked directly into the eyes of the best receiver in the National Football League and said, "Honey Badger." I feel I need to explain where this courage stems from. It's the trait of all warriors. And Dave was a warrior. I know that term has fallen out of favor in today's policing model, but I'm here to tell you that it's more applicable now than ever. Dave was not a guardian. He didn't guard a damn thing. He was a wolf hunter, a sheepdog that didn't just sit and protect the flock, but actively hunted the evil in this world that most pretend doesn't exist. I won't go into the full explanation of the sheepdog story. Most of you heard some version of it. I will tell you that a lot of the time we miss the most important part of that. It's helped me to explain to people who don't understand how a kind, gentle man like Dave can be so good at hunting wolves. It's like this. If you have the potential for or use violence on your fellow man and no empathy or direction in your life, you are a wolf. But if you have a propensity for violence and a burning desire to protect the flock from those who want to hurt it, you are a sheepdog. Dave was a sheepdog. There's a poem called "Live Your Life" that has been attributed to several Indian chiefs, primarily Tecumseh, but also possibly Sitting Bull or Crazy Horse. Regardless of who originally penned it, its meaning transcends religion or politics. You may recognize it from a movie about warriors. It goes like this. So live your life that the fear of death can never enter your heart. Trouble no one about their religion. Respect others in their view and demand that they respect yours. Love your life. Perfect your life. Beautify all things in your life. Seek to make your life long and its purpose in the service of your people. Prepare a noble death song for the day when you go over the great divide. Always give a word or sign of salute when meeting or passing a friend, even a stranger when in a lonely place. Show respect to all people and grovel to none. When you arise in the morning, give thanks for the food and the joy of living. If you see no reason for giving thanks, the fault lies only in yourself. Abuse no one thing, for abuse turns the wise ones to fools and robs the spirit of its vision. When it comes your time to die, be not like those whose hearts are filled with the fear of death, so that when their time comes, they weep and pray for a little more time to live their lives again in a different way. Sing your death song and die like a hero going home. Finally, I need to share with you a piece of information I learned while doing a little research for today. I was looking at different cultures and how they celebrated the life of their warriors. During that, I of course, read about Valhalla, the sacred hall that warriors go to if fallen in battle. This was especially close to home because of the show Vikings. Let me explain that. I'm going to let you know a little secret. Being on a net team is the greatest job in the city of Phoenix. We get to do a little bit of everything, from narcotics work to stolen vehicle investigations to fugitive apprehension. We are the commander's shotgun, and we use to combat whatever he wants to focus on. Sometimes this means long days of doing surveillance. That's obviously a job for some unmarked units, but we always keep a marked unit close by just in case. The unmarked units are kept busy and need to be alert for any signs of danger. If you're in the marked unit, the marked police car, it's a little bit like what the famous Marine Corps fighter pilot Pappy Boyington described flying combat missions. He said, "Flying is hours and hours of boredom, sprinkled with a few seconds of sheer terror." During these times, there may be some time to watch some episodes of TV. Hypothetically. One of them being Vikings. Dave and Ryan would watch this show and then talk about how much Ryan loved the character Rollo. For everyone who may not have heard of Valhalla, it is a great hall where warriors go when they have fallen in battle. What I didn't know is that there is a giant tree that stands just outside the doors of Valhalla. The tree is described as the most beautiful tree amongst gods and men. Its leaves are said to be made of gold or to have a reddish gold color. The name of this tree is Glasser. It's spelled differently, but I find it ironic that this larger-than-life man has the same name as a tall tree that stands in front of Valhalla. Every warrior that falls in battle must walk past him. That's how I will always remember you, brother. Kristen, I don't have the words to say to you. I don't know how to make it better. I'm sorry this day has come. I'm sorry I couldn't do more for you that day except hold your hand on the helicopter. I'm sorry I didn't get to you sooner. I tried so hard to be the one you heard this from. And I'm very sorry that you're now stuck with all of us for the rest of your life. Micah, you asked me in the squad the other day if we missed your daddy. Let me tell you, buddy, everyone here today misses your daddy so much. Even people that have never met him. Everyone here today and the thousands you're going to see later miss him. We will always be with you, Micah. I told you before, and I want you to always remember that I will be here for you forever. I am a sad replacement for your daddy. And I could try and teach you about baseball and football, but based on our backyard game the other day, you're already better than I am. Eden, your daddy loved you more than you will ever know. The day he told us you were coming was one of the best days of his life. I will always be here to tell you what a great man he is. I also have to honor an agreement we made, him and I. I've already told you about his love of comedies. Unfortunately, that means I am required by bro code to reenact the boyfriend scene from Bad Boys 2. It also means you're not allowed to have this scene happen until you're at least 30. And when it does, you will have a dozen people trained in rolling surveillance following you around in unmarked cars. Seriously, Eden, I can't wait to tell you about your daddy. Can't wait to watch you and your brother grow up. I hope I can be a part of that. To my brother, I'm sorry I couldn't get there in time. I'm sorry I wasn't there. As soon as I knew that I could do no good at the scene, my very next thought was of your family. I didn't want Kristen to not have a familiar face to be with her. I will never forget the things you have taught me. I will never forget your family. They will always be a part of the family you see before you today. I will see you again, I hope, as I enter the Great Hall myself. I love you. Until Valhalla.
Hi, my name's Jason Poole, and I was Dave's best friend. He was my brother. First of all, I want to thank Kristen, the Glasser family, the Van Rokel family, for letting me speak here today. It's an honor. I've been talking to a lot of people over the last week. just trying to figure out exactly how to describe Dave and the type of guy that he was. What I kind of picked up is that after every conversation, I realized that Dave's the same person with everybody. It's just the context in which you knew him. The husband, the father, the son, the brother, the friend, the officer, the guy on Twitter, or the guy at the tailgates. Dave was the same. He had a big heart. He loved his friends. He loved his family. He loved to have fun and joke around. He was the best man in my wedding because, quite simply, he's the best man I ever met. Kristen, Dave loved you more than anything in the world. He respected you and honored you. And I'm so sad that this happened. Please take comfort in knowing that he loved God and he's in a better place, watching over you, Micah, and Eden. I know he has unfinished business here, but know that a lot of people love you, and we're all here for you. Dave and I shared a bond that went beyond friendship. We were brothers. We were born 4 days apart, started dating our eventual wives around the same time. Dave got married at 20. I got married at 22. Our first kids were born 6 weeks apart. Our second kids were born only 5 months apart. His oldest, Micah, is a boy. My oldest is a girl, Emma. And in the way that guys like to tease guys about their daughters, he used to tease me that Micah and Emma were going to end up getting married. And I always said that if Micah turned out like Dave, that I was okay with it. He was a man in every sense of the word. He loved God, he loved his wife, he loved his family, and he loved his friends. He served everybody in his life. So it's no surprise that Dave ended up being a cop, a server of the community. He was the person that you could count on and the person that always kept his word. This past week, I rewatched my wedding video just to see him and re-listen to his best man speech. One thing that stood out was he made a comment about how him and Kristen, in their 2 years of marriage at that point, were there for us, and that he would, that they were there willing to help. I didn't know it then, but that was a theme that would run through our entire lives. He was the first to marry, the first to graduate college, the first to start his career, the first to buy a house, the first to have kids. And every step along the way, he was willing to help when I went through those same milestones in life. Like a lot of people here, we had plans. We were going to raise our families together, coach basketball, and play golf in retirement. And a lot's been said about the sports fan that Dave is and his love for the Cardinals. We got season tickets with the Cardinals in 2004, and we said that we signed up for a 20-year commitment. Cardinals were our second marriage of sorts. And win, lose, or 0-16, we were going to have season tickets for 20 years. And then we said that we would reevaluate the relationship after that. 12 years into the 20-year commitment, we would never give up our seats. We've taken road trips to Seattle, Carolina, D.C., and Chicago together. And the games and the road trips weren't about football. They're always about the brotherhood, the moments that were bigger than us, and the memories that we would have for the rest of our lives. As the years have gone by, we added more and more seats, up to 6 now, most of which are taken by friends and family. But Dave always held on to one extra seat, so when Micah was old enough, he would have a seat with us. That plan won't change. Kristen, when you feel Micah's ready, the seat's his. Dave was always very inclusive of others. Our tailgate every year seemed to grow and grow, either by new squads that he went to, new people that he interacted with at work, Twitter people, wherever else Dave would go and make a friend. He didn't only have high school friends or cop friends or family in his life. He had it all, and now through Dave, his friends and family have a connection that will carry on. The Dave I knew when we were kids, while he was always a cool kid, wasn't as extroverted and social as he was now. I think the older he got and saw the things that he saw in his job, he wanted to fill his life with as much good as possible. So whether you knew him for a day, a few months, a year, or a lifetime, know that Dave loved you, and you're a part of the good in his life. Ryan, I know that you've had a hard time this past week. Please take comfort in the fact that Dave thought highly enough of you to call you his partner. Spending 40 hours a week in a car with Dave is probably pretty interesting. But you knew him in a way that nobody else here does. And while I'm sure David went to change the outcome of that day, I'm sure he wouldn't change going to the Wolves' door with you. I heard Dave at one of his UFC fight nights at his house call you the most handsome man on the department. That has to be quite an honor. I hope you get back to being a handsome sheepdog. CCV is my home church. And about a year ago, there was a service that one of the pastors said something about relationships that, along the lines of, God puts people together. He connects our lives. And selfishly, I think sometimes we think about ourselves. And if a person adds value to our life. The truth is, sometimes God puts people in your life for you, and sometimes God puts you in people's lives for them. I believe that Dave was put in our lives for us, so we can see the good in life. I think we owe it to Dave to be the good in people's lives. Before I finish, I wanted to share a couple stories about Dave that'll hopefully make you smile on a very difficult day. Dave and I's trip to Carolina together is kind of a famous one among family and friends. It was during the Cardinals Super Bowl run in 2008, and we went with my cousin and a friend. We woke up that day of the game and went straight to the bar. After a day of drinking at the bar, we decided to go and crash a tailgate. Thankfully, we found a great group of Carolina fans that welcomed us in and quickly started pumping us full of moonshine and Southern barbecue. At one point during the tailgate, I look over and I see Dave drinking straight out of the milk jug of the moonshine. So we were in really good shape when we went into the game. Not bad, but we felt good. And the game quickly got out of hand. The Cardinals blew them out. And as that happened, the fans became more and more testy and started throwing food at us and beer and all those things. And I'm well known for keeping my mouth closed. So I start yelling back, and before we know it, security's on the way up the stairs. And as they're coming up, I'm telling Dave, just ignore him, just ignore him, just ignore him. Just watch the game. And of course, Dave, being the man that he is, listened. And security asked him to go down, along with my cousin, and me, being the way I am, stayed and watched the game. It turns out that Dave and my cousin got kicked out of the stadium. And I start getting random texts from my wife, and I think Kristen at the time too. Dave had called Kristen, just bawling his eyes out that he got kicked out of the stadium. Of course, Kristen's all the way across the country and freaking out that her husband's calling her. But I think that really kind of speaks to the type of man that he was. He loved his wife. And whether moonshine had anything to do with it or not, she was the person that he reached out to. The last story, Dave and I have very different jobs. He's obviously a cop, and I work in advertising. Dave's work environment, as I imagined it, is kind of like a locker room. Guys giving each other crap, no subject off limits. Well, my world has bosses with asses to kiss, and clients to be impressed. So occasionally I would have a boss or a client come by our tailgate. And while I was hosting them, trying to entertain them, Dave and Bird would be in the background making out or flipping me off or something, anything to distract me. So I got really excited about a year ago when the chief started coming around, and Dave wanted to go visit the chief's tailgate. And he asked me if I wanted to go. I thought it was 12 years of pent-up retaliation that I was going to get. Well, as soon as I got to the tailgate, I think the chief insulted Dave within the first 10 seconds. And jokes about ASU, U of A started flying out. I realized that I wasn't going to get my revenge. I'm going to miss you, Dave. I love you. Love you, Kristen. Thank you.
Evidence. Why was Davy Glasser the man that you know personally, or the man you've gotten to know through the media today? I'd like to answer that question for us this morning. I'm Javen Gelder, and I had the privilege of being Davy's youth pastor. A youth pastor is someone that gets the opportunity to walk alongside young people in their faith journey during their middle school and high school years. You get to be a part of their life as they discover and make commitments that they want to live out for the rest of their lives. Davy was going to be a freshman in high school when our paths crossed for the first time. And over the next 4 years of high school, I gained a friend for life. Davy and I got to do many things together. We'd go golfing when it'd be 110 outside and none of the old people would golf. We'd get in on the ranges for $10 or less. And 20 years later, I'm standing here from his freshman year. I'd like to tell you a few things that I saw and others saw to prove this evidence of Davy Van Glasser, a follower of Jesus Christ and a man of God. I would like to share that evidence of what made Davy so special was his foundation that he had in Jesus Christ. It starts off with the evidence that we've heard before from his parents. Davy had a mother and father who had established a culture in their home at a very young age. Davy and Judy modeled for Davy. He had a father who nurtured him as his role model and constantly walked alongside him every day to this very day. Dave Sr. is a man of God, and he had a loving spirit about himself that he continued to model for his best friend and for his son. He had a mother that had dreams for him, goals for him, and always encouraged him to be all that he could be. You see, both parents continue to ask the question, how can I help him take the next steps in his faith journey? Does he know how to pray? Does he know how to serve others? This is what they modeled for their family and for his awesome sister Katie, who together were friends. And Davy's always looked after her, and he loved her so much, and he always wanted to protect her. He always wanted a lifetime loyal friend, and he wanted to be a big brother to her. In high school, when I first met Davy, he and I went to the basketball games, and I watched many basketball games with him. And it was at a JV game that I went to that I went over there and said, let's go to the game. And Davy said, hey, why don't we stay for the varsity game? And I said, okay. The varsity game started off, they tipped it off, and they tipped it to Richard Jefferson. I didn't know who Richard Jefferson was. Richard Jefferson ran down the lane. He jumped over a guy 6 foot and dunked it. And I went, whoa, we are not in Iowa anymore. Davy just looked at me and laughed. Iowa just knows how to shoot the three-pointer. Davy was a guy on the basketball team. He wasn't the highest scoring person on the team, but his unselfishness was what made the teams that he played on great. Davy had a gift to make the people around him better. For as long as I knew Davy Glasser, he wanted to make a difference in this world. From the first youth group that I was involved in with Davy, he always loved people. One of his youth group members wrote to me this: he was someone who always showed he cared by spending time with them. He always made everyone feel good about themselves, and he loved hanging out with them. He always wanted to make you feel special, and he would go out of his way to make everyone feel a part of the group. You see, it didn't matter when you were in high school if you were Mr. Popular or if you didn't have many friends. It didn't matter if you were older than him or if you were younger than him. Or if you were a senior or you were just this lowly freshman, which many high schoolers I've seen over the years get caught up in. In fact, one of the lowly freshmen at the time called me this week and said these exact words: Davy could have creamed me in this game we were playing, but in turn he made me feel a part of the youth group and made me feel valued. Davy loved you for what he saw in you, and he had an ability to see things in others that they might not be able to be even to see in themselves. He walked alongside his peers as he challenged them in their faith, and he also challenged them to grow in their own faith. If you were Davy's friend, you had a friend forever, because Davy valued people. When Davy started dating Kristen, he set out to date a wife and find a wife who loved Jesus as well. Kristen also called me her youth pastor, and we had a great relationship. Kristen reminded me that she remembers church camp in 5th grade where she was in Davy's discussion group, and he knew all the answers. I had the privilege to stand up as Davy's best man in his wedding. Not many people ask their youth pastor to stand up as their best man. And I knew this relationship was special because I knew both of them. It was the first youth group kid who married that I had the privilege in seeing both of them on that day. And in fact, that day was a rough day. I couldn't even talk that day. I was bawling so bad. They brought out the best in each other, and they complimented each other as husband and wife. The night they got engaged, they called me while I was on a work project trip with both of their sisters. The whole youth group celebrated the news. As their family has grown with the addition of Micah and Needon after their marriage, I've watched Kristen and Davy carry on the legacy of teaching their children to love Jesus as well. Lastly, the evidence of a police officer. Davy always wanted to be a police officer. His whole life he'd talked to me about being this police officer. And when I thought of it, I think Davy is exactly what I imagined as a little kid what a police officer should be. As we've heard stories coming in from the public, from his own family did not even know really all the things that Davy has done and has touched through his service. He is a humble servant heart for Christ, made him the police officer he was. He handed out stickers to young people, mowed people's lawns on his time off, and he put his life on the line to make this world a better place here in Phoenix, Arizona. All of Davy's life was a living proof of the command Jesus gave to his disciples the night before he went to the cross. He said to them in John 13:34 through 35, "I'm giving you a new commandment. Love each other. Just as I have loved you, you should love each other. Your love for one another will prove to the world that you are one of my disciples." Davy was a disciple for Jesus Christ, just like Jesus commanded him to be. The evidence is clear, ladies and gentlemen. Davy was all about faith, family, and all you people here as friends. There is no doubt in my mind that Davy Glasser loved Jesus, and so this is not the last time that I'll get to see him. And I can assure you of this, that the most important thing to Davy is that his family and his friends will be with him in heaven as well. Davy Van Glasser lived his life as a Christ follower. He did this as a husband, as a father, as a son, and as a police officer, and as a friend. Amen.
How do I say goodbye to what we had? The good time that made us laugh, outweigh them bad. I thought we get forever's gone away. It's so hard to say goodbye to yesterday. I don't know where this road is going to lead. All I know is where we've been and what we've been through. If we get to see tomorrow, I hope it's worth all the pain. It's so hard to say goodbye to yesterday. And I'll take with me the memories to be my sunshine after the rain.
I'll take with me the memory to be my sunshine after the rain. It's so hard to say goodbye to yesterday.
Said goodbye, turned around, and you were gone, gone, gone. Faded into the setting sun. Slipped away, but I won't cry, 'cause I know I'll never be lonely. For you are the stars to me. You are the light I follow. I will see you again. Oh, this is not where it is.
My name's Ryan Nunez. I'm the pastor of Palm Valley Church,
the home church of the Glasser family. And I'd like to take just a moment to talk about hope and share about hope today. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to put a pretty ribbon on everything here and just take all of the hurt and pain away. And the emotions that we're going through, whenever we feel loss, whenever there's a tragedy, there's a grieving process that goes with that. There's pain, there's sorrow. It takes a long time to work through those. And there's secondary emotions. There's anger and frustration. And I imagine that all of those emotions are present in the room here today. And that isn't something that I can take away. And you know what? As we look at a tragedy like this, there's another level of emotion as well. And it comes from the tragedy of the situation. When someone loses their life protecting others, it doesn't sit well with us. It's just not right. And part of that struggle is this deep-held belief that a lot of us have. And it's not just our culture, it's found throughout the world in almost every society. It's this inherent belief that good things should happen to good people and bad things happen to bad people. Like, we don't say it out loud, we don't talk about it a lot, because as soon as we say it out loud, we know that it's not quite true. But when something bad happens to someone good, it just rubs us the wrong. There's a whole nother level of emotions that come along with that. There's a bitterness that can build up. As we look at the life of David, David was a good man. He was a great man. He was an incredible police officer. He was an incredible community member. More importantly than that, he was an incredible husband and father and son. David was a good man. And bad things shouldn't happen to good people, right? When that happens, we struggle with that. We ask why, and we have all these questions, and often our hearts are turned towards God, and we say, God, why would you let this happen? Why would you let something bad happen to such a good person? I want to read to you guys a passage from the book of John. It says this: Jesus, on the night that he was betrayed, is spending the Last Supper with his disciples. And he says this. He says, I have told you all of this so that you may have peace in me. Here on earth, you will have many trials and sorrows. And you're like, wait, that doesn't sound like a Jesus quote, does it? That doesn't, you probably haven't seen a bumper sticker with that verse on it. You probably never walked into someone's house and seen it above their fireplace. In this world, you will have many trials and sorrows. No one signs their emails with that inspirational verse at the bottom. We don't like to think about this verse here, but these are the words of Christ. Jesus said very clearly, in this world you will have trials and sorrows. God didn't promise us a pain-free life. God did not promise us that we wouldn't go through difficult situations, that we wouldn't experience loss and suffering and sorrow. Our pain, the pain that we feel here today, is not a broken promise from God. Your pain is not a broken promise from God. So how do we work through that pain? We've heard it from multiple people here today testify that David had hope in Jesus Christ, that his hope was placed on that. He knew, just as well as everyone else wearing a badge in this room, that this world is full of darkness, that in this world you will have trials. There will be sorrow. You see it face to face every single day, yet he still waded into that. He stepped forward and walked into darkness. Why would he do that? Well, it was the hope that he had in Jesus Christ. So how do we deal with that here? In the midst of this pain, in the midst of this sorrow, in the midst of this suffering, how do we have that hope? How can we rely on God in this situation? Well, one of the ways that we can do that is by relying on God's past track record. Imagine for a moment that you have a friend, and this friend is always on time. This is your most dedicated friend. They keep to a schedule like nobody's business. If they're going to be late, they give you a call, they text message you. They are always where they are. They always show up on time. Now imagine you had an appointment with this person at 9 a.m. 9 o'clock is there, you're waiting for them, they don't show up. At 9:05 comes and you begin to get worried. 9:10, and now you're really worried. Something must have happened to this person. It's not like them to show up late. They would have called, they would have texted. This does not sound like my friend. So often, in the midst of trials, in the midst of difficult situations, we rewrite our understanding of God. And now is not the time to determine what you believe about God's character. That we can look back on God's faithfulness. The first account we have in the Bible of King David is he shows up to the front lines of battle to bring supplies to his brothers. He's not a warrior. He has no business being at the front lines, but he shows up there to resupply his brothers. And while he's there, the giant Goliath threatens the armies of Israel. And he said, let's settle this man on man. Send one warrior out and I will fight them. And we'll settle this entire war with just one fight. Well, David immediately says, well, I'll go fight him. Send me in. Let me do this. He goes to the king Saul and says, I'm your man. Send me out. I want to fight Goliath. And the king literally laughs at him. He says, you are a poor shepherd boy. There's absolutely nothing. You're not skilled to fight. You can't do this. And David said, no, you don't understand. When I was younger, when I was watching the sheep, a lion came and attacked the sheep. And God helped me defeat that lion. And then there was this other time where a bear attacked the sheep. And God helped me to fight that bear. And today, I know that God will help me fight this giant. In moments like these, we can look to our past and we can see God's faithfulness and how he's helped us and delivered us in this situation. And then today, we don't know what he's doing. We don't know how this is going to work out. We don't know how this resolves, but we can trust a God with a track record. Romans chapter 8 says this. It says, and I am convinced that nothing can ever separate us from God's love. Neither death nor life, nor angels nor demons. Neither our fears for today nor our worries for tomorrow. Not even the powers of hell can separate us from God's love. No power in the sky above or in the earth below. Indeed, nothing in all creation will ever be able to separate us from the love of God that is revealed in Christ Jesus our Lord. We can rely on a God, even when we don't feel like it, even when we don't understand it, even when our emotions are full and running, we can trust a God who is faithful. We can rely on his past track record, but we can also rely on his promises for the future. Romans 8:1 says this, so now there is no condemnation for those who belong to Christ Jesus. And because you belong to him, the power of the life-giving Spirit has freed you from the power of sin that leads to death. That's a promise for our future. That's where our hope lies. You see, we all have the same sickness. We all have the same crisis in our life. We all face many trials and situations, loss. But our biggest issue, our biggest need for healing is that from sin. Sin is any thought, word, deed, or attitude that falls short of God's perfect standard. David knew that sin is what kept him from a relationship for God. Sin, it says in this passage, sin leads to death, spiritual death, separation from God. But because God loves us so much, he sent his son, Jesus Christ, down here on earth. Jesus died on the cross to pay the penalty for that sin. You see, there's absolutely nothing that we can do to solve that sin problem ourselves. See, David is not in eternity right now with God in heaven because he was a good person. He was a good person because he had faith in Christ. But his good deeds and his good works does not solve that sin problem. It was his faith in Jesus Christ. See, the Bible puts it this way. It says, while we were still sinners, Christ died for us. While we were separated from him because of our sin in our life, God rescued us. And all he requires from us is a step of faith, is to reach out and to believe and to accept that. Now, I know that sounds too good to be true because we like to-do lists, right? Like we want to know what's expected from us. Give me a list and I'll start working on that. You know, in order to be good with God, I must have to read the Bible a lot, or I must have to say a bunch of prayers. I need to kind of clean up my act. I need to stop doing these habits, and I need to work on. That's not what it is at all. See, Jesus paid the penalty for sin. It's not a to-do list that we need. It's a done list. Jesus Christ paid the penalty for our sins, and David accepted that forgiveness at a young age. He is in the presence of God today because of what Christ did. And you can spend eternity with God in heaven as well. You can go to the same place where David is right now if you would believe, if you would trust. I'm going to lead us in a prayer here as we wrap up. And I'm going to give you an opportunity to just have a conversation with God. I know this is something that was at the center of David's life. And he would want more than anything else for you to know this today, how you could have a relationship with God so that you will spend eternity with him in heaven, but you will once again see David. Let's pray together. God, we come together today with heavy hearts, with emotion and sadness. And God, we ask for your presence. We trust in you, God. You are the God of comfort. And we ask that you would speak to the hearts of those present here today. God, we thank you for your love. We thank you for your sacrifice. We thank you that because of Jesus' death and resurrection, David is with you today. And God, I pray for those in presence today, the desire to start that relationship, the desire to conquer this spiritual death in their life, to accept God's forgiveness. God, I pray that they would pray something like this in their hearts and minds. God, thank you for loving me. I admit that I've sinned. I know that I'm separated from you. But God, today I put my faith and trust in you. I believe that you died on the cross to pay the penalty for my sins. And I accept your forgiveness as a free gift. I invite you to come into my life to begin changing me from the inside out. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
I'm so confused. I know I heard you loud and clear, so I followed through.
Would you bow with me in a closing prayer? Heavenly Father, no truer words are spoken than what we do in this life echoes in eternity. That has been brought into the foremost parts of our life, as we have had the honor and the privilege to remember and celebrate all that is wonderful about Dave Glasser's life, his family, his friends, his calling as a police officer, and the huge emptiness that is left in his absence. Father, as we leave this place, remind us that you are here to step into that gap, to step into that emptiness, to come alongside each one of us as we continue to remember and honor this man's life, to have our lives changed and live in the shadow of his legacy, that we leave here with greater courage than we came with greater passion to do that which you have called us to do, and as we have been called with the greatest of integrity to serve one another, to love one another as you have first loved us. We pray these things in Christ's name. Amen. I invite you to please stand in honor of Dave's family as they are escorted from the building. We ask you to remain in your place, please, for a moment. At this time, we'd also invite the pallbearers to please come forward. Once the family members have been escorted from the building, we invite you to remain standing as Dave is escorted from the building.
By your command. You should have it now. I got it, Greg. It wasn't on. Oh, it wasn't on. Okay. Okay, you got us. Good afternoon, Celeste. The body of Officer David Glasser just left the church moments ago. You can kind of see behind me how the honor guard has lined the walkway there as the body left and is now going to make its way to the cemetery. His family and friends and hundreds, thousands of police officers were here for the emotional ceremony. This was so crowded here. This church can hold 3,500 people. The main church was full. They set up an overflow room that could hold 250 people. That area filled up very quickly as well. They set up a third overflow room that held more than 700 people. That room filled up as well. So more than 5,000 people, they think, came out to this funeral today. It was an emotional ceremony. Again, his family and friends here. We know the chief spoke, the assistant chief spoke, a commander spoke, and we also heard from one of his longtime partners on the force who gave an emotional tribute to this fallen officer who leaves behind a wife and 2 kids.
All right, folks, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. We are also going to be getting Skyfox aerials of the procession.
You can still see the crowd gathered behind me. The body of the officer just left the church, and the procession to the cemetery will begin shortly. We know there are hundreds of people lining 67th Avenue waiting for this procession to begin. Steve Kraft is at the cemetery right now. Let's go to him for the latest there. Steve.
Pipes behind me, and preparations have been underway for hours here. Color guard getting ready, bagpipes, of course, you can hear them in the background. A number of officers here already. An elaborate ceremony. We've been to all too many of these for fallen police officers, firefighters, and heroes protecting the public. We've also seen a number of people who have come out just to pay their respects, to show how important they regard police in protecting all of us. We talked to one of those people who was here with a few of his children. Here is some of what he had to tell us.
We're here because this man gave his life to protect our community. And I wanted my boys to know that no matter what, we always have to show respect for the police officers that protect us.
And we've heard the same sentiments from a number of people who have been here for a couple hours. It has been very, very quiet and subdued all morning, very hushed almost here at the cemetery. We know that the procession is on its way, and very soon there will be just a lot of people here, but I anticipate it's going to be just as subdued and quiet when there's a big crowd. Reporting live, Steve Kraft, Fox 10 News.
Steve, thank you. And this right here is the route to the cemetery where Steve is right now, where some roads are closed for this procession. The route is from Christ Church of the Valley at Happy Valley Road, south on 67th Avenue, and then east on the Loop 101 to the cemetery. You can expect roads to be closed in that area until as late as 2 o'clock this afternoon. In just a few minutes, Fox 10 will be carrying the procession live on Fox News Now. You can find a link to that on our Facebook page, fox10phoenix.com as well.
Officer Glasser's funeral comes on this
All right, folks, now back out, right outside of the funeral service where the procession will be underway in just moments. All right, folks, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. We do appreciate you guys watching here, right here. Let me show you. I'm going to take down this audio here. And we will be showing you the procession in its entirety very soon. Okay, folks, our shot is going in and out, though, while it does get in location. Welcome, everybody, to the Fox 10 News Now stream. We have Sky Fox here, and it is getting in location for the funeral procession of the fallen officer David Glasser. Funeral just wrapped up, and we're going to be watching the procession live here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. You can see the camera getting in position here to bring you those aerials. You can see many officers and friends and family members lining outside the venue here, Christ Church of the Valley. You can see members of the public here lining the streets, wanting to say their final goodbyes to the fallen Phoenix police officer, David Glasser. You can see, folks, the procession is about to begin here, and this is going to be a sight to see right here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. You can see, folks, the huge support of officers all over the valley coming out to honor the fallen officer David Glasser, who was killed in the line of duty last week. And now the procession officially begins. You could see members of the public lining the streets here, some holding flags and saying their final goodbyes to the Phoenix fallen officer, David Glasser. Once again, folks, this is the funeral procession of Phoenix Officer David Glasser. All right. We have our very own Anita Roman now, right along where the procession is going to be coming by. Anita, tell us what's going on right now.
About 35th Avenue, and this is really a remarkable sight. As you can see, the 101 close to traffic. We have not seen cars for quite some time now, which does make us believe that the procession is close out here. We do know that once the procession left 67th Avenue, they proceeded down Loop 101 southbound, and then they will be exiting towards the cemetery. And so, again, as you can see, there is absolutely no traffic out here this morning along the Loop 101 southbound lanes, at least here at 35th Avenue. As we were driving by on the frontage road, we did see a number of cars parked on the side of the frontage road. There's a small break in the wall where you can actually see the 101. And so we had a number of people who were standing out there with signs, wanting to pay their last respects, wanting to offer a final farewell to the fallen police officer. And so at this moment, we are just awaiting the procession carrying the casket of fallen Phoenix police officer David Glasser to pass by us here along the 101. And we do see some lights out here, so we're going to go ahead and stay live with you guys and continue to talk. We see some flashing lights coming towards us.
Yeah, looks like
and Brian,
coming.
can you tell what that is? Yes, and Brian has a little bit of a better vantage point than I do, just because his lens can see a little farther than my eye can. Brian, do we have a police officer, police escort there?
Looks like APL.
Mike, we're getting feedback from you. Can you, do you hear us? Is there something that we need to mute?
No, I hear you loud and clear. Let me, let's see here.
Okay.
ADOT.
Okay, this is an ADOT vehicle that is coming down, and my guess would be that this ADOT vehicle is making sure they are obviously traveling well ahead of the procession, and what they are doing is making sure that the 101 here is clear to traffic, preparing the highway, preparing this freeway. Wow, this is quite a sight, you guys. I can honestly tell you that it really has left me speechless. I have covered, unfortunately, a number of officer funerals, usually at the church. Earlier this morning, photographer Brian Acosta and I were at the side of 67th Avenue, on the side of the road there, where all of the people were lined up, and you'll hear from them in later editions of Fox 10 News. We spoke to them as they were there with their American flags and their signs showing support. This is something I've never seen. There's nothing out here. There's no movement, an indication of just how solemn this moment is when you are awaiting the casket of a fallen police officer to be escorted down the highway in front of you. And so we are just waiting momentarily. We imagine it won't be very long until we see the procession here heading our way along the 101, the southbound lanes.
Yeah, Anita, you're right. I mean, this is really a scene that you never see. I mean, look at it. I mean, it's 12:40 and there's not a car now on the road.
No.
As we know what is about to happen now. Anita, are there people near you that are watching, or are you guys pretty much?
They're not, and we would have to step down. We wanted to give you guys the best vantage point possible, so we came up here. Do you see the wall just to the left, the retaining wall on the highway in the 101 there?
Yes.
They are just on the other side, maybe about a quarter mile away from us. So as we were pulling up on the frontage, we easily saw about half a dozen to a dozen cars out there, pickup trucks, vehicles. There's a break in that wall, so it's basically a fence, a gated fence, and so people were standing there at a safe distance so that they could see the procession as it drove by. And I would imagine that is a sight that you will see throughout the 101 as people are wanting to say their final farewell, as they are wanting to pay respects for this fallen police officer. But I can tell you, Mike, last Friday I was along the I-10 westbound. There was a fatal accident, and so a small portion of it was closed, and it was similar to this, where there was just no traffic, and we were going live from the middle of the 101, and we're standing on the side of it because obviously that procession is heading our way, and I think I'm seeing just a little bit of movement coming down the ramp potentially, but it really is quite an eerie sight. Maybe a fitting tribute, you can say, to this fallen police officer. Lost his life in the line of duty. Really a hero, and not only a hero in life because he saved other fellow officers, or was there, but also saved 8 other people's lives by donating his organs.
Yeah, truly, this is an officer that continues to give back to the community, and what we're seeing on we're also taking the Sky Fox shot as well, and when it comes in your area, it is going to be a sight to see, Anita, because there are so many police officers that are part of this procession. It's really, really moving, and it's so moving right now just to see this empty road.
Yeah, I do have chills. I think I can honestly say that it is something I have never experienced all my years of reporting, to be standing here on the side of an empty highway, knowing what you are awaiting, knowing who you are paying tribute to, knowing what is about to take place in front of you. So, Mike, can you tell me where you're seeing where the procession is right now along the 101?
All right. It looks like they are. It looks like they are almost. I don't have a exact location for you right now, but it's going pretty slow, but they should be in your area, I would say, in about 3 to 4 more minutes.
All right. Okay, we will stay with us. Oh, I see the helicopter above now.
Okay.
So yeah, you're right. They're definitely very close. Brian's showing you a shot. There's the big ADOT signs that are always flashing information, and those are letting everybody know what is taking place. That the exit, 67th Avenue exit itself is closed, which is one of the reasons why we exited here at 35th Avenue, knowing full well that we wouldn't be able to get there. I want you to take a look now, and again, a very somber sight. We have a motorcycle officer here who is essentially swerving down the 101 through the lanes of traffic. The first of the officers, the first of the many officers who are escorting fallen Phoenix police officer David Glasser out here this morning. And we're seeing a little bit more activity coming over the hill, more lights. And again, nonetheless, I would imagine the procession is growing closer.
Yes, very close. And what we're going to do, thank you so much, Anita, for the shot. We're going to keep your shot up right now, but and then we're going to let the procession speak for itself. But thank you so much for your insight right there along the procession route.
Thanks, Mike.
And folks, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com, where you see the procession here for fallen officer David Glasser. And you could see, look at the people even line up right there. Oh, what a sight that is to see people say their final goodbyes right now. Oh, that's amazing. Wow, what a nice tribute these people are doing for this officer. You know, look at that. It says, "We love police department. We love the Phoenix police officers." And look at that, folks. Members of the public once again lining the streets here for this procession, wanting to say their final goodbyes. And what a sight this is right now. Wow.
Again, guys, we're looking at live aerials of this funeral procession right now. The procession on Loop 101.
Present. Officers, firefighters, honor guard, present. Romeo, dress!
Now we know if the earthly tent we live in is destroyed, we have a building for God, not built like we can't. Would you pray with me, please? Heavenly Father, we gather again in these last moments to say goodbye to the earthly tent that housed this most special treasure, this incredible gift, father, husband, son, brother, friend, mentor, police officer. We ask you to be with us as we grieve and as we prepare to say goodbye to that earthly tent. Remind us he is not there. Watch over these last moments together as we remember where you were taken to, where he is safe in this moment. In Jesus' name we pray. As we come to these final moments, this is a time to say goodbye to the professor that held this incredible man for so many years. What we have to remember, though, is we're not burying Dave. We're simply burying the body that held him. The Bible says to it, in moments like this, these powerful words, it says, brothers and sisters, we do not want you to be ignorant to those who fall asleep or to grieve like the rest of men who have no hope. Because we believe that Jesus died and rose again, and so we believe that God will bring with him those who have fallen asleep in him. Therefore, encourage one another and build each other up, just as in fact you're doing now. It doesn't say not to grieve. It says don't grieve as those who have no hope. We are going to grieve. We have been grieving, and we will continue to grieve. There's no time frame on grief. There's no method for grief. Each of us grieve in our own ways. Patient. Each of us grieves according to the way that helps heal them the best. And please remember, we're not burying Dave today. Dave is with his Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. These aren't just wishful thinking. The word hope, as we take it today, is not what it meant on the day that these powerful words were meant. Before Jesus rose from the grave, hope simply meant wishful thinking. But after Jesus rose from the grave, his resurrection, without any doubt whatsoever, meant assurance of things to come. Dave's with Jesus. We get to see him again. We will grieve his absence. We celebrate his memory. We live our lives in such a way that we're ready to hear the words that Dave heard when he crossed that threshold. Well done, good and faithful servant. Would you pray with me, please? Heavenly Father, our grief has never been deeper, but this marks the beginning of a new chapter of life, one where Dave is not with us in body, but we thank you that he is with you in spirit. Remind us that our hope is in your Son, Jesus Christ, and that, yes, our grief is going to be replaced with the joy of the memories of Dave's life, and one day being in his presence again. We are assured of this through the words we have read. We are assured of this through the promise of your Son, Christ. And we ask that you would make that promise cement deep within each of our lives. It's in Christ's name we pray. Amen.
Officers, firefighters, honor guard, high tent, hood! Fire party, fire 3 volleys. Officers, firefighters, honor guard, present, her! ceremonial.
Stand fast.
Rest.
Like the tip. Forward. March.
units stand by for a broadcast. This is the last call for Officer David Glasser, serial number 8144. 814 X-ray. 814 X-ray is 23 at 200 West Beardsley. 814 X-ray is 107. Good night, sir. You'll be deeply missed. Rest in peace. Frequencies are clear at 1436.
Now it's time for us to say goodbye. Knowing that we carry in our hearts the memories that we've treasured for our lifetime, and be challenged with a legacy to live up to, the life that gave us that. We ask that you come alongside of us to help heal the deep wounds that exist right now. Help walk us through the grief, bring us to the joy, the place where we celebrate that which is most precious to you. This day is with you.
whole bunch of friends there.
best speech I've ever heard. I got some lady, you're a true hero. To your men. I've seen a lot. You do men justice today. You do men justice. Or what she said. Yeah, anytime.
Yes, sir. How you doing? Oh, this is hard to I'm going to push it to track. Way too late. What kind of things going pretty good? No, they've got me attached to the fire department. I went to Idaho, California first, and I went to Idaho. Okay, I've got a gift.
said that we will be losing this feed in about 2 minutes. Our camera will be powering down in 2 minutes. So I just want to recap some of what happened today. We've been giving you guys live continuous coverage of Officer Glasser's funeral since 9 this morning. Since we went on air on News Now, we've brought you continuous coverage for almost 6 hours. We started at the church where the memorial service took place. We heard from the head of Phoenix Police, Joseph Yanner, this morning. We watched the funeral procession along Loop 101. We watched the arrival of the casket here at the cemetery. For those of you who don't know what exactly happened, last week, 20-year-old Israel Santos Banos shot Glasser as the officer was responding to a burglary call in the village of Levine on May 18th. Police said Glasser was among up to 6 officers who went into that home on the 7700 block of South 48th Lane, knowing that they would be confronting an armed suspect. The 911 caller made the disclosure while meeting with police in a nearby parking lot beforehand. Santos Banos opened fire at police while sitting inside a vehicle in the driveway. He was killed by return fire. Glasser was taken to a hospital where he succumbed to his injuries on May 19th. Again, you are looking at live images coming in from the cemetery. Officers paying their final respects to their colleague, 35-year-old Officer Glasser. Again, guys, we'll be losing this feed in about a minute, so just want to wrap that up for you. And right after this, we'll be taking you to Montana for a Donald Trump rally in Montana. Again, guys, that wraps up our feed of Officer Glasser's funeral. We are going to take you live, well, we have taken you live now to Billings, Montana. Donald Trump scheduled to speak momentarily.
Kinsey here. I'm going to be with you in just a moment. I'm getting my computer all set up. We are waiting for Donald Trump to take the stage in Montana.
Ladies and gentlemen, we all know that as President of the United States, Mr. Trump will continue his lifelong defense of the right of free speech in America. As a matter of fact, he supports the First Amendment just as much as he supports the Second Amendment. However, some people have taken advantage of Mr. Trump's hospitality by choosing to disrupt his rallies by using them as an opportunity to promote their own political messages. While they certainly have the right to free speech, this is a private event paid for by Mr. Trump. We have provided a safe protest area outside the venue for all protesters. If a protester starts demonstrating in the area around you, please do not touch or harm the protester. This is a peaceful rally. In order to notify the law enforcement officers of the location of the protester, please hold a rally sign over your head and start chanting, "Trump, Trump, Trump." Ask the people around you to do likewise until officers remove the protester. Thank you for helping us make America great again. And now, please welcome Mr. Steve Miller, Senior Policy Advisor to Mr. Trump.
How's everybody doing today? You ready to have some fun? Now, how many of you got to catch some of Mr. Trump's energy speech a couple hours ago? One of the big contrasts in this race is that Donald J. Trump wants to create American energy, and Hillary Clinton wants to shut down coal and energy and oil production all across this country. Hillary Clinton will be the greatest job destroyer this country's ever seen. Hillary Clinton wants to regulate our companies out of existence. She wants to tax our jobs out of existence. She wants to shut down the coal mines, stop the drilling, stop the energy exploration. Hillary Clinton wants a wide open border so American workers can't get jobs anymore. Donald J. Trump has a different idea. He has this old-fashioned idea that American citizens should come first in their own country. Now, Hillary Clinton says that Donald Trump is a bully. Have you heard this? She says, oh, Donald Trump's a bully. Donald J. Trump is the man who's going to protect the American people from the bullies. Donald J. Trump is the man who's going to protect you from the special interests who've been sending your jobs overseas. Donald J. Trump is going to protect you from the corporations that want open borders to drive down wages. And he's going to protect you from all the politicians and all the special interests and all the pundits who mock and scorn and demean the good and honest, decent people of this country. 2016 will be remembered as the year that the American people retook control of their country. This is the kind of opportunity that never comes again. I'm sure many of us felt pretty forlorn in recent years, pretty melancholy, looking at the state of our country. Turn on the TV, watch what's happening in Congress. I think a lot of us probably felt things might never change. Probably felt pretty hopeless. Probably worried that maybe our kids would never see a better future. Probably started to think we would never get immigration under control. Probably started to think we would never get our manufacturing back. Probably started to think that our retirement programs would go bankrupt, that our military would keep getting weaker, that the future of America would be much dimmer than its past. And then something happened. A man stepped forward into the breach, and I think we all know his name. Donald J. Trump. And Donald J. Trump said, maybe it's time that you had a champion in your corner. He said, maybe it's time you turn on the TV and you see somebody fighting for you for a change. Maybe you have someone who's not afraid to speak the truth on behalf of the American people, no matter who tells them to stop. Now, one of the big issues in this race is going to be the issue of foreign policy. Now, Donald J. Trump's laid out an America First foreign policy. The idea that we take care of our own people first, that other countries pay their fair share, and that we focus on fighting terrorism, not reckless nation building in the Middle East. Now, Hillary Clinton, she had a little tryout period. She had 4 years as Secretary of State. A little tryout, a little audition for the presidency. How did that go? Let's see. Did Hillary stop Iran from its path to getting a nuclear weapon? Did Hillary turn Libya into a place of vibrant and safe democracy? Did Hillary help Syria transition into a safe, terror-free state? Seems like everything Hillary Clinton touched turned into absolute, total, complete chaos. You know, I think I can remember back in 2009, we hadn't even heard of ISIS. Fast forward 4 years of Hillary Clinton, and ISIS seems to be controlling the whole Middle East. And now they're launching attacks into the West, as we've seen in Europe, and we've seen them sending in agents into the United States, and we've seen terror on our own shores like we've seen in San Bernardino. And so what is Hillary Clinton's response to that? She says, I want to increase Syrian refugees by 500%. Now, you won't see this printed in the media, but I've read some polling data on this. Do you know what percentage of Americans support Hillary Clinton's refugee plan? Well, it's probably 0, but they have to round up so it seems more realistic, so they said 5%. So Hillary Clinton is an extremist. She's the one who's out of step with the American people. She's the one who's out of touch with the working people who make this country happen. She's the one who's careless, who's heartless, who lacks compassion, because guess what? It's the parents here whose schools are going to suffer from uncontrolled migration. It's the wage earners whose jobs are going to suffer because of uncontrolled migration. It's our communities that are going to suffer the consequences in terms of extremism, in terms of the tax burden, in terms of the effect on our hospitals and our public resources. But Hillary Clinton has no compassion whatsoever for the American people. But you know who does care about the American people? That's right. Donald J. Trump cares about America, and he cares about you. And when you send him to the White House, he's going to fight for all of you. You know who Hillary Clinton is going to fight for? She's going to fight for her donors. She's going to fight for the people lining her pockets. Have you heard of a book called Clinton Cash? Everyone should take a good, hard look at this book, because, again, it shows that in her tryout for the presidency, extremist, heartless, uncaring, Wall Street bottom paid for Hillary Clinton sold her office to the highest bidder. Are we going to let her sell the White House to the highest bidder? No, I'm going to read you a chapter, a little excerpt from this book, because it's so important. I think we also want everyone in the media really to hear this too, don't we? Because, you know, Hillary and her little email controversy where she's illegally hoarding secret emails and violating the law and putting national security in danger. Boy, really great Secretary of State, huh? So, and she's deleting all these emails and hiding them. How many of you think maybe the reason Hillary wanted to keep her emails secret is because of something to do with all these corrupt dealings documented in this book? Maybe she didn't want those to be public. Maybe that's why she created her little homebrew server. So listen to this. This is from the book by Peter Schweitzer. It says, most ex-presidents see the demand for their speech-making decline as they move farther away from their time in office. Makes sense, right? You know, Bill's in office, as time goes on, less and less desire to hear him talk. The opposite applies to Bill. During Hillary's tenure as Secretary of State, Bill's speech-making activity increased and became more profitable, particularly overseas. In a number of cases, these speeches were paid for by people with an interest in obtaining favors from Hillary. In other words, give cash to Bill, get favors from Hill. That's how it worked, right? Give cash to Bill, get favors from Hill. And we're not going to let that happen in the White House, are we? No, we're not. You know, interesting fact I hope the media explores. Guess who one of the entities was funneling this money to the Clintons when she was Secretary of State? The government of China was giving record amounts of money to Bill. It's all documented in this book. And during the same time, China was stealing all of our manufacturing jobs. How many of you in the room think that maybe the reason Hillary gave all of our manufacturing jobs to China was because China was giving all their money to Bill and Hillary? Makes sense, doesn't it? So she says that she cares about you, but she sells your jobs overseas to line her pockets. She says she cares about minorities, but she takes the jobs out of Baltimore, out of Chicago, out of Detroit, and she ships them to China so she and Bill can get a little bit richer. That sounds pretty crooked to me. Sound crooked to you? So maybe we can't blame Bernie Sanders supporters for wanting to support Bernie, because I don't think Democrat voters are interested in supporting a nominee who sells our jobs overseas just to make a little bit of extra cash. And frankly, I don't think Democrat supporters love Hillary Clinton's support for invading foreign countries and then importing all the refugees she's displaced into the United States. Seems like a pretty bad foreign policy to me. 4 years of Hillary Clinton in the Secretary of State position, and we lost 500,000 manufacturing jobs. We gave Iran control over the Middle East. We gave ISIS control of Iraq. We turned Libya into a hellhole beyond imagination and gave ISIS a proving ground there to launch terrorist attacks. She helped overthrow the pro-Western regime in Egypt, and I could go on and on and on and on and on. Have you ever in your lives heard of anybody with worse judgment than Hillary Clinton? No. So my question for you, are you ready, Montana, to send a message so loud that the people who betrayed you, the people who sold you out, the people who let illegal immigrants pour into our communities, the people who forced American workers to train their foreign replacements, are you ready to send a message to everybody who looked down on you, to everybody who disrespected you? Are you ready to send them a message that you are going to take back this country? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Are you ready to seize it? Montana, are you ready to do something that historians will be writing about for 1,000 years? Are you ready to help the sun rise once again on a bright and prosperous America? And are you ready, Montana, to stand strong and stand tall for Donald J. Trump's promise of America first? And all of you will get that chance come November, and every single one of you can look at your children and your children's children and tell them that when your time came, you stood strong, you stood tall, and you stood up for the United States of America. Thank you all. God bless you. God bless this beautiful state. And God bless the United States of America.
Gentlemen, please welcome the next President of the United States, Mr. Donald J. Trump.
Beautiful. Oh, beautiful. Do we love Montana? Do we love Montana? Oh, we love it. You know, my son comes up here. Does anybody know that? Where are the guys that go hunting with my son? Where the hell is that guy? Where is he? Him? No, he comes up here all the time. I said, what are you doing? He said, I'm going hunting. Where? I'm going to Montana. That sounds pretty good. So, I want to thank you very much. And by the way, speaking of hunting, the NRA endorsed me last week. Remember. And we are going to protect your Second Amendment 100%. 100%. And as you know, crooked Hillary Clinton wants to essentially abolish the Second Amendment. That's not going to happen, so just remember that. You see what's going on. Just remember it. So we had a big day today. Today was the day where we hit the 1237, right? 1237. And, you know, you had our president saying he will not be the nominee of his party. Oh, really? He's been right about that like he's right about everything else, which is never. And yet a lot of the pundits, you see the guys back here, the people back here, some of the most dishonest people in the world, but most of them said, and they said very strongly, he will never be the nominee. I could name them, but I don't want to embarrass them. They're actually nice people. I don't want to embarrass them. He will never, ever be the nominee. And in fact, they used to say even worse. 10 months ago, they'd say, oh, he's not going to run. No, he's just having a good time. I am having a good time, but you know, I could be doing other things right now, okay? Right? No, we're having a good time. You know, we're having a good time because we know what's going to happen. We're going to make America great again, okay? Make America great again. And folks, this is a movement. Like, we come here at sort of an odd day, odd time of the day. You see this massive arena. You see how many people. It's like this all over. I mean, we go up, we have 25,000, 35,000 people many times. And it's like this all the time because it's a movement, and it's a movement to make America great again, but it's a movement. We want smart leadership. We want tough leadership. We want to go America first. America first. We owe $19 trillion. It's going to be $21 trillion very soon because of the budget, the famous omnibus budget. And so we're going to be at $21 trillion, and we have to be smart. And we have to be very vigilant. You look at what's coming into the country. They're sending people in. There's no papers. There's no documentation coming into your community, coming into many communities. And we have all big hearts. I have the biggest heart. I have as big a heart as anybody. When you have the Syrian refugees, and you look at what's going on with the migration, you have the Syrian refugees, and they're pouring into this country. They're pouring in all over Europe. Europe has this tremendous problems, and that's their problem, okay? We don't need to have any more problems. We have enough. So what's going to happen, and what is happening, and I predicted this. Remember, they said only 3,000. We're taking 3,000. And I said, all right, 3,000. Then it was 10,000. Then it was 25,000. Then it was 56,000. It's getting bigger and bigger. And we have no idea where they're coming from. We don't know. We don't see passports, although you will soon see passports because, as you know, ISIS stole the passport machines, the best machines. They took them. So now they're going to make passports. And you see cell phones, right? The migration, and everyone's on a cell phone. And you say, what the hell's going on? How do they have cell phones? And some of them have the ISIS flag on the cell phone. And more importantly, who pays the bills? Who's paying the cell phone bills? They're in the migration. Who's paying the cell phone bills? So we have to be smart, and we want to build safe zones, and we want to have those safe zones be built really well, and they should be built in Syria. And frankly, we have to get the Gulf states to pay for it. They have nothing but money. I know so well. I know most of them, believe me. They have unbelievable money, and we're going to get them to fund it, and we're going to lead it, and we're going to take care of people, and we have to take care. But we can't allow people to come into the country that we don't know who they are, we don't know where they come from, and we'll have problems like you've never seen. Can't do it. We can't do it, and we're not going to do it. And you know, when I announced, and I announced very strongly on June 16th, not so long ago, and I came in, and honestly, most people, and some were great, but most people said, it's not going to happen, he's not going to run. A couple said, which was very insulting, and if he runs, he's not going to do well. Thank you very much, folks, I appreciate it. Thank you, Carl. But, have I done a good job, folks? Have I done a good job in all four? I mean, we've done pretty. And so we had 17 people all together, and I heard Charles Krauthammer say, this is before I joined, because they wanted me to renew The Apprentice, and Steve Burke of Comcast came up to my office, we want you to renew. I said, Steve, I don't want to do it because I'm going to run. He said, no, you got to renew. And they actually announced they're going to renew, which caused me a lot of problems because I'm telling people I'm going to run, and NBC announced they're going to renew with Donald Trump. So we chose Arnold Schwarzenegger to take my place. How's Arnold going to do? Good. He's no Trump, but that's okay, right? Right? Now, Arnold's going to do fine. And so, you know, that was sort of the first, because you give it up. It's really a lot. It's a lot of money. No matter if you're rich or not rich, it's a lot of money. And it's very prestigious, primetime television. I've been 14 seasons. So I realized when I did that, you know, you're giving up something big. And then on June 16th, I'm coming down that famous escalator ride with Melania, and I made a speech. I actually handed out a speech, and I never liked when I handed it out, so I went free form. Now today in North Dakota, we gave a speech on energy. Did anybody see it? That was not so free form. And I actually got good reviews on that speech. But today, and we had a fantastic crowd. The great Harold Hamm was there, and I think he's here. Where's Harold? Where is Harold? The legendary Harold Hamm. Biggest oil man in the country. Knows more about energy than all of them, but where the hell is Harold? Where is he? There he is. There he is. Oh, he's got a lot of money. He's got money. Tell you what he's got a lot of smarts. But Harold was with me, and I didn't know you were coming up here. The one thing I knew, he has no problems with transportation, Harold. Is that right? But he's an incredible guy. He employs tens of thousands of people, some in this area, many in this area, and those are the people that make it all work. So I want to thank Harold Hamm, and he's been so incredible and so instrumental because he knows more about energy in his finger than these other people and, frankly, consultants and others that tell you they know and the politicians know from studying it all their lives. You know, Coach Barry Switzer's around here someplace. Where's Barry? Where the hell is Barry? You know, Barry won a Super Bowl. He won a national championship. Where's Barry? Can I tell him the story about Barry? Can I tell him what you said about Harold? Can I tell him? So Barry came up to my office, and Harold called, and they're like best friends. And Barry said, you know, Mr. Trump, this guy Harold Hamm, companies go out, they spend hundreds of millions of dollars looking for oil. They have the best people, they have the best equipment, they have the best machinery. And this Harold Hamm, my friend, he takes a straw, he puts it into the ground, and oil pours out. It's true. So that was from Barry, but it's true. So those are the guys you want to listen to when it comes to energy, when it comes to all forms of energy, not just the oil and gas, but when it comes to all forms. And so it's an honor that you've been with me twice today, both of you guys, and it's really an honor. And we had Lou Holtz here today. Lou Holtz was great. And boy, how good was we really put it away when Bobby Knight, 900 wins, right? Bobby Knight in Indiana. And he called me like a year before I ran. He said, you know what, Mr. Trump, I don't know you, I've never met you, but you should run. You're the only one that's going to turn this thing around. You should run. I said, now, Bobby, I haven't made my mind up yet. He said, you should run. You would be a great president. I said, that's really an honor coming from you. I actually checked. It was actually Bobby. I said, Bobby, do me a favor. Give me a number. If I run, I'm going to call you. He said, absolutely. So I take his number. So now I start winning a lot, and the system's all rigged. Look at Bernie Sanders. It's rigged. He wins all the time, and he's getting creamed, right? No, it's a rigged system. Think Bernie's a happy man? I don't think so. I don't think so. But it's a rigged system, and the Republican system's rigged too, except if you win by a lot. And I started winning big. I won New Hampshire, right? I won South Carolina. I won Massachusetts. That's because Tom Brady likes me. Tom Brady likes me. Hey, Coach, I'll tell you what, Tom Brady really likes me. You'd like to have Tom Brady on your teams, right? But that helped. I got almost 50% in Massachusetts. Everybody said, with 9 people running. 50% with 9 people. How about these guys? You'll have like 9 people running. You get 49.2%. And they say, he didn't break 50. How the hell can you break 50 when you have all these people? But won Massachusetts big. Then we won the whole South. Alabama, Arkansas, we won Kentucky. Then we went down to Florida. We won Florida in a landslide. We won, it was amazing. It was amazing. And I said the only way, we started winning bigger and bigger and bigger in landslides. And while the system is set up that outsiders like all of us can't get in, you got to knock them out, like the boxers say, right? You go to somebody's home territory, and I know many of the boxers. I like the boxers, right? They have the greatest expressions. To me, sports expressions, but boxing in particular. It's brutal. And I said to one of the guys, Champ, what are you doing going to his home territory? You'll get a bad decision. He goes, no, Mr. Trump, I'm going to knock him out. Because when I knock him out, there's nothing they can do. And he did. He did. And that's what we did. And Bernie is unable to knock her out, unfortunately. And unfortunately for her, she can't do much about him. In other words, they got a mess on their hands, folks. And who would have thought this wasn't supposed to happen? It was supposed to be that Trump would go to the convention. We were going to have a horrible convention because it was going to be contentious. I never believed that because I always said I was going to win on the first ballot. Is that right? Campaign Carl, right? Campaign Carl will agree. I always said I was going to win on the first ballot. He didn't really dispute it. A little bit, maybe. But I always said I was going to win on the first ballot. I didn't know I was going to win this quickly, in all fairness, I have to be honest. But what happened is we go to Indiana. So I win New York. I win all of these states. And Pennsylvania was unbelievable. In Maryland, and Connecticut, Rhode Island, Delaware, we won them all. New York was incredible because I won with this incredible vote, got everything. We won every single county in every single state out of all those last states, which is unheard of, never happened before. Every single county of every single state. We won women. Good, thank you. We won men. I don't know if you heard, but I have one of the highest poll numbers ever recorded with men. And I would swap it for the women right now, okay? I want the women. The hell with the men. The hell with the men. Right, men? So anyway, no, we have this incredible poll number with men, and we're coming up with women. We're doing great. And we're leading overall. That's very important, right? But we went to South Carolina. That was supposed to be a certain person's territory. And we won with evangelicals, big league. And we won with the military. And we won everything. So then it comes that we have a big lead, but they had their firewall, they called it. And the firewall was Indiana. And a friend of mine comes up, do you know Bobby Knight? No. Why do you ask? He goes, because, man, if you could ever get his endorsement in Indiana, he's so popular. That would be like the gold standard. So I said, I think, and I had this massive stack of papers on my desk. I said, I remember like a year ago putting his number here. I said, and I lift up this massive group of papers. And right on top was his number. It was like God gave it to me, okay? It was from God. So what happens, it's right on top. It was like the first thing. It was, if you ever to do that again, you could try it 1,000 times, that wouldn't happen. And it says Bobby Knight, and it's a cell phone. So I call him, and he goes, I've been waiting for you to call, right? And he said, when should I meet you? Because it was that week. And we went to Indiana, and we had a stadium bigger than this. And it was packed. And I let people know that Bobby was going to be there. And, you know, hey, look, he won 3 national championships. He won 900 games. He was like the greatest. Nobody. I mean, just an amazing guy. And tough and smart. He had the last undefeated season in college basketball, which is hard to believe. I actually said, Bobby, why is it? I mean, you know, it's a long time ago. Why is it? He says, well, you know, basketball's funny. You can have these great shooters, but if they have an off night, you can lose a game. So it's hard when you win like 38, you know, you have 38 games or 35 games. One bad night for a couple of guys, all of a sudden you lose. So I said, that's amazing. So Bobby Knight walked out, and the place went crazy. And then all of a sudden the votes come in, and what turned out to be a firewall was a firewall for me. We won in a landslide. You know, it's one of those things. We won Indiana. So that was pretty much it. And then everybody dropped out, and now we've been waiting. And I think the thing I'm most proud of, in the history of the Republican Party, this is the history. You know, you talk about Dwight D. Eisenhower, Richard Nixon, Ronald Reagan. You talk about names going all the way back. In the history of the Republican Party, to me this means so much, I've gotten more votes than anybody has ever gotten. And, think of that. Think of that. And, very importantly, we have 10 states left. We have 10 states left. So I wanted to come here, and I'm doing it, and I know that your state, Montana, is very much a Republican stronghold. And I know, and I'll come back 10 times if you want me to. However, maybe my son will come back. He'll go hunting with you guys. But he's good. He's a good guy too, Don. But what I'm going to do is I want to focus on 15 or so states because we have to win. And I want my energy to be put in the states where it could go either way. And we're going to play heavy as an example in California. Now, no other Republican would, you know, they wouldn't even go to dinner in California. They wouldn't do it. And I know you have my back, man. Who said that? Put up your, look at that guy. I'm not going to mess with those guys. Those are tough-looking dudes from Montana. They are tough-looking dudes. But I'm going to come, and I'm going to go, and I said I'm going to stop at each state, the ones that we were, you know, that we feel very strong about. But it's better, don't you agree, that if I focus on those 15 states, I can come back here 25 times if I want, but we want to focus on those states, and we're going to focus on New York, which everybody, if, for instance, Ted Cruz or any of the guys, good guys, but they're more traditional, if they won, if they got the nomination, they wouldn't spend 10 cents in New York, they wouldn't go there, and they wouldn't do well there. You know, look at the way we won on the primary. That's one of the reasons I won by a record margin. I mean, I beat one of them by almost 50 points. 50 points. That means the margin. And I had 3 people. You know, 3 people is hard. When you start getting into the 62 areas, I got 67 and 62. And, you know, when you have 3 people, we don't get enough credit. I say we because we're like a group. We won today. We won, not me. We all won today. But when you win and you get into the 50s and 60s and mostly 60s and now even 70, we had a 78. But when you have 3 people and you're breaking into the 60s, if you run against one person and you get 55% of the vote, that's like a landslide. That's like considered a tremendous victory, easy victory. And here I am winning by all this with 3. But I never got credit from these guys. They would say, the pundits, Donald Trump has not cracked 50%. I mean, I'd have 12 people and I'd get 34% with 12 people. And they're senators, you know, they're senators and they're governors. And there's guys that are very smart, like Ben Carson, who's a great guy and endorsed me and great. Right? I mean, really is smart. You know, you have smart people. These are accomplished people. So you'll have like 12 and 14, and I'll get 32 and 36. And I have to listen to the pundits saying, he has not broken 50. Nobody. Abraham Lincoln couldn't have broke 50. And the other thing, remember this, when you go along and you have all these people running, it's the largest field, I think, that's ever run. I think 17 people. I don't know. John, is that the largest field ever? I think so, right? The largest field, I can ask, Campaign Carl, is this the largest field ever to run? Please tell us. If Campaign Carl says it, it's true. Unless he's talking about me. Other than that, nobody knows more about politics. The largest field ever to run. So this never happened before. So a lot of votes and a lot of percentages are taken by all these very talented people. In some cases, very talented, not in all cases. And so we had something that's special. And we have something. So now we've been on the cover of Time magazine many, many times. And it's about this movement. And Bill O'Reilly, who's a great guy, very tough, very smart. But he's been saying, and he said a couple of weeks ago, it's the single greatest political phenomena that he has ever seen in his lifetime. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. And many people have said that. And, you know, don't forget, Bernie is doing wonderful, but he can't win. It's a big difference. And it's not a phenomena. It's not a phenomena. And we get much bigger crowds than he does, by the way, just in case you have any questions. He gets the second biggest crowds, I will say. But this has become something special. And it's special because we fought it a different way. So I spent the least and had the best result, okay? I still spent about 50 million of my own money. It's not exactly chopped liver, right? It's 50 million. Now we're raising money for the Republican Party. But I spent $50 or $55 million of my own money. But other guys spent like 220, and they came in last. So let me ask you, would you rather have the guy that spent the least who came in first, or the guy that spent the most and came in last? Who do we want as our president? Right? Right? So we've got a lot of things going. But let me just tell you from your standpoint in particular, because you're so much into the Second Amendment, so much into other things, and it's a little bit different. We're going to have great security. We're going to have great borders. We're going to have the wall and all of that. And I know you have a problem. I know you have a problem because I do it with every state. And your state's a little bit different because of this place is gorgeous, by the way. I'm driving up. And you know, I'm driving from the airport. And all from the airport to here, there are people waving and signs. We love Donald. And I said to myself, I don't have to come back any year. Why should I come back? We've got this place made, right? But no, you have great people here. And it's a little bit different. But I said to my people, I have a statistician, perhaps the world's most boring job. But he loves it. He wouldn't want to do what I'm doing. He wants to be a statistician, and he's good. And I said, check it out, the area. Billings, okay? Since Bill Clinton signed an agreement to put China in the World Trade Organization, which, by the way, was a disaster, Montana has lost more than 1 in 8 manufacturing jobs. Hillary Clinton, sometimes referred to as Crooked Hillary, supported NAFTA, which her husband signed. Now, NAFTA is probably the worst economic development deal, or whatever you want to call it, ever signed in the history of our country, maybe in the history of any other country. Because it has wiped out New England, it's wiped out New York State, it's wiped out vast areas of our country. Even, I must tell you, Carrier Air Conditioning in Indiana, they leave just before I go there to campaign. And I've been talking about Carrier for 5 months. What they did, they let go of everybody. They said, you're all fired, we're moving to Mexico. I mean, you know, when I made speeches in Indiana, the Carrier people, there were so many of them always, I used to say, where are the Carrier people? There'd be large sections of the audience. They let go of 1,400 people, and it was a disgrace. We're not going to let that happen anymore, folks, okay? We're not going to let it happen anymore. If people want to take our companies, there are going to be consequences. We're going to have consequences. And the consequences, you know, our brilliant politicians. And by the way, I do want to thank your congressman who has been supporting me right from the beginning. Where the hell is he? Where is he, my man? Right from the beginning. But it was more his wife. His wife liked me much better than him, right? So anyway, thank you very much. I do appreciate it. Right very early on. So I hope I made you look good in Congress, did I? Yes? But we are going to stop allowing this to happen. And in Congress and through the president, who doesn't know what the hell he's talking about, by the way, doesn't know what, honestly, he doesn't know. He was talking about Donald Trump, that other countries are very nervous. That's good if they're nervous. That's good. That's good. Right? It's good. Let them be a little bit nervous. By the way, I'll have a better relationship with other countries than he has, except we'll do much better, and they won't be taking advantage of us anymore, and they won't be calling us the stupid people anymore, okay? I mean, China, and I do a lot of business with China. They're great. You know, I've made a lot of money dealing with China. Condos. I own a big chunk of the Bank of America building in San Francisco. That was through China. 1290 Avenue of the Americas through China. I do a lot of stuff with China. And I have tenants. I have the biggest bank in the world from China, tenant in one of my buildings in Manhattan. I do great with China. And I'm not knocking China. And I'm not knocking Japan. And I'm not knocking Mexico. I'm knocking our leaders, like President Obama, for being totally incompetent where he allows this kind of thing to happen. So we're going to stop it. And here's the consequence. I'll do it quickly. But the consequence is when they make a product and they want to leave Indiana, or in the case of Nabisco, Chicago, where they had a big plant, they're closing the plant, firing everybody. They're moving. They're going to make Oreos now in Mexico. I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think so. We're not eating any more Oreos, right, fellas? No more. So, and Ford Motor. They're building these massive plants in Mexico, and they're letting people go in Michigan. And by the way, I'm going to win Michigan. And normally a Republican would not go to campaign there. And I'm going to win just like I did in the primaries. I'm going to win Michigan by a lot. Because I've been talking about Michigan for 5 years, what's happening up there with the horror show, where they're closing their factories. They're building cars in Mexico. Mexico is going to be soon the car capital of the world, okay? And you know what? Here's the story. Consequences. They want to build a car, a truck, or parts. They want to sell it through the border, which will now be a very, very strong, powerful border. Okay? No more Swiss cheese, folks. No more Swiss cheese. They want to sell this stuff through the border. They're going to pay a very big tax. It's going to be like 35%. But here's what happens. If they know they're going to pay that tax before they move, they're not moving. They're not going to move. If I went to, as an example, it's probably not too late in this case, but if I went to Carrier Air Conditioning, I said, fellas, would like you to stay. Well, I'm sorry. We're not staying. Okay, that's all right. Here's the story. If you move to Mexico, we wish you a lot of luck. But if you move to Mexico, every air conditioning unit that you make that crosses that border, you're going to pay a 35% tax on that unit. Okay? And you know what they're going to say? Sure as you're standing there, we've decided not to move. That's the way it is. They will have decided not to move. So the story is we can do things with this country like you've never, ever seen before. I cut out a couple of articles today. This is one from a newspaper. I can't stand the paper, so I won't tell you which one. I can't stand most of the papers, to be honest. Illegal immigrants get $1,261 more welfare than American families. $5,692 versus $4,431. How stupid are we, okay? How stupid are we? So it's going to all end. It's going to all end. So we're going to build the wall. You have to tell me one thing. Okay? Tell me. Tell me. Build a wall. It's going to be a big wall. It's going to be a beautiful wall. Someday when I'm gonzo, maybe they'll name it after Trump. I'd really much rather have a statue in Washington, D.C. I don't want a wall named after me, but that's okay. I want a statue in Washington, D.C. Maybe share it with Jefferson or something. No. We're going to build a wall. It's going to be a big, powerful wall. And, you know, recently I got the endorsement from the Border Patrol agents. 16,500 Border Patrol agents endorsed Donald Trump unanimously. They've never endorsed a candidate before. They've never endorsed a candidate for president before. First time they've ever done it. I didn't even know if they're allowed to do it, but they did it anyway. Because they're great people. And I was speaking to them, and they called me, and they say, we want to congratulate you, 6,500, 16,500. And I said, so let me ask you this. You have the possibility of a wall. How important is the wall? They said, Mr. Trump, it is so totally important. I just wanted to hear that anyway. I knew the answer. But who knows better than these people? These are incredible people. And it would have been easier if they just do the job the way they're doing it right now. They're told to stand back, let people walk right in front of them. They have the equipment. These are strong, good people. They want to see the right thing happen. They want to see. And by the way, we want people to come into our country, but we want them to come in legally. They have to come in legally, right? So they told me, they said, Mr. Trump, it's absolutely necessary. We need it. And they actually said it interestingly. It's another tool, and by far the most important tool that we have to stop illegal immigration and to stop drugs. So I'm looking at your thing, and I'm looking at Billings, and I'm looking at Montana, and the labor force in Billings today is smaller than it was in '06 by quite a bit. In Billings, this is not a good one. Homicides have increased by 50%. What the hell's going on here? What's going on? And assault on officers, that's your police. Do we love our police? Right? They are really mistreated. These are great people. You know, you have thousands and thousands of positive incidents, and then you have one negative where it's rogue or somebody makes a mistake or something bad happens, and that's on the news forever. It's on the news forever. We got to stick up for our police. These are incredible people. We have to stick up for our police. Remember that. And I do think I've gotten every single endorsement from our New England police, everybody, massive sections of the country, they've endorsed me, law enforcement, because we're going to stop things from happening, bad things from happening. But I was a little surprised to see this. So in Billings, homicides have increased by 50%. Assault on officers has increased by 25%. The Billings police chief recently said, with most of the crime we see here, the common denominator is always methamphetamines, right? Right? That's bad. According to the Department of Justice, methamphetamine seizures have increased along the southwest border. Surprise, surprise. So, you know, that's a pretty sad number. So it's coming in through the border, and as far up as you are, you have the border, and the stuff is pouring in. You know, when I won New Hampshire, they said they have a huge problem with heroin. And I said to them, I have no idea. I wasn't supposed to win. Jeb Bush was supposed to win. And I went to New Hampshire. I made speeches. I was with the people. And it was my first victory, so it was very special. New Hampshire's special to me. It was my first victory. And I told the people, I'd go and I'd see these beautiful streams, little like this. It's such a beautiful area. Beautiful trees and roads and little country roads. And the people are incredible people. And I'd go into a meeting and I'd be with hundreds of people because it was different. We had these very intimate, small groups of people, except when I made a speech. So we had these massive crowds that were going outside of the schools. But we'd have meetings, and I'd say, what's your biggest problem? And they'd say heroin. I'd say, heroin? Doesn't work with this community. How can it be heroin? It's a massive problem in New Hampshire. It's a massive problem all over New England. It's a massive problem here. It's a massive problem everywhere. And most of it comes right through that southern border. It's coming right through the border. And we're going to stop it, folks, okay? We're going to stop it. It's poisoning your kids. It's poisoning more than your kids. It's poisoning, in some cases, you. And we're going to stop it. And we're going to work to get the people that are hooked off. I mean, we got to help them. It's hard. But we have people that are hooked. And we're going to get them off. And we're going to make that border so strong, but we're going to make it very, very open for people that want to come in legally. Now, listen, there's a couple of things. Probably, other than security, security is always number one, always, right? Our military, we're going to make it bigger, better, stronger than ever before. I didn't want to be in the war in Iraq. We should have never been there. It destabilized the whole Middle East. It's a total mess. I said it for many, many years, right at the beginning, by the way. You know, they like to say, well, I think maybe he wasn't. Believe me, you go back 2004, look at the articles. We should have never been there. Then Obama got us out in the worst way possible. How about when he announces the date that we're leaving? And the enemy's saying, he doesn't mean that. Nobody can be that stupid to give us the date. So they didn't believe it. And then the date came and he was serious. This guy is some piece of work, I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what. He is the single best thing to ever happen to Jimmy Carter. Because a lot of people are no longer looking at Jimmy Carter as our worst president. But he is the single best thing ever to happen to Jimmy Carter. So let me just tell you, so we're going to make a lot of decisions, and we're going to make a lot of right decisions, and smart decisions, and America First decisions, and we're going to make great trade deals. But one thing that's very important that nobody even thinks about, you know, these people, these poor, sad people. I see this Bill Kristol, this poor, sad guy. He said, first of all, long before this, he said, go into Iraq and kill everybody. Go into Iraq, go into Iraq, go into Iraq. Well, he was wrong on that. Then he says, Trump will never run. Well, Trump ran. Then he says, Trump won't do good. Trump did real good. Every single thing he said for years is wrong. In fact, I even asked the shows, how can you allow this moron to be on the shows? Why would he be? And he's sitting there the other day, I'm watching one of the shows, he's sweating. So what are you going to do? Now Trump looks like he's going to get it. And by the way, today I got it, right? But this was a week ago. This guy's a total moron. So they say, so now it looks like Trump's going to get it. You said he wasn't going to run. And if he did run, he wouldn't do well. What are you going to do now? Well, we're looking for a candidate. This guy. So he tried for 6 months to find a candidate, was unable to do so. And the other day, like a week ago, we're looking for a candidate. Where do they find these people? Where do they find them? And here's the problem. If he ever did find a candidate, and you know, the path for a Republican is much tougher than the path for the presidency for a Democrat. You know that, right? Hello, darling. Thank you. So the path, she's going to vote for Trump. Are you voting for Trump? Good. Thank you. Thank you. So the path is a much different path. It's much more difficult. If we don't win every single state, we lose with the Electoral College the way it's set up. Now, again, I'm different because I'm going to put states into play like Michigan because I know I'm going to bring back the car industry. But I'm going to, and nobody else can do that. Nobody else. Hillary doesn't even know. She doesn't know what she's talking about. So I'm going to bring back the car industry. Nobody else can do that. I'm going to do things, but I think we're going to win Michigan, just like I did in the primaries by a massive number. But what's happening is, if you look, it's a very tough path to get to the presidency if you're a Republican. Much tougher than if you're a Democrat. With all of that being said, I put 15 states potentially into play. They put 3 or 4 states. If they lose any of them, when I say they, and I say it respectfully, a traditional Republican, even a very conservative Republican like a Ted Cruz, had he won, he's got to get Pennsylvania. He's got to get Florida. He's got to get Ohio. He's got to get everything. He's got to get New Mexico. If he loses one little thing, one state, it's over. Whereas the Democrats can sail along, they can lose numerous states and they still get in. Don't let it get you scared. We are going to win. Don't even think about it. Don't even think. But, the path is tougher, but I'm putting 15 states into play that I think I can win. I was in the state of Washington recently. We had record crowds, the biggest crowds they've ever had. I was in other states. I won't even tell you. Let them figure out what they are. But I was in other states that traditionally no Republican would waste their time in. They wouldn't go to dinner there. They wouldn't spend 10 cents on an ad because there's no way they could win. I think I can win various states that people aren't even thinking about. So we'll find out. I'll let you know around the middle of November how we do, right? I'll let you know. But the one thing that nobody talks about is Supreme Court justices. So when the morons like Bill Kristol or poor Mitt Romney, who failed so badly, he failed. I feel badly for him. I actually feel sorry for this guy. He failed so badly, and he should be, I raised like $1 million. I made calls for him and everything. Of course, I was pretty rough about him not going on the race. I did say he's a joke artist. Don't do it. You're going to lose again. Because honestly, beating Obama, who was a failed president 4 years ago, in my opinion, is easy. These were serious criminals. They're trying to get them to be able to vote. And a lot of other things have happened. You talk about a rigged system. I think we'll win Virginia. I have a lot of property in Virginia. I have thousands of employees in Virginia. I think we're going to win in Virginia. I think we're going to win in Florida, big league. Big league in Florida. We're going to do great. I won Florida by a massive number, almost 20 points, which was shocking. People couldn't believe it. Florida, to show you how the system's rigged. So in Florida, they heard Trump is running. And they had Jeb Bush and they had Marco. And they said, well, we want the establishment guy to win. So what they did is they say, winner take all. It's a winner take all state. They changed it. Winner take all. And even I said, oh man, I'm running against the governor that was there for 8 years. I'm running against the current United States Senator. And it's winner take all. What was that? Did somebody throw a hat? Now, it was only a microphone. I thought somebody threw something at me. I was saying, is that Jeb? This fell off. Who wants water? Anybody want some water? Here you go. Okay, enjoy it. Trump water, very good water. Even better than Montana water. Probably comes from Montana, so don't worry about it. So anyway, it's winner take all. And I said, that's not really fair. Winner take all is bad news. I don't want winner take all. And then they did a poll. Trump 48. They were 15 and 12. I said, that must be a wrong poll. Governor, Senate. So they did another poll. And then they saw, I'm going to win in like a landslide. And they tried to change it back, but we wouldn't let them. And we won all 99 delegates in the state of Florida. Pretty good, right? So sometimes the system is rigged. But sometimes, because we're dealing with some pretty strange people, sometimes it works out to your advantage. So let me just tell you, just in closing, we have to win. Because if we don't win, number one, you're not going to have your Second Amendment anymore. It's going to be so watered down, it's going to be the same thing. They're talking about bullets. They're talking about magazines. They're talking about things that you wouldn't even think about. But here's what we're going to do. I submitted a list of 11 judges approved by Federalist Society, looked over by Heritage. We've gotten rave reviews on these judges. And I'm going to pick one of these judges, or somebody very close. And I'm going to actually add a few more to it, because I hear there are some excellent extra, people that are great. So we're going to have 14, 15 judges that are phenomenal, that believe in all of the things we believe in, and very, very strong on the Second Amendment. They're pro-life. They're strong on the Second Amendment. They're highly, highly vetted. Highly vetted. And anybody? No, I want to give it to a woman. Woman. You were the one. Where's that woman? You. All right, give it to her. She was so good. So, I never had, it actually fell on my foot and it felt like heavy. That's the heaviest hat I've ever. That means it was made in America. It's high quality. It is actually very nice. So if we don't win, you're going to have potentially 5 judges. You're going to have a minimum of 3 during this term. This is an unusual term because it could be a record in 4 years for the number of Supreme Court justices you're going to pick. So it could very well be. I mean, it's going to be incredible, the numbers. I like that. I like that. Look at that, people. Look at that. Look at that. I'm not sure if the people standing behind you like it, but we like it, right? So what happens is the Supreme Court justice is outside of security, and the economy is very important, but the economy isn't even as important as this. Because if they put the judges that a crooked Hillary Clinton will put onto the Supreme Court, your country will never be the same, will probably never recover, and if it does recover, it will be in 100 years from now. That's how serious it is. So when these dopey, foolish, stupid people keep talking about a third party, just because they don't like me. We had tough wars. I mean, Jeb signed an agreement, and I like Jeb, he's fine. But he signed an agreement. They all wanted me to sign it. I'm saying, no. But then eventually I signed it. I live by it, right? It's called a pledge. You got a pledge. You make a pledge. When you make a deal, you make a deal. And we had a rough primary. These guys said it's the roughest primary they've ever seen. And it was nasty. And I had to be nasty. My wife said, why can't you be nicer to people? I said, because I like winning. Is that okay? I like winning. It's true. Nice to win. It's nice to win. If we don't win, you're going to have as many as 5. Hard to believe. Look at Scalia. He was great. Nobody thought he was going to. We looked at him. He's going to be there for 10 or 15 years. He was there. He's the template. He's the guy you most want to get somebody like that. But you look at that. Thank you, darling. You look at that. If we lose, you're going to have 3 at a minimum. Could be 4. It could be 5 judges. The court will never, ever come back. Whether it's, and I'm not even talking about 1 issue or 2 issues. I'm talking about many issues. We will become Venezuela. We will become, and you see what's happening in Venezuela. So everybody has to go out. Everybody has to do their best. Everybody has to make sure we get elected. So now we're the nominee. Now we're the nominee. We're going to have a great convention. We're going to have a great convention. There was some talk about possibly moving the convention site from Cleveland to another city. I said, no way you're moving it. No way. No, they were thinking about moving it to another city. Nice, glamorous, beautiful state, everything. I said, no, you're not going to move it. I said, we're going to win. We're going to be in Cleveland. We're going to love Cleveland. We're going to win the state of Ohio. And Ohio is going to remember that I stuck up for Cleveland. I think they're going to remember that. They're going to remember it big league. And we're going to have a great time in Cleveland. And we're going to have great unification. And already, everyone's coming out. The congressman was telling me just before, they're all coming out in favor. And we're up to now 91 or 92%. And it's a beautiful thing. But remember this. When you vote for me, you're voting for not only the best security, not only the best borders, the best trade deals. I have Carl Icahn. I have all the great businessmen are all supporting me. I mean, I have the greatest businessmen in the world. We don't use them to negotiate our deals with China, with Mexico, with Japan, with Vietnam, with all these countries that rip us. We don't use them. We use political hacks. We use lightweights. And they're using their smartest people. And ours are better than theirs, but we have to use our best. But with all of that being said, we have to save the Supreme Court. So I want to thank the state of Montana. I want to thank Billings for this incredible outpouring. I want to thank you. And, we have a country, and remember this. We have a country that doesn't win anymore. We don't even win. I walk down. See, here's my notes. Look, that's my notes. Don't you like it when somebody doesn't use a teleprompter, right? Right? Here's my notes. Who else makes a speech to a crowd like this with this? But I do it from the heart. A friend of mine who's very successful said, how do you do this? He's really one of the most successful people. And he came with me to Dallas. We had 21,000 people in the Mavericks Arena. And he said, how the hell do you speak? I said, honestly, it's easy because there's such love in the room. All the rooms. We're all the same. There's such love in the rooms. But we don't win anymore. Take a look at the TSA. Look at our airports where people are waiting in line for 4 and 5 hours to get to a plane. And then they get checked in and the plane is gone. We don't know what the hell we're doing. We have no abilities, we have no management, we have no leadership at the top. That's the problem. So we're going to change it. So we don't win anymore, folks. But if you elect me, we're going to win. We're going to win so much. We're going to win with our military. We're going to win on trade. We're going to win at the border. We're going to win so much. You're going to get so sick and tired of winning. You're going to come to me and say, please, please, we can't win anymore. You've heard this one, right? You can't win. Please, Mr. President. We beg you, sir. We don't want to win anymore. It's too much. It's not fair to everybody else. And I'm going to say, I'm sorry. But we're going to keep winning, 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 and we're going to make America great again. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Montana. Thank you, Billings. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thank you.
Y'all ready for this?
Have noticed that we had coverage of the officer's funeral today. We had his funeral. We watched pretty much from start to about an hour ago. We were covering that story, and we did not cover our typical content, which is Hillary, Bernie, Trump. And we saw a lot of those nominees today. So I'm going to take you to another Trump rally from earlier that you haven't seen before. on Fox 10 News Now. Perhaps you watched it elsewhere, but I wanted to give you a peek at that. I don't have it in full. It looks like he's already talking by the time we go, but I wanted to make sure you saw that so that you could get your fix in case you feel like you missed out on anything today.
In North Dakota, a state where really you're at the forefront of a new energy revolution. Oil and natural gas production is up significantly in the last decade. Our oil imports have literally, frankly, been cut in half. That's something that nobody thought was going to be happening really for a very, very long time. But all of this occurred in spite of a massive new bureaucratic and political barriers. President Obama has done everything he can to get in the way of American energy for whatever reason. He's made life much more difficult.
Take you to San Diego, where there's a large brush fire. This is live. These are live aerials via Skyfox. San Diego, large brush fire. Right, and that is the brush fire in San Diego. I'll take you back to that Trump rally from earlier today right now.
Yesterday, that was a report. All right, let's talk about energy, okay? I'm delighted to be in North Dakota, a state where really you're at the forefront of a new energy revolution. Oil and natural gas production is up significantly in the last decade. Our oil imports have literally, frankly, been cut in half. That's something that nobody thought was going to be happening really for a very, very long time. But all of this occurred in spite of a massive new bureaucratic and political barriers. President Obama has done everything he can to get in the way of American energy for whatever reason. He's made life much more difficult for North Dakota as costly regulation, and I mean serious regulation, makes it harder and harder to turn a profit. If crooked Hillary Clinton is in charge, things will get much worse. Believe me, you've seen it. All you have to do is follow her career. She'll shut down energy production across this country. And by the way, she'll also, unrelated, abolish the Second Amendment, and we're not going to let that happen. That I can tell you. That I can tell you. And I appreciate, last week I got the endorsement of the NRA, and these are great people, and I appreciate that endorsement very much. Millions of jobs and trillions of dollars of wealth will be destroyed as a result. That's why this choice, and this is a very important choice, November, going to be so crucial. And here's what it comes down to. wealth, serious wealth for people, for workers, for everybody, versus poverty. North Dakota shows how energy exploration creates shared prosperity. Better schools, more funding for infrastructure, which we really need throughout our country, higher wages, lower unemployment, things we've been missing for a long time. It's a choice between sharing in this great energy wealth or sharing in the poverty promised by Hillary Clinton. You don't have to take my word for it. Just listen to Hillary in her own words. She's declared war on the American worker. Here's what Hillary Clinton said earlier this year. We are going to put a lot of coal miners and coal companies out of work. By the way, her timing wasn't so good. The following week, she went to West Virginia. She didn't do too well there. But I love the people of West Virginia. We did. And I love the people of Pennsylvania. They don't like her too much, I can tell you. And if Hillary can shut down the mines, she can really shut down our whole country, and your business will be permanently, in many cases, permanently ruined. So let me tell you how President Obama undermined our crisis and our middle class. The president stated that it was his intent to eliminate oil and natural gas production in America, if you can believe this. His policy is death by 1,000 cuts through an onslaught of regulations. For instance, the Environmental Protection Agency's use of totalitarian taxes forces energy operators in North Dakota into paying unprecedented multi-billion-dollar fines before a penalty is even confirmed, which is actually rather hard to believe. Government misconduct goes on and on. The Department of Justice filed a lawsuit against 7 North Dakota oil companies for the death of 28 birds, while the administration fast-tracked wind projects that kill more than 1 million birds a year. Far more than 1 million birds, I have to tell you, far more. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service abuses Endangered Species Act to restrict oil and gas exploration. Adding to the pain, President Obama now proposes a $10 per barrel tax on American-produced oil in the middle of a downturn. And you've had a downturn, but we did hit $50 today. I will take credit for that. Harold, I want 10%. I want 10%, Harold. At least 10%. At the same time, I love you too, thank you. At the same time, President Obama lifts economic sanctions on Iran. He imposes economic sanctions on America. He's allowed this country to hit the lowest oil rig count since 1999, producing thousands of layoffs, thousands. America's incredible energy potential remains untapped. It's totally self-inflicted. It's a wound, and it's a wound that we have to heal. Under my presidency, we'll accomplish a complete American energy independence. Complete. Complete. And lots of jobs, lots of jobs. Imagine a world in which our foes and the oil cartels can no longer use energy as a weapon. Wouldn't that be nice? Be very nice. Going to happen if we win. But we're going to win. We're going to win. But President Obama has done everything he can to keep us dependent, and this is so important, on others. He wants us to be dependent on others. It's different thinking. It's from a whole different school. Let me list some of the good energy projects that he's killed. He rejected the Keystone XL pipeline, despite the fact that it would have created 42,000 jobs. His own State Department concluded that it would be the safest pipeline ever built in the United States. and it would have no significant impact on the environment. Yet, even as he
break
rejected
into this, I apologize. I'm going to take you to an emergency situation locally. We just got Skyfox over the scene, and let me tell you what's going on. It looks like we are at the scene of a bee attack. The Phoenix Fire Department is currently transporting a 51-year-old male with respiratory distress and numerous welts after a bee attack. The patient is being transported from the area of 14th Avenue in Michigan to the General Beardsley Emergency Room. Crews aggressively treating for possible. Oh, he's having an extreme allergic reaction. So that is what crews are doing inside, I'm sure, inside the ambulance / however he's being transported. I don't have that exact information. The patient has also had periods of unconsciousness, which is extremely scary. They're going to send us an update once they have additional information on the patient's condition, but what we're currently looking at is the scene of the bee attack, and again, that is at 14th Avenue in Michigan. And it is a 51-year-old male. It seems that he's having an extreme allergic reaction to the multiple bee stings. Respiratory issues and welts after the bee attack at 14th Avenue in Michigan. And when we have more information on his condition, we will absolutely give that to you. And if you're just tuning in again, we are looking at the scene of a bee attack. A 51-year-old is being transported to the emergency room after having an extreme allergic reaction to bee stings. He's having respiratory distress, and he's got numerous welts all over his body after the bee attack. The patient has also had periods of unconsciousness, so it's a really scary situation. That's around the area of 14th Avenue in Michigan, here in Phoenix. The Phoenix Fire Department, obviously you can see them still on the scene, and they are the ones that are successfully transporting the patient, 51-year-old male. We're going to have an update on his condition here pretty soon. In the meantime, I'll take you back to Trump.
Did this, and this is really something because we have that great relationship with Canada. So he rejected the America-Canada pipeline. He made a deal that allows Iran, boy does he make bad deals with Iran, to transport more oil through his pipeline than would have ever flowed through Keystone with no environmental review whatsoever. What are we doing? President Obama has done everything he can to kill the coal industry. That we all know. You just ask the people of Pennsylvania, ask the people of West Virginia. Look at what's happened there. It's horrible. Here are a few of President Obama's decrees. Regulations that shut down hundreds of coal-fired power plants and block the construction of new ones. How stupid is that? A prohibition against coal production on federal land. Draconian climate rules that, unless stopped, would effectively bypass Congress to impose job-killing cap and trade. A disaster. President Obama has aggressively blocked oil production of oil and national, and you just take a look. Every single move he's made is to block the production of oil and natural gas. He's taken huge percentages of the Alaska petroleum, and you take the reserve, he's taken it off the table. He's taken it completely off the table. Oil and natural gas production on federal lands is down 10%, which is pretty hard to believe. 87% of available land in the outer continental shelf has been put off limits, totally. Atlantic lease sales were closed down too, despite the fact that they would create, listen to this, 280,000 jobs and $23.5 billion in economic activity. President Obama entered the United States into the Paris Climate Accords, unilaterally and without the permission of Congress. This agreement gives foreign bureaucrats control over how much our energy and how much we use right here in America. So foreign bureaucrats are going to be controlling what we're using and what we're doing on our land in our country. No way. No way. These actions have denied millions of Americans access to the energy wealth sitting right under our feet. Wealth we didn't even know we had 5 years ago and 10 years ago. This is your treasure, and you, the American people, are entitled to share in the riches. President Obama's anti-energy, and this is really anti-energy orders, have also weakened our security by keeping us reliant on foreign sources of energy. Not going to be for long, folks. Not going to be for long if I get in. Every dollar of energy we don't explore here is a dollar of energy that makes someone else rich, and really rich in some cases. I wonder if they're campaign contributors. What do you think? Do you think? They probably gave to the Clinton Foundation. I guess, right? Just seems like that's what happened. If President, thank you, darling, I love you too. If President Obama wanted to weaken America, he couldn't have done a better job. As bad as President Obama is, Hillary Clinton will be worse. She'll escalate the war against the American worker like never before, and against American energy, and she'll unleash the EPA to control every aspect of our lives and every aspect of energy. They'll make it impossible for the worker, for the owners. They'll make it impossible for everyone. She declared that we've got to move away from coal and all of the other fossil fuels. That's a quote. We've got to move away from coal, quote, and all of the other fossil fuels, locking away trillions in American wealth. In March, Hillary Clinton said, by the time we get through all of my conditions, I guarantee I do not think there will be many places in America where fracking will continue to take place. What are we doing? Why are we even thinking? What are we doing? Let's just vote her out. I don't know if she's going to get to run anyway, what I'm saying, you know. Sort of like to run against her, but. Can you imagine that? She wants to close down a primary source. Keep in mind, shale energy production could add 2 million jobs in 7 years. Yet, while Hillary Clinton doesn't want American energy, she is strongly in favor of foreign energy. Here's what she told China as Secretary of State. American exports and Chinese experts will work to develop China's natural gas resources. Working with China. What about working with us? Everyone's working with China. They don't work with us. We're going to work with us, and we'll worry about China later, folks, okay? It's unbelievable. Imagine what it would mean for China if China unleashed its own natural gas resources so you're not dependent on foreign oil. Hillary Clinton has her priorities totally wrong. But we are going to turn everything around. We are going to make it right. Believe me, we're going to make it right. And quickly, very quickly, a Trump administration will develop an American First energy plan. America first, folks. America first. Make America great again. America first. Make America great again. First energy plan, and I tell you, here is how we're going to do it, and here is how this plan will make America wealthy again. American energy dominance will be declared a strategic, economic, and foreign policy goal of the United States. It's about time. America has 1.5 times as much oil as the combined proven resource. Listen to this. As the combined proven resources of all OPEC countries. Think of that. We have more natural gas than Russia, Iran, Qatar, Saudi Arabia combined. We have 3 times more coal than Russia. Our total untapped oil and gas reserves on federal lands equal an estimated $50 trillion. Think of that. We're loaded. We didn't even know it. We're loaded. We had no idea how rich we were. We're richer than all of them. We're richer than all of them, folks. And we want to cherish that wealth, by the way, and preserve that wealth and take care of that wealth. We will become and stay totally independent of any need to import energy from the OPEC cartel or any nations hostile to our interest. Anybody hostile to our interest, believe me, we don't deal with them. We'll handle them just fine. Just fine. And by the way, there are plenty of them out there that are hostile to our interests. At the same time, we'll work with our Gulf allies to develop a positive energy relationship as part of our anti-terrorism strategy. We'll work with them because we have to knock out terrorism. And by the way, we have to knock the hell out of ISIS. We're going to knock the hell out of ISIS. We'll use the... boy, I tell you what, people feel so strongly about that when you see what's happening to our country. When you have General Patton and all of our great generals, and they're just right now spinning because they can't believe what's going on. They can't believe that's going to turn around so fast, folks, your heads will spin. We will use the revenues from energy production to rebuild our roads. It's about time. Our schools, bridges, and public infrastructure. Our infrastructure is crumbling. Our infrastructure is a disaster. We have to rebuild our country. We have to rebuild our country, and we have to rebuild it properly and fast. We've spent almost $5 trillion in the Middle East, and we've gotten nothing for it. We're in worse shape than we were 15 years ago. We've got to rebuild our country. Cheaper energy will also boost American agriculture. We'll get the bureaucracy out of the way of innovation so that we can pursue all forms of energy. This includes renewable energies and the technologies of the future. It does include nuclear and wind and solar. but not to the exclusion of other forms of energy and other forms of energy that right now are working much better. The government should not pick winners and losers. Instead, it should remove obstacles to exploration. Any market has its ups and downs, but lifting these draconian barriers will ensure that we are no longer at the mercy of global markets. We never want to be there again. A Trump administration will focus on real environmental challenges, not the phony ones that we've been looking at. We'll reject Clinton's poverty expansion agenda that enriches her friends. I mean, totally enriches her friends. Just take a look at who her friends are and makes everyone else very, very poor. We'll solve real environmental problems in our communities, like the need for clean and safe drinking water. And you look at some of our communities, and they don't have clean and safe drinking water at all. President Obama actually tried to cut the funding for our drinking water infrastructure, even as he pushed to increase funding for his EPA bureaucrats. American workers will be the ones building this new infrastructure, not people from other countries. They're not going to be building our infrastructure, not even a little bit. Here is my 100-day action plan. We're going to rescind all the job-destroying Obama executive actions. Including the Climate Action Plan and the Waters of the United States rule. Okay? Remember that. We're going to save the coal industry. We're going to save that coal industry. Believe me, we're going to save it. I love those people. These are great people. And they love that job. In West Virginia, I have to say. I said to some of the miners, because they voted so overwhelmingly and they endorsed me by so much, I said, would you ever think of leaving and going someplace else and doing something else? They said, Mr. Trump, we love coal. This is what we do. This is what we want to do. They love it. And we're going to bring it back, and we're going to help those people because that's what they want to do. And it's unfair what's happened to them. Remember that. Very unfair. So we're going to save the coal industry and other industries threatened by Clinton's extremist agenda. And it is indeed an extremist agenda, perhaps even worse than Obama. I'm going to ask TransCanada to renew its permit application for the Keystone Pipeline. By the way, I might also be asking for a big piece of the profits from that so that the American people can get some more money out of it. Does that make sense? Why not? Why not? We're making it possible. Let's take a piece of the action for you folks. You know, lower your taxes a little bit more. It wouldn't be so bad. Without us, they can't do it. So it sounds like it makes a lot of sense to me. We're going to lift moratoriums on energy production in federal areas. We're going to revoke policies that impose unwarranted restrictions on new drilling technologies. These technologies create millions of jobs with a smaller footprint than ever before. We're going to cancel the Paris Climate Agreement and stop. Unbelievable. And stop all payments of the United States tax dollars to UN global warming programs. We've got big problems, folks. We can't be sending our money all over the world. It's not 40 years ago. It's not 20 years ago. We've got a lot of problems. We're going to cherish our dollar. We're going to take care of our dollar, and we're going to keep our money, and we're going to keep our jobs here, and we're going to bring jobs back. Okay, remember that. Any regulation that's outdated, unnecessary, bad for workers, or contrary to the national interest will be scrapped and scrapped completely. We will also eliminate duplication, provide regulatory certainty, which is very important, and trust local officials and local residents like yourselves. Any future regulation will go through a simple test. Is this regulation good for the American worker? If it doesn't pass this test, this rule will not be, under any circumstances, approved. Policy decisions will be public and very, very transparent. They won't be made on Hillary's private email account, which is turning out to be a total disaster. By the way, a disaster for our country beyond Hillary, a disaster for our country that she do such a thing. We're going to do all of this while taking proper regard for rational environmental concerns. We're going to conserve our beautiful natural habitats, reserve, and so important, we're going to take care of those habitats, we're going to take care of our reserves, and we're going to take such great care of our resources so vital. We're going to take care of those resources. In a Trump administration, political activists with extreme agendas will no longer write the rules, because that's what's happening now. Instead, we will work with conservationists whose only agenda is protecting nature. And that's fine. From an environmental standpoint, my priorities are very simple. Clean air and clean water, right? My America First energy plan will do for American people what Hillary Clinton will never do. She will never be able to do this, and I'm not just talking about this industry. She will never create real jobs and real wage growth. She can't do it. She doesn't know how to do it. Her husband signed NAFTA, one of the worst jobs, one of the worst things ever signed in the history of our country for economic development. They don't know how to do it, and I think actually they don't even want to do it. According to the Institute for Energy Research, lifting the restrictions on American energy will create a flood of new jobs. Almost a $700 billion increase. Think of that. A $700 billion increase in economic output over the next 30 years. More than a $30 billion increase in annual wages over the next 7 years. Some of the people that are my biggest supporters, they haven't had a real wage increase in 18 years, okay? 18 years. Think of it. And they work 2 jobs. They're working harder, they're getting older, they're working harder. It's supposed to be the other way around. It's not going to be that way anymore, folks. Over the next 4 decades, more than $20 trillion in additional economic activity and $6 trillion in new tax revenue going to be generated. The oil and natural gas industry supports 10 million high-paying American jobs and create another 400,000 new jobs per year. This exploration will also create a resurgence in American manufacturing. So good to hear that. Because I've been going around, folks. I've been going around, and we won New York, and we won all these states. No matter where you go, manufacturing down 50%, down 55%. I go down, I see Syracuse, New York. I see Rome, New York. That's the real Rome, by the way, Rome, New York. I see all of these different places. You go out to Bethpage, you go out to, then you go to Pennsylvania, you go to all of these different places, and you see what was once vibrant, beautiful working places, factories. They're all falling apart. We lost 45, 55, 60% of our manufacturing jobs all over the place. It's one of the reasons I won by such large margins, because we're not going to take it anymore. We're not going to take it anymore. They're moving, they're leaving, they're taking our jobs, they're taking our companies. We're not going to let that happen anymore. We're dramatically reducing both our trade deficit and our budget deficit. Compare this future That's what it's going to end up being. That's where we're going. That's the direction we're heading. If you think about it, not one idea of Clinton has and actually can create a single net job or create a single new dollar to put in workers' pockets. In fact, every idea Hillary has will make jobs disappear. She doesn't have a clue. Remember, it was NAFTA, which was signed by her husband, that destroyed big parts of this country. So Hillary Clinton's agenda is job destruction. My agenda is job creation. We're going to create so many jobs. And if companies want to leave our country and fire all their workers and go to another country, there will be a problem for those companies. There will be consequences. There will be consequences. And when they hear about the consequences, you know what they're going to do? They're going to say, Mr. President, we've decided not to move. Okay? That's what's going to happen. It's as simple as that. Clinton wants to tax and regulate our workers to the point of extinction. True. She wants terrible trade deals, and she wants to continue terrible trade deals like NAFTA, signed by her husband, that will empty our manufacturing businesses even more so than they already are. During her time as Secretary of State, which was a disaster, she surrendered to China, allowing them to steal hundreds of billions of dollars in our intellectual property. Everybody knows this. We do nothing about it. She let them devalue their currency and add more than $1 trillion to our trade deficit. Then there was Libya. Secretary Clinton's reckless Libya invasion handed the country over to ISIS, which now controls the oil in Libya. Very, very pure, sweet, beautiful oil. Among the best in the world. ISIS has the oil from Libya. How do you like that, folks? Not so smart, right? The Middle East that Clinton inherited was far less dangerous than the Middle East she left with us today. Her reckless decisions in Iraq, Libya, Iran, Egypt, and Syria have made the Middle East more unstable than ever, ever, ever before. The Hillary Clinton foreign policy legacy is absolute total chaos. Clinton also wants totally open borders in America, which would further plunge our workers into poverty. Hillary's open borders agenda means a young single mom living in poverty would have to compete for a job or a raise against millions of low-wage workers rushing into our country, and we will have absolutely no idea who they are, where they come from, are they dangerous, are they good, are they bad? We know nothing about these people. My agenda will be accomplished through a series of reforms that put always America first. Energy reform, thank you. Thank you. Energy reform that creates trillions of new dollars in wealth. Immigration reform that produces and protects our borders. We are going to have such strong borders. And by the way, we want people to come into our country, but they're going to come into our country legally, legally, legally. And we are going to defend our workers. We're going to defend our workers. Tax reform that brings millions of new jobs to America. Regulation reform that eliminates stupid rules that send our jobs overseas, really created by people that don't even have a clue. And if they do have a clue, then they're doing some very, very bad things to our country. Welfare reform that requires employees to recruit from the unemployment office, not the immigration office. We want to create jobs for our people. very importantly, trade reform that brings back our manufacturing jobs and stands up to countries that cheat, and I mean cheat like dogs. They cheat. They're cheating us so badly, and it's a disgrace. And we have people that don't know what's going on in Washington. We have people that truly do not know what's going on. There's one more thing we must do to make America wealthy again. And you have to be wealthy in order to be great. I'm sorry to say it. Build the wall. We'll build the wall. We'll build the wall, believe me. We're going to build the wall. I was going to leave that one out for the energy speech, but you know what? It never fails. We will build the wall. Who's going to pay for the wall? Mexico. 100%, by the way. 100%. Good. I was just testing you. I wanted to see whether or not you were on your toes. Okay. We have to make our community safe again. Violent crime is rising in our major cities across the country. This is totally unacceptable. Every parent has the right to raise their kids in safety. When we put political correctness before justice, we hurt those who have the least. I mean, that's what's happening. We're really hurting the people that have the least. It undermines their schools, slashes the value of their homes, and drives away their jobs. Crime is a stealth tax. It's a stealth tax on the poor. It's a horrible thing. And it's going up, up, up. Look at the papers today. Look at the statistics. Look at what's happening with homicides in our country. It's going only in one direction. To those living in fear, I say, help is coming. It's coming soon. A Trump administration will return law and order to America. Security is not something that should only, and this is so important, that should only be enjoyed by the very rich and the very powerful.
All right, I apologize for breaking in. Wait, I'll do this one so you can see all of my squad is waiting. My squad is waiting for me to check out.
Are you ready to take over? I'm ready, yeah. Mike
might have this for you. I don't know what his plan is. There's 20 minutes left of Trump, but Mike has got a show coming up for you. And a thumbs up, apparently. But there's 20 minutes left to Trump. I'll connect with Mike at 7, and if you haven't played it for them, I'll play it for you so you're not completely missing out. But we're going to switch out computers now. The next 2 hours belongs to Mike Page. Are you going to talk to Brian, or are you guys going to do a little...
No, I think I'll be leaving. If you're leaving, I'm leaving.
So I'm going to go ahead and put the transition window up, and I will see you back 7 to 9 this evening.
as all of you know, we're going to Hiroshima tomorrow, and in the interest of getting you all home at a reasonable hour, we're not going to be doing a press conference after, so I thought I'd give you guys a chance to fire off some questions now. Just a quick comment on the G7 meeting so far. It's been extremely productive. I think that one of the benefits of the G7 is you have like-minded countries who are committed to democracy and free markets and international law and international norms. And so for us to be able to get together and focus on critical issues that not only affect individual countries but affect the international order, I think, is vitally important. And we very much appreciate the work the Japanese and Prime Minister Abe have done in organizing an excellent meeting. So far, we've discussed issues of the global economy and the need to continue to accelerate growth, to use all the tools at our disposal to make sure that we're not only putting people back to work, but also helping to lift wages and helping to make sure that we can sustain the momentum of the recovery that's taking place in the United States most prominently, but also we're starting to see some progress in Europe. The fact that the Greek debt crisis has been resolved for a reasonable length of time, I think should help. But we've all got a lot of work to do, and we agreed to continue to focus on making sure that each country, based on its particular needs and capacities, are taking steps to accelerate growth. We had a chance to talk about trade, not only TPP and our involvement in that, but also TTIP, and recommitted ourselves to making sure that we try to finish those negotiations before the end of the year, and emphasize the importance of pushing back against either protectionism or competitive currency devaluations or the kinds of beggar-thy-neighbor strategies that all too often end up leaving everybody worse off. We began to touch on some of the key security issues that are important to all of us. South China Sea and maritime security, touched on issues surrounding Ukraine, where we've started to see some progress in negotiations, but we're still seeing too much violence, and we need to get that resolved. And we're going to spend some time this evening tackling some of the other major international hotspots. So that gives you an update of where we're at so far. And with that, I'm just going to dive in, and you guys can ask some questions. And we're going to start with Gardner.
Mr. President, 11 of your predecessors decided against going to Hiroshima. Mm-hmm. What do you know that they didn't? What were they worried about that you aren't? And just sort of generally on nonproliferation, because I think that's your focus, and that's obviously a priority for you. How do you communicate risks and concerns about this in a way that would do more to get it resolved? Because it seems to be getting worse. I mean, Americans worry a lot about terrorists with suicide vests, which are unlikely events that can kill dozens. Do they worry enough about the risks of nuclear mishaps or attacks, which are unlikely events that could potentially kill millions instead of dozens? In short, are we paying enough attention to Kim Jong-un and, Pakistani tactical nuclear weapons, the sorts of things that you know are going on?
Good. Well, it's a terrific question. First of all, I won't characterize how other presidents were thinking about these issues. I can tell you how I'm thinking about it, and that is that the dropping of the atomic bomb, the ushering in of nuclear weapons was an inflection point in modern history. It is something that all of us have had to deal with in one way or another. Obviously, it's not as prominent in people's thinking as it was during the Cold War, at a time when our parents or grandparents were huddling under desks in frequent drills, but the backdrop of a nuclear event remains something that I think presses on the back of our imaginations. I do think that part of the reason I'm going is because I want to once again underscore the very real risks that are out there and the sense of urgency that we all should have. So it's not only a reminder of the terrible toll of World War II and the death of innocents across continents, but it's also to remind ourselves that the job's not done in reducing conflict, building institutions of peace, and reducing the prospect of nuclear war in the future. In some ways, we've seen real progress over the last several years. The Iran nuclear deal is a big piece of business because without us having to fire a shot, we were able to persuade a big, sophisticated country that had a well-developed nuclear program not to develop nuclear weapons. The START True Treaty that I negotiated in my first couple of years in office with the Russians has reduced our respective stockpiles. The Nuclear Security Summit and all the work that we've done on that score has made it less likely that nuclear materials fall into the hand of terrorists or non-state actors. And although we have not seen the kind of progress that I would have liked to see with respect to North Korea, what we have been able to do is mobilize the international community so that their proliferation activities are scrutinized much more carefully. And they have far fewer countries that are tolerant of potential actions by North Korea outside of their own program. Having said that, North Korea is a big worry for all of us. They're not at the point right now where they can effectively hit U.S. targets, but each time that they test, even if those tests fail, they learn something. And it is clear that ideologically they are still convinced that, and Kim Jong-un in particular seems to be convinced that his own legitimacy is tied up with developing nuclear weapons. You pointed out the continuing tensions that exist in South Asia. That is still a concern. And we know that terrorist organizations would have no compunction about using a weapon of mass destruction if they got their hands on it. So we've got a lot of work to do. I think we've built up an architecture during the course of my presidency that has made a difference, that has focused attention on some key points of vulnerability. But we're not where we need to be yet. And obviously, we haven't achieved all the goals that I set when I spoke in Prague at the beginning of my presidency. Of course, I noted at the time that I didn't expect to be able to achieve all those goals during the course of my presidency or even in my lifetime. And this is going to be an ongoing task. But it's one that I think we have to be paying a lot of attention to.
Just one follow-up. Mr. Kerry, your Secretary of State, called North Korean nuclear program the biggest threat in the world right now, the gravest threat. Do you agree with that? Do you see this nuclear program as the worst thing going on?
Well, it is not the thing necessarily that poses the most immediate risk. Obviously, ISIL using rifles and crude bombs can kill a lot of people in Paris or Brussels. And people are rightly insistent that the world community stamp out ISIL. So There's a reason why we are focused on that. But this is not a situation where we can afford to just focus on the short term. Over the long term, when you have such an unstable regime that is so isolated, that generally flouts international norms and rules more than perhaps any other nation on earth, that is also devoting enormous national resources, hell-bent on getting nuclear weapons that they can fire long distances. That poses the kind of medium-term threat that we have to pay a lot of attention to, and I assure you it's something that my administration has paid a lot of attention to. It's something that I think has been at the center of the trilateral work that we've done with our close allies in the region. It's something that we've put at the center of our discussions and negotiations with China. And as I said before, what we've seen actually is improved responses from countries like China, countries in the region like Vietnam and Burma, taking these issues much more seriously because of our engagement. And so that may reduce the risks of North Korea selling weapons or fissile material to other countries or putting it out on the black market. But it does not, so far at least, solve the core problem of North Korea continuing to develop its program. And we're going to have to continue to work in a concerted way. In the meantime, I've been working with the Pentagon for several years now on making sure that we can develop the kinds of defense architecture that can protect the United States and our allies from an unexpected escalation. Carol.
Thank you. You've said before that when you talk to world leaders, they often ask you about the presidential election. Can you give us a sense of the conversations that you've had so far, what they're saying to you, what you're saying to them, particularly now that Donald Trump is the nominee, and he recently said that that Japan should pay for the U.S. troop presence there, but also on the Democratic side, what they're saying about that and what you think of that, because it's obviously continuing to be divisive with Bernie Sanders saying he would take it to the convention, and he's endorsed your Democratic Party chair, her primary opponent. Should he change course? Have you decided that you're just not going to get involved until one of them concedes to the other?
Well, look, the world pays attention to the U.S. elections. They pay more attention to our elections sometimes than we pay to theirs, because the United States is, as I've said before, at the heart of the international order. And even those countries that are critical of us, even those countries that complain.
All right, folks, we are going to take you to a live event right now in San Francisco.
And former Mayor Gavin Newsom. Gavin and I were just down in San Jose together, where we had a really wonderful, enthusiastic crowd, and now here in San Francisco. And I am so grateful because it really shows that you know what I think to be the case. This is one of the most important elections in our recent history, if not for longer. The stakes could not be higher. There is absolutely no way that we can let Donald Trump get anywhere near the White House. Now, you know, I think it's important for you, as you're getting ready to vote in the California primary, to think about what makes San Francisco, what makes California such special places. Well, part of it is you're always about the future. You're diverse. As Gavin has said, you celebrate diversity, don't just tolerate it. You know we are stronger, we're more dynamic. And I think there are three big tests that anybody running for president should have to meet in your minds. Number one, can you produce positive results that will improve the lives of Americans? And how do we know you can? Have you done it before? And do you have the best ideas about how to do it in the future? Secondly, can you be commander-in-chief, protect our country, and lead the world on behalf of the United States with the kind of smart, steady, strong leadership in accordance with our values that we need? And number three, can you unify our country? Now, you will have to make those decisions, but I can tell you, not just as a candidate, but as a voter, Donald Trump fails every one of those tests. Just think, how do we produce new, good jobs? How are we going to give people rising incomes? How are we going to rebuild the middle class? Well, I've laid out specifics about how to do that. We are going to be investing in more jobs, in infrastructure, our roads, our bridges, our tunnels, our ports, our airports, our broadband system, our water system. There are millions of good jobs across America for people here in California and throughout our nation. I want us to start building the America of the future again. I also want us to make it in America, to have advanced manufacturing. We are the center, and here in Northern California, you know that. So many ideas, medical research, technology, innovation, and clean renewable energy. So much of it is coming out of this part of California. Well, when we make an invention, let's produce the products that come from that invention right here so that we can
All right, folks, it looks like they lost that stream there. Turn back to the president right now while we wait for that stream to come back.
Republicans, when they were asked about climate change, all said the same thing. They all said, well, I don't know, I'm not a scientist. Well, there are a bunch of not just universities, there are high schools in San Francisco that have really good science teachers. If they would just go visit, they could learn about climate change, that it is real, that it is happening, it is threatening us. So what I want us to see happen is we invest in clean, renewable energy jobs. I worked with President Obama starting in 2009 to move the world toward what became the Paris.
The United States is not making good decisions, and count on us to provide a certain level of stability and direction in meeting global challenges. So,
and you know what's really exciting about this is that when we put our minds to it in America, nobody can outcompete us. Nobody can outproduce us. Nobody can out-innovate us. We have to get back into the future business. We have to be investing in what will make us stronger and richer, more prosperous, broad-based, inclusive prosperity. And you know, there is a historic fact that relates to this. Our economy does better when we have a Democrat in the White House. I know. I mean, we don't have to go back to the beginning of the Republic. We can go back 25 years. Just think, during the 90s, we had 23 million new jobs, and incomes went up for everybody, not just people at the top, middle class, working, poor families. everybody prospered together. More people were lifted out of poverty than in any comparable time in recent history. We even ended up with a balanced budget and a surplus. Now, that wasn't so long ago, and you have a right to say, well, what happened? Well, I'll tell you what happened. Back came the Republicans with their failed economic policies. Trickle-down economics. It didn't work then, it won't work now. That is all Donald Trump is offering. So, by the time the last Republican administration finished cutting taxes on the wealthy, taking their eyes off the financial and the mortgage markets, we ended up in the worst financial crisis since the Great Depression. 9 million Americans lost their jobs. 5 million family homes were lost. And we ended up in a deep, deep ditch. It could have gotten even worse. And I don't think President Obama gets the credit he deserves for digging us out of that ditch the Republicans put us into. So I intend to do everything I can to help grow the economy, to create more good jobs, to get incomes rising, and I want to make the economy fairer. It is time
for us to pull together around a common vision that is in sharp contrast to the vision that's being offered on the other side, I think is one that will get done by the time of the convention. I would urge and have urged both sides to try to stick to the issues because a lot of that grumpiness arises where folks feel as if we're not talking about an issue, but we're talking about personalities and character. And they're both good people. I know them both well. I think that it's important for us to try to end this in a way that leaves both sides feeling proud of what they've done. And you know, both sides have run serious competitive races and debated issues in a serious way. So you know, I'm proud of Democrats for doing that. And Carol, as you know, I sure know, because I've been through this a bunch of times, there is just the natural impulse when you're having to report every day on campaigns that every little blip, speed bump, conflict, trash talking that takes place is elevated, not to mention polls. And the one thing I've learned after being around for a while is that kind of day-to-day choppiness is not indicative of longer-term trends. I feel confident about the Democratic vision for the country, and I feel confident about our ability not just to win elections, but more importantly, to deliver on behalf of the American people and the issues they care about.
Is this going until the end of July make it harder to defeat Mr. Trump?
No. Look, would it be nice if everybody was immediately unified and singing Kumbaya, and whoever the nominee ended up being could just take a nice 2-week vacation and recharge? Absolutely. I guarantee you that the eventual nominee sure wishes it was over now, because this is a grind. You know, it's hard. And in some ways, it's one of the things I've always found is that it's a lot more draining arguing against your friends than it is arguing against your political opponents. You know, it weighs on you more. Being criticized by folks who are in your own party always hurts just a little bit more. And so, you know, it takes a little energy out of you, but you know, these are folks who are serious about trying to solve the country's problems. They're both veterans of the political grind, and so they're going to hold up, and by the time we get to the convention, I'm confident they'll be in good shape. As a special bonus, I'm going to take one more question. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. You mentioned some tactical differences between the two Democratic candidates, but when you hear Bernie Sanders speak, it seems like he's talking more about the issue of trustability and the need for a political revolution. And just yesterday, we saw the State Department's Inspector General put out a report about Secretary Clinton's emails, and it basically undermined some of what she said about her email practices. I'm wondering if you think that undermines her trustworthiness with the American people, and if you agree with Bernie Sanders that she should release the transcripts of her highly paid speeches to Wall Street.
Okay. You know what? I take it back. I'm not taking another question. We're in Japan. Don't we have something in Asia that we want to talk about? I'll be talking about this in Washington the whole time. Look, I've already said a lot about those issues. I think those are better directed to the campaign. As I said before, you know, during the course of a primary, people say what they think might help them get some votes. And, you know, once the campaign's over, then they move on. And they make an assessment in terms of how they can make sure that the vision that they care most deeply about has the best chance of passing a Congress and getting signed by a president, and that Supreme Court nominees are confirmed, and all the things that make for a functioning, effective government. So, you know, I think that the noise that is going on back and forth between the candidates at this point, if you want, you know, insights into how they're thinking about it, those should be directed to them. I'll take. You've already had a question, so if I'm going to ask another question, I think it's fair to give it to.
Can I ask you your thinking on the new Taliban leader and how that affects prospects for peace in the region?
Well, as I was saying to my team, I wasn't expecting a liberal Democrat to be the newly appointed leader of the Taliban. This continues to be an organization that sees violence as a strategy for obtaining its goals and moving its agenda forward in Afghanistan. We have a democratically elected government in Afghanistan that we're supporting. And our goal right now is to make sure that that Constitution and that democratic process is upheld. Not to mention that we're able to maintain the counterterrorism platforms that we need in that region so that al-Qaeda and now ISIL are not able to take root and use that as basis to attack us in the United States. My hope, although not my expectation, is that there comes a point at which the Taliban recognizes that they are not going to simply be able to overrun the country, and that what they need to be doing is to enter into serious reconciliation talks that are led by Afghans. I think if that happens, that's something that the United States and others in the world community would support. But I am doubtful that that will be happening anytime soon, and you know, we'll have to wait and see how those things develop. In the short term, we anticipate that the Taliban will continue to pursue an agenda of violence and V-bids and blowing up innocent people and the kinds of actions that have characterized their approach over the last 15, 20 years. But I do think that there will come a point, perhaps not this year, next year, but eventually, where there are those within the community that surrounds the Taliban, at least, that recognize their goals are best achieved by negotiations. Okay?
Right. Is that embarrassing that they couldn't
To me or to them?
Yeah.
Why was it embarrassing to me?
Well, because you invited these people.
Well, you know, I wasn't the one who held them up. Look, you know, I was very blunt with the Vietnamese government. There is so much good going on in that country, and what I indicated to them is that these kinds of heavy-handed actions end up being entirely counterproductive, and the folks we invited, including those who were there, are people that are prepared to have a constructive conversation with the government about how to advance peace and prosperity and economic development and environmental security in that country. And you know, my general message, as you heard at the Youth Town Hall meeting, is harness that talent. Let them loose to create startups and to solve problems and engage them. It's the same message I had with Cuba. It's the same message that I had in a wide range of countries where you still are seeing serious problems with human rights. The one thing I'm absolutely convinced of, though, is that by us engaging, by us meeting with civil society activists, it helps move the ball. It moves the needle. It doesn't solve these problems immediately. You know, right now, Burma, Myanmar is undergoing this democratic transformation in part because of the process that we helped to spearhead. They are going through revolutionary changes over the last several years. But I guarantee you that there's still some human rights activists inside of Burma and Myanmar who are being harassed, are not able to speak freely, are not able to assemble the way we would expect them to be able to do in our own country. You know, when I went to Cuba and I met with those dissidents, one of the individuals who was there still had cuts in his wrists from handcuffs because he had been detained just the day before. I didn't come out of that meeting thinking the problems of human rights in Cuba are solved. But what I'm pretty darn sure of is that by us meeting with them, by us shining a spotlight on their stories, by us indicating not that we were going to dictate how these societies develop, but that we do think there are certain universal values that we care deeply about and that we're going to stand with, that helps. And that, I think, is the biggest lesson over the course of the 7 years as we've been engaging some of these countries with serious human rights problems. The expectation that I think sometimes we've had that if we just stand back and scold, that somehow that's going to change these internal dynamics, has proven to be less effective than us engaging, indicating to governments that we're prepared to work with them, but that they need to make progress, and continually trying to lift up the actions of these civil society leaders in a way that provides them a little bit more space. And that space slowly grows. And, it ends up being a process. And it's not always a process that travels in a straight line. Sometimes you take 2 steps forward, you take a step back. Sometimes you start seeing openings in some of these societies, and then governments get nervous and they clamp back down. But that steady pressure, combined with an appreciation of the history of these countries, combined with a willingness to listen, combined with an ability to mobilize the international community so that we're not thinking that we're doing this all by ourselves. Over time, we've seen results. More modest than I would hope, but that's true of pretty much everything about foreign policy and domestic policy and the human condition. All right? Okay, guys, I gave you a couple. I already gave you bonuses. I gave you a bunch of bonuses. Thank you, guys.
Please rest yourselves. Hello and welcome to the White House for what is my favorite event of the year. Oh, I am thrilled that all of you could be here for our second White House Turnaround Arts Talent Show. And we've spruced it up here. This year we've upped it. We got lighting and all kinds of atmosphere going on. Let me start by thanking the National Endowment for the Arts and the Department of Education for their leadership and their love and their passion for this program. And of course, I want to recognize everyone from the President's Committee on the Arts and the Humanities for their outstanding work. Let's just stop there for a moment, because this isn't in the remarks, so everybody's like, oh no, what's she going to say? You all are champions. You have worked just so hard. You have delivered on every possible wish, hope that I could have had, and I just thank you all for your wonderful work and your friendship. I want to thank Kathy Fletcher, the National Director for Turnaround Arts, for her great work. I want to thank 2 champions, George and Margot. You two, man, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. You have led this so gracefully and passionately. I'm indebted to you, but I love you. Thank you both. To Mary Schmidt Campbell as well. Mary Schmidt, thank you. Thank you, Mary. You are amazing. To Damian Wetzel, is he performing or doing something? He's usually very involved in everything. To Damian, there you go, Damian. Thank you, babe. Thank you for all your great work. And to Megan Byer. Megan, thank you. Great job. Great job. You filled in well. Doing a great job. Thank you. I also want to welcome all of the legendary artists and all the performers and all the folks who've made today possible and have helped us have another terrific year, including Keb Mo, Tim Robbins, Bernie Williams, Little Buck. Happy birthday again, Little Buck. And so many of you. Thank you all for joining us here today. Thank you for loving these kids and working so hard. We couldn't do this. You make this even more special than it is. And most of all, I want to recognize the stars of today's show, our students who are here from all over the country. We have students here from New York, my home state of Illinois, Iowa, Chicago, and no. I know. We're a little nuts like that. Minnesota. Yeah. So you can't be outdone. Louisiana. Connecticut. Cali, California. And my adopted home state of Hawaii. My in-law state. And my current hometown, right here in Washington, D.C. Now, for many of you, this isn't your first trip to the White House. Over the years, Turnaround Art students have helped us welcome visitors from around the world, including just 2 weeks ago, when some of the students from the Savoy Elementary School performed for the spouses of leaders from the Nordic countries at our state dinner at Renwick Gallery. Megan hosted that, and they made the spouses cry. I'll just leave it at that. They were amazing. And today I understand that you're all going to be bringing down the house with your singing and dancing, so I can't wait to see what you all have pulled together. I've heard you from upstairs. My staff has said, these kids are going buck wild up in here. That was a quote. Tina, I won't tell you from who. But before we get to the show, I want to just take a moment to talk to you about how we got here and why we will not rest until every single student in America has the kind of opportunities you all have given these students to engage with the arts. It was about 5 years ago, and across the country, arts classes were being cut back or eliminated altogether. Over 1 million students weren't getting any music education, and nearly 4 million students had no access to the visual arts at all. And these were serious losses for our young people, because we all know that kids who get involved in the arts have better grades, they have fewer behavioral problems, they're more likely to graduate, and they're more likely to go to college. So the PCAH had also just released a report showing that arts education was the key to getting students excited about academics and possibly even turning around an entire school. Now, my husband was already working to bring new resources to some of our nation's lowest performing schools, schools where test scores were low and teacher turnover was high, and where many folks were ready to give up and shut these schools down for good. We saw potential. And the PCAH decided to put our ideas about the arts to the test to see if schools like these could be turned around all across the country. And that's how Turnaround Arts began. And it started with just 8 schools. And they brought in art supplies and instruments. They trained teachers, enlisted some of our biggest corporations and nonprofits, and recruited renowned artists to adopt schools. Musicians like Yo-Yo Ma and Trombone Shorty, they organized workshops. Artists like Chuck Close, who is here with us today. Chuck, who is behaving himself, he told me. Chuck helped to arrange exhibits of students' work. Actors like Sarah Jessica Parker and Kerry Washington taught theater classes and helped stage plays. And the results were beyond our wildest imagination. Just take the example of Northport Elementary School in Brooklyn Center, Minnesota. Back in 2013, less than half of their students had proficient scores on state reading, math, and science tests, and morale was very low. But then they became a turnaround art school, and they started including the arts in every part of the curriculum. The music teacher helped students break down rap lyrics in English class, the precursor to Hamilton. So they started it in Minnesota. Lynn doesn't want to admit it, but it's really the English class. They hired full-time staff members to teach drama and dance. And businesses like Target and Home Depot donated materials so that over 150 students, staff, and community members could paint murals and plant flowers on the school grounds. And within 2 years, their test scores improved. They went from almost 200 student suspensions per year to 41. And Northport was actually removed from the state's list of schools that are the furthest behind. As Principal Leona Durden, who is here with us today. Principal Durden, are you here? There you go. These are her words. She said, "The arts made the difference in the lives of our students." And we're so proud of you and all of the other principals and administrators who were here. And this school's experience wasn't unusual. The Turnaround Arts program has been rigorously evaluated, and participating schools across the country have reported that class attendance and parental engagement is up. Math scores have soared by an average of more than 20%. And reading scores have improved by more than 10%. So that's some good outcomes right there. Now, of course, a lot of factors go into turning around a school. Factors like having a great principal, having wonderful teachers, having engaged students, committed parents. But this program helps show that the arts could be an essential part of this strategy. And once word of these excellent results got out, school districts across the country started clamoring to get involved. And by next year, Turnaround Arts will be in 68 schools, reaching over 30,000 students nationwide. And that's terrific. Well done. So make no mistake about it, this program isn't just turning around schools, it's turning students' lives around as well. Take the example of Lionel Wilson. He's a 6th grader at the Jetty Tisdale School in Bridgeport, Connecticut. Just last year, Lionel was having trouble with attendance, and he was one of the shyest kids, I understand, in his grade. But fortunately, Jetty Tisdale is a turnaround art school with an excellent theater program, and when they held a casting call for a Willy Wonka musical last fall, Lionel worked up the courage and decided to try out. And I understand his voice blew the judges away. After he was cast as one of the leads, he didn't dream of missing rehearsals. So his attendance problems disappeared. And then, of course, his grades started improving, and then he became a leader among his peers. You were recording me and recording it back, right? I was like, that sounds familiar, that voice. I just said that. No. But we'll get this for you. We'll make sure you get a copy. But here's the good news, the special news is that we're going to hear from Lionel today as the featured soloist in his school's big song. So he's here in the flesh, and he's going to sing for us, and I'm so excited. So when we say that the arts are an essential part of our kids' education, this is really what we're talking about. We mean that no one should ever think that dance and music and theater are a luxury. I say this every year because for so many of our students, they are truly necessities. They're the reason these kids show up. That's why we're putting on this show today, and that's why we're shining a big bright light on all these incredible students and all the administrators and the others who've made this program possible. But here's the thing, for every student who is represented here today, we know that there are so many others who still don't have access to the arts. So while we're proud of the progress we made, we know that we are nowhere near finished. We need to keep on advocating for arts education. We need to keep on expanding the Turnaround Arts program, no matter who is sitting in the Oval Office next year. Absolutely. We may have started this program in the Obama administration, but it needs to be part of every administration from here on out. That's why my husband, yes, again. And that's why my husband included funding for arts education in his budget, and why we are implementing the Every Student Succeeds Act that he signed last year, which will help give more of our kids the well-rounded education they need. And that's also why today I am particularly proud to announce a new Turnaround Arts partnership with the Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts. Yeah, this is good stuff. As folks in this room may know, the Kennedy Center features well-renowned arts education programming, and they will be putting those amazing resources to use to help expand Turnaround Arts to even more schools and bring the arts to even more students across this country. In other words, this might be the last Turnaround Arts talent show I'm hosting in the White House, but we are all committed to continuing this work to promote the arts and lift up students and turnaround schools nationwide for years to come. I am just grateful for all of those who work so hard to make this partnership possible, that this isn't the end, that this is the beginning of the conversation. And I want everybody out there to understand that these are real results. These are real kids and real schools that can be so much different and so much better if we give these kids what every other kid, our kids have, arts and sports and reading and love. They all deserve it, and with it, they flourish. So I am grateful to you all for this work. It has been an amazing 7.5 years being with you all. This is the highlight of much of what I do as First Lady. And seeing the faces on these kids and having them here in the house running around, making noise, eating the food, it is just the best. It is the absolute best. So with that, I'm going to stop talking so that we can get on with the fun, because it's time for the show. Thank you so much, everyone. God bless.
Aloha kākou, and welcome to this year's White House Turnaround Arts Talent Show. Our opening chant, Ehomai, calls upon our ancestors to grant us wisdom and knowledge as all of our schools celebrate Turnaround Arts tonight. We share with you Aloha from Hawaii with just a little bit featuring hula ukulele and our artist Paula Fuga.
Hold on just a little bit longer. I know in time you'll feel a little stronger. Try just a little bit harder. When you feel like quitting, time to give it your all.
She like to
Hi, everybody. My name is Malachi Aiken. When I'm up on stage, I'm awake. When I'm up on stage, I'm on fire. When I'm up on stage, everything is possible in here. Thank you, Mrs. Obama, for helping me and my friends find our true inner bright stars. And also, thank you, Turnaround Arts, for helping us find our true inner spirits. Let's go, guys.
Wow! I want to first, before I say anything, I want to introduce you to our pianist for the day. That was Tony Caraldo. Does work with Turnaround Arts and National Dance Institute and 1,000 Adventures. And joining us now, pianist and conductor from Broadway's hit show Hamilton, Kurt Crowley. And I'm Damian Wetzel, and I have been honored to be a Turnaround artist over these last years at Orchard Gardens in Roxbury, Massachusetts, in Lame Deer, Montana, and yes, right here in Washington, D.C. as well. And now I'm here to present to you Turnaround Arts kids from Washington, from Moton, Turner, Noyes, Bunker Hill, and Savoy Elementary. And they're going to be joined by the birthday boy, Turnaround artist Lil Buck, my frequent collaborator. And what we're going to do here, what we've created, is our version of trying to share with you how the arts can both create and channel energy, how they create the enthusiasm for learning and all the things that we hope for when they go into a classroom, that level of energy. We use yoga, we use dance, and we also borrow from the world of theater something called the Actor's Toolbox. So to kick this off, I'd like to welcome my young friends Alex and Alea. You want to come out here? Please join us.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alea McBride from Noyes Elementary School in Washington, D.C. Today I'd like to show you how Turnaround Arts has helped our school control our body, our voices, and our imagination. My partner Alex will be your leader. First, you focus your body, and you bring it up real slow. Now, you focus your voice by breathing in and out. You bring your hands to your temples and focus your imagination. You could think about anything, maybe a swimming pool. You open your eyes and focus. You block out anything and everything. You bring your hands out and focus your energy. Now you become a community.
Hi, I'm Principal Fernandez from Hall School in Bridgeport, Connecticut. Hall is one of the smallest schools in our district and also the oldest. As such, this year it was slated for closing. So, on May 9th, 7 o'clock, I got on a bus, I took my children, 35 of them, several parents, my entire faculty, to a board meeting. We all wore our Turnaround Arts t-shirts. We told the board members about Turnaround Arts, about Crayola coming to our school, about new musical instruments, and about architect Tom Main working with us. And I told them, after all that, we're thriving. Better attendance by 7.5%. Fewer suspensions. Increased parent engagement up by 70%. And our reading scores are up. And the students. Take Rahadra, a 5th grader. Rahadra had been with us since kindergarten and always in and out of trouble. Suspended, ostracized by her classmates. But we knew she had promise. In February, Rahadra performed Sojourner Truth's Ain't I a Woman for the whole school. Then she got a part in Annie, Miss Hannigan. And after that, she stopped getting in trouble, and she started getting good grades, working hard. Rahadra made the honor roll 2 marking periods this year. So, Rahadra talked to the board, too. And when she finished, we all sang Tomorrow from Annie because we wanted Hall to have a tomorrow. That evening, the board voted to keep Hall open. In my 35 years as an educator, I've never seen anything like this program. The arts are giving our students a voice and the confidence to make dreams come true. Give it up for the children of our sister school, Tisdale, and their mentor, Bernie Williams.
Is in your
Hi. That's so moving. Oh, God. I'm a result of arts education. In my freshman year of high school, I could not figure out what algebra was. I had a real hard time, and so I was feeling really horrible about myself. And it was an English teacher, Thomas Dolan, that turned my life around. And he encouraged me to show off, to be an actor. And it was that attention to the individual student that changed my life, that turned my life around. And it's for this reason that I became a very excited and willing participant in this program. My school up in Hayward, California, Burbank Elementary, our principal's here, Ms. Torres. I did a little brag in here. 3 years ago, it was ranked number 18 out of 18 schools in its district. This year, after 2 years of Turnaround Arts, number 1 out of 18. The arts makes a huge difference, and thank you for your support and for everyone else in this room's support for the arts. It's so essential and so important. I'm here today to represent another school from my home state of California. They've been doing a lot of work with spoken word, and so today they're going to do a poem for you. The Martin Luther King Elementary School from Compton, California. Please welcome them.
I'm living. I'm standing on the earth. Where was I before? I waited. I think. 1 million years.
For this one
single moment. I want to be brave and fly to the sky. These words I repeat in my mind. Now I can. Before I couldn't. I didn't feel brave no matter what.
I was scared I was next to die. I heard a gunshot outside. I'm always hearing ambulances, but one day I want to save people.
I dream for my mother. She calls me mi niña bonita. When your parents separate, you can't decide where to go. I felt lost. The screaming, fighting, the nightmares. Mi niña bonita, she says. Leave it in the past and many things will come to you. The ladies in church whisper about me and call me ermitaña. It's a Spanish word that means not socializing. But when I'm alone, I can draw, dance, and read stories. I forget everything else. I'm in another world. I'm all by myself. People say I'm crazy, but I'm just untamed, untranslatable, and not easily named. I just want to keep going with the story and stay in it forever and never get to the end.
My mom is in El Salvador. I have 2 homes. In El Salvador, my dad was an architect. He designed and built the house he lived in. In Compton, he installs windshields. When I watch TV, I build planes out of materials like cardboard,
paper, plastic,
and twine.
I know I'm made to do this. If I could, I would build a plane to fly and see my mom at my other home.
At my home, I have something called me time. Nobody's scared of me. When I'm bored, I put my earphones on and sing. Ooh, la da dee da 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 da. This is my song. If there's something you don't want to do, sing. Ooh, la da dee da da da. See what happens to you.
If I can write it,
sing it,
dream it, I can be it. Every Tuesday at New Direction Church, Praise Him gives me a second to talk to God. Because my feelings are sometimes hurt and I need to banish them. Love, express, feelings, forgive, God, for taking away my God.
Art saved me when I had to be in my school play and wear a coconut bra. But it would not stay. I did not want to wear them, but I remember I had talent, and that made people grin, smile, and laugh. Even my parents!
I thought I was only good at playing video games. I finally moved to Compton, a good decision indeed, because there are violins at King Elementary. When I play the violin, I feel free. I'm important. All eyes are on me. We have to show them what we can do.
to make people see.
But what if I fail?
But what if you fly? Wake up and feel what it feels to be alive.
We offer you this poem because what we can give.
I am a poet.
I create works that have heart.
We grow our wings
With words.
with art.
And my name is Candace, and we are Minnesota Turnaround Arts. We have 3 schools here today, Northport, and Bethune.
For our powerful performance today, we'll be using visual thinking strategies,
Singing
dancing,
and tableau. We hope you enjoy our performance. Thank you.
People been talking about it. We won't just stand here in silence. Can't stop the fire from rising, rising. Whoa, whoa. People don't be afraid. So many innocent slaves. This is an era for change, change. Malcolm's probably turning in his grave. Every shade was beautifully made.
Good afternoon. I'm a principal in a turnaround art school in Des Moines, Iowa. And my name's Joy, and joy is what I want to talk to you about tonight. Aren't you feeling it right now? Yes, absolutely. It's the joy that we feel every day, and I want to talk about the role of our educators, our teachers, and our principals, and our arts integration specialists. It's the work they do every day with our kids that allows them to unleash this potential. Every day. That's what the arts do in our school. We can reach our potential through the arts, and it brings amazing talent through music, poetry, and in this case, dance. Let's give it up for the Harding Breakers.
Hey! Is this heaven? No. It's Iowa. It's Iowa. It's Iowa. Iowa.
My name is Vernay Green, and I am the local program director for Turnaround Arts Chicago. Turnaround Arts Chicago is managed by the Academy for Urban School Leadership, which works to transform the lowest performing schools in Chicago. In our city, the North Lawndale community, which is where all 4 of our Turnaround Arts schools are located, is synonymous with violence and poverty. However, by becoming a part of this program, we've been able to accelerate our turnaround and create strategies for making schools more engaging, more relevant, make the learning more fun, and has allowed us to shine a light on the incredible talent in our community. Part of our success has been this partnership, this amazing cohort that we're a part of. Part of our success has been the amazing PD that our teachers have received. Part of our success is the added art supplies, musical instruments, the rights to musicals. A big part of it has been the celebrity artists who've worked with us. Carrie James Marshall and Josh Groban are partnered with our schools and have been incredibly dedicated and committed to us. In addition, Keb Moe, who will join us today, and Irvin Mayfield are also committed and dedicated to our students. We can also add to our success the amazing leadership of the Academy of Urban School Leadership, as well as the dedication and commitment of our incredible principals who are sitting right here, and our teachers. But the foundation of our success is our incredible students. Joining me on the stage today are students from Herzl, Johnson, Dvorak, and Chalmers School of Excellence, who are real Chicago heroes.
President Obama is a Chicago hero.
Jennifer Hudson is a Chicago hero.
Oprah Winfrey is a Chicago hero.
Ernie Banks is a Chicago hero.
Do you know who else is a Chicago hero? You, Mrs. Obama.
Come on, baby, don't you wanna go? Come on, baby, don't you wanna go back to the same old place, sweet home, Chicago.
hope you are enjoying the Arts Talent Show at the White House.
My piano teacher, Mr. Baptiste, gives me a chance to be heard all over New Orleans. He always tells me don't let any negativity bring me down and to do what I have to do. He's an everyday person.
My name is Autumn Butler, and I am autistic. I am very smart and love to sing, and I am an everyday person.
You know, I salute my grandfather. You see, he served in the Vietnam War and still stands strong at the age of 99. The most important thing he could ever tell me was that he would always love me. He's an everyday person.
Art is the common ground. Art turns every day into possibilities. Turnaround Arts has opened possibilities for thousands of young people, like our kids from New Orleans. Our champion, Michelle Obama, has opened the White House to us and millions of everyday Americans. Michelle Obama is our champion. She is our supporter. She's also our First Lady and everyday people.
Sometimes I'm right and I can be wrong. My own beliefs are in my song. The butcher, the baker, the drummer, makes no difference what group I'm in. 'Cause I am everyday. There is the blue one who can accept the green one. We're living with a fat one, trying to be a skinny one. Different strokes for different folks, and so on and so on, and Scooby-Dooby-Doo. Sha-sha. We gotta live better. And neither are you. We are the same, whatever we do. Can't figure out 'cause I am everyday people. The long and the like the short have been such a rich and unacceptable. Different strokes for different folks, and so on and so on, and Scooby-Dooby-Doo. Sha-sha. We gotta live together. There is the yellow one, and one except the black one, and one except the red one, and one except the white one. Different strokes for different folks, and so on and so on, and Scooby-Dooby-Doo. Sha-sha. And
Wow! Yes! What a great job! My goodness!
Don't we have some talent up on this stage right here? Wow, that's all I can say. I am so proud of you all. I'm so proud of your schools and your principals and your teachers, to all our turnaround arts artists and our musicians and everyone who obviously invested a lot of time and energy in these wonderful young people. You all make me want to cry. I tell you, you all did such a great job. And you're so polite.
Well, folks, I hope you really enjoyed that White House Turnaround Arts Talent Show.
Of gun silencers have exploded recently, and a new initiative led by an Arizona congressman would make them easier to get.
Supporters of silencers and the legislation say that the devices help protect the hearing of hunters, but not everybody is buying that. Andrew Hasbin explains.
They have a reputation, glorified in gangster films and under strict regulation since the organized crime era of the 1930s. But silencers, or suppressors as they're officially called, are selling like never before.
It's been insane.
Out of his home in the East Valley, Bruce Stevens sells all kinds of silencers. He's a licensed gun dealer and does most of his business online through his website, MrSilencer.com.
I think that in every man's mind there's still the James Bond, mindset but it's actually very, very safe. It makes guns more accurate.
He sometimes takes his customers shooting in the desert, showing them the difference between shooting without a suppressor and with one. You can hear it. The difference is obvious. Having the suppressor on reduces the sound by at least tenfold.
Without the suppressor, even with the earmuffs on, you can feel that in your face. You can feel the shock wave. You can feel your hair move.
Stevens guides customers through the complicated process of buying a silencer. To get one, an aspiring owner has to be fingerprinted, and the local sheriff has to sign off on it. And that registered owner is the only person who can legally use the silencer. Or you can buy it in a trust, a process that takes months.
Buying with a trust gives someone not only legal protection, but it allows them to use it as a family or a group of friends to own NFA weapons and share them legally.
But the feds are changing the rules later this year, requiring more information about everyone involved in a trust, and now sales are skyrocketing.
And at that point, the firestorm happened, the floodgates opened up. Every suppressor available in any store in the country basically disappeared within a month. It's no fun anyway to wait 5 or 6 months, but now to have to drag your whole family down and have them fingerprinted and to take photographs of them and subject them all to a background check, you know, that just makes it even more difficult to a process that's already kind of silly.
Arizona Congressman Matt Salmon is working to change how silencers are sold. He's sponsoring a bill in Congress known as the Hearing Protection Act.
I've been shooting with suppressors for a while, and I do so because I've lost a lot of my hearing over the years.
Salmon's bill, which he says has bipartisan support, would allow someone to buy a silencer just like you would buy a brand new gun.
You have to buy them from a gun dealer, and you have to go through the same background check that people that buy guns from gun dealers would go through. Suppressors are used for training purposes. I can't see a person buying one so they can go, you know, on some kind of a crime spree. It doesn't make a lot of sense.
Salmon points out that a very small percentage of gun-related crimes involve silencers. But opponents say that may be because they're so regulated.
Loosening that regulation, of course, will put them out on the secondary market and make them far more available for people who maybe does not have such good intent with their firearms.
Jerry Hill founded Arizonans for Gun Safety. She believes the effort to loosen regulations is simply profits over public safety.
We've been blowing lead balls through the air with gunpowder for over 500 years now, okay? And now all of a sudden in the last 20, 30 years, the sound of gunfire has become this major public health issue that we need to address. And once again, this is a solution looking for a problem.
But Matt Salmon maintains silencers have gotten a bad rap.
I just think that at the time they were kind of misunderstood. In fact, many countries today require when you hunt that you use suppressors because of the noise issue.
Salmon's legislation has a ways to go before it has any chance of becoming law. In the meantime, Bruce Stevens' silencer business
I've literally sold 4 times as many as I have last first quarter of last year.
Shows no signs of slowing down. I'm Andrew Hasbun, Fox 10 News.
So Matt Salmon's bill is still winding its way through Congress. The latest numbers from ATF in the meantime show that silencer sales jumped 40% from 2014 to 2015, and those numbers are expected to rise.
Well, folks, my time is unfortunately coming to an end here. I will see you all tomorrow, and Kinsey has a special announcement to make. She will be showing you the talent show again.
think I have sound here, but it looks like we have an Officer Glasser Vigil. But I unfortunately don't have any sound coming from the event. Please give me a few moments as I try to get my computer set up here, and I'll see you on the other side in just a little bit. All right, so I'm going to transition next to a Bernie Sanders. Actually, let's see here. Look, what? Looks like they continued that TSA hearing this morning. Let's go to that. We were watching that yesterday. This is a follow up on, well, I thought I had a better lower third. Oh no, that's not it. I had saved one yesterday. Unfortunately, it looks like we've saved over it. But this is TSA discussing just kind of some of the improvements that this is Homeland Security discussing some of the improvements that they need to see from the TSA.
Sure that my colleagues have some idea of what they go through and the strain that they're under, based on these long wait times as well, and that they are our last line of defense, and we need to make sure that they have the resources that they need in order to do the job well. We can't afford them not to. They have to be right 100% of the time. So just wanted to put that on the record, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Payne. The chair will now recognize other members of the subcommittee and then Ms. McSally for 5 minutes of questions that they may wish to ask the witnesses. In accordance with our committee rules and practice, I plan to recognize members who were present at the start of the hearing by seniority on the subcommittee, and then others such as Ms. McSally who are visiting the committee this morning. Those coming in later will be recognized in order of their arrival. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter, for 5 minutes of questions. Mr. Carter?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank all of you for being here. This is obviously a very important subject to us, and I'm glad to see y'all because I've got some important questions I want to ask you. I have the honor and privilege of representing the 1st Congressional District of Georgia. That includes the entire coast of Georgia. Georgia is unique in the sense that we have a lot of small airports, a lot of rural areas. We also, as you know, have Hartsfield-Jackson Airport, which is the busiest airport in the country, in the world. And that presents a dilemma, but I want to ask you some questions about that, and I'm very interested to know your responses to this. What we've been hearing and what I've been hearing from a lot of the airport officials is that there exists somewhat of a disconnect between the local TSA officials, the airlines, the airport officials, and then upper management, that management in TSA up here in Washington, D.C., if you will. Have any of you experienced that? Or can you comment on that? Ms. Allen or whoever wants to comment, just very quickly, because I got a bunch here.
Yes, Mr. Carter. I think it's really, each airport is different. There's a saying in our industry, you've seen one airport, you've seen one airport. So the relationships that exist are really local and dependent on the people within the organizations at those airports. I imagine in Atlanta, it's much more difficult than it is in Syracuse, New York, where we have access to our FSDs and AFSDs and the airlines on a regular day-to-day basis. That's what I can offer.
Okay, anyone else?
Representative Carter, Tucson previously had an FSD until 2 years ago. Then we became a spoke airport. We have an excellent relationship with our local screening managers and our local personnel. They now have many layers to go through, and models and requirements are dictated, and I can't personally say from where, but certainly above their ability to be able to react quickly to issues on the ground. That's what we experienced during our peak period in February and March. They were only allowed to open the pre-check lane after they had opened a second standard lane because of staffing. Then they could open a pre-check lane. When they opened the pre-check lane, the lines were cut in half, and they were not the full length of our terminal front. So having the ability to do that would be helpful.
Great, great. Let me ask you, has anyone had any experience with private security? Any of you have had that experience?
In a few airports that we serve have private security.
I'm sorry, say again?
Sorry, oh, thank you. A few of the airports that American serves have private security.
Can you give me your impression? I mean, what's been the results?
I'll just use San Francisco as an example because that's probably the one that I'm most familiar with. Because the privatized airports, the way the privatized model is today, follows the same procedures and staffing allocation models as other airports.
Okay, I hope that my colleagues heard that. They have to follow the same rules and regulations. The training's the same. Everything's the same. So and TSA oversees it, correct? Oversee. Okay.
That's my understanding.
All right. I'm sorry. Continue.
So we really see that as long as the operation is properly resourced, we're able to have both effective and efficient screening in either model. It's really the key is making sure that the resource allocation meets the peak needs of the operation.
Okay. The screening partnership program, Mr. Cox, I'm going to ask you directly. Can you give me an idea why it appears to me, and from what I have heard, that they do a better job and that they save money on top of that? You had any experience with this?
Sir, we believe that the TSOs that are employed by the federal government, number one, it's a professionalized workforce. They do a great job. They have been trained to do that. And I think their record speaks very clearly for themselves. Since 9/11, we have not had acts of terrorism in this country. We had a privatized workforce on 9/11, and we saw what happened. This country was brought to its knees. The government has been taking care of that, been doing that. Part of our real problem right now is a lack of staffing, not enough staff to do the work properly.
And I understand and I appreciate what you're saying, but at the same time, I'm convinced that the private industry can do this just as well with oversight with TSA and save money and improve customer service and decrease the long lines that we are experiencing at our airports. And and they go through the same training. All of the TSA still has the oversight, the responsibility. I think it's unfair to compare what happened on 9/11 between privatization and being run by the public. I mean, that took us all. We were all asleep at the wheel then. You have to admit that.
I agree. I was watching Fox News last Sunday, and one of the commentators was at the San Francisco airport, was complaining about the long lines, the rudeness of the officers and the various incidents that was going on, and said, this is a classic example of why it needs to be privatized. And I busted out laughing because it is a privatized airport. and all the problems that she was referring to was at a privatized airport. She wasn't in Atlanta or Miami, one of those that was not privatized. She was in San Francisco complaining, saying it was a classic example of why it should be privatized.
Well, you know, what I'd like to see is some comparisons. I mean, this is something that is very important, and if we can improve it, because you mentioned the disconnect, or I brought up the disconnect, and you commented on the disconnect between Washington and the local officials. This is something that we've got to work on, and this is what happens when the bureaucracy gets out of control. And that's what I think we're headed with, and we're at right now with the TSA, is the bureaucracy is out of control. We need to get it under control. Mr. Chairman, I know I've gone past my time, but this is just a very important subject to me, so I appreciate your input on that. Mr. Cox, what you're telling me, I'm having different views expressed to me by other people, so I'm going to continue to search on this and continue to try to see what we can come up with. Mr. Chairman, I yield back, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carter. I ask unanimous consent that the gentle lady from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee, be allowed to sit on the dais and participate in this hearing, and without objection, so ordered.
I express my appreciation to the chairman and the ranking member for your courtesies. This is a committee that I have a great affection for, because I indicated before that the TSOs are the first line of defense, if you will, for the neighborhood, for the nation's aviation security. So let me thank all of you for your presence here. I have some direct questions, and then I want to raise a series of questions with Mr. Cox. Thank you so very much for representing very fine professional staff, of which I want to be more professional, less part-time, more recruitment, increased salaries, and the numbers that you would like to have. So I would ask the representative from the Chicago, Illinois, the Admiral was here just yesterday, and understand that the wait has gone to 15 minutes. I'd like to see what, you're obviously here today, Thursday. I'd like to hear your assessment. Has the lines improved, the time and the waits improved?
Oh, considerably, ma'am. We've seen wait times less than 15 minutes.
So there's been a fix, if you will, and obviously we have to see that it's a consistent fix.
A permanent fix.
And that's even better to hear that's a permanent fix. He's added more, as I understand, there's a task force, and he's added more employees. Is that correct?
And may I correct?
Yeah.
It's a temporary right now. We need permanent fix.
Oh, so you were saying we need a permanent fix.
Right.
Well, that will come, and the temporary is that you've added more personnel. Is that correct?
Yes, the extended overtime allowed for increased shifts, peak periods.
Are you aware that we expect about 700 to be in by July, and so you would probably get some additional TSOs?
I am aware, thank you.
And that would probably help their circumstances. Is there a problem with the baggage check down? There's the screening, and then there's a baggage check. Is there a problem on the baggage check area as well?
It's not surfaced at our level. We can certainly find out additional information.
Right, but thank you.
The actions that are contained in Chairman Katko's proposed legislation, which we're in favor of as well.
Which means that you'd be willing to pay for overtime for TSOs?
You know, right now, we really want to get more transparency into the staffing model and understand how resources are being deployed. We need to make sure that we have an analytical model that puts resources where they need to be to meet the peak demands of our customers.
And I agree with you. And more flexibility for the FSDs, would that be helpful?
In cooperation with their airline partners, yes.
Would you join with us? Because I heard the point being made that we need more data regarding the baggage fees. And so I think there should be an assessment and a study coming from both ends, the airlines and TSA, on the baggage fees as to whether or not they do increase the number of bags coming through by hand carry. Would you work with us on that?
May I comment on the checked baggage in general? The airlines have been charging checked baggage fees since 2008, and the line waits we're experiencing with TSA this year are unprecedented. So I think it would be inaccurate to say that bag fees are leading to the current line waits that we are experiencing. You mentioned the baggage.
Can I interject for a moment? we note that we've had a sizable increase in passenger travel between 2008, already between 2011 and 2016. My only question is, we all have our different perspectives. I'm not offering any perspective. I'm just offering, would you participate and collaborate on getting the data that we need to understand the question better?
We're interested in collaborating to solve the problem. I do want to note that baggage screening, as you noted, is also a core function of TSA. And even though we had heard from my colleague from Chicago that we haven't had severe issues there, some of our other airports have experienced significant backlogs, in some cases even worse than what we're experiencing.
What we want to do is fix the problem.
Like in Miami and at Los Angeles.
Right. We want to fix the problem, and I know that you have hubs like Miami. So we want to fix the problem. Let me quickly move to Mr. Cox, if I might. Mr. Cox, I've traveled to many of your airports. I take the opportunity to speak to TSOs everywhere I go, including supervisors and managers. And I will say that I ran into one individual, his name is Vincent, who a World War II veteran, came and was in a wheelchair, was just dropped off by his family, was traveling by himself. And he said, I don't want anybody else. I want a TSO, TSO, TSO. That means to come out to the curb. And so a TSO went out to the curb and took him with the wheelchair all the way through security, et cetera, getting to the gate, getting down to the door of the plane. And he noted that this proud World War II veteran who had been dropped off by his family members, I'm sure they meant well, he could not walk. And your TSO agent lifted him up and took him and put him on the plane. I think these are the stories that need to be told. If the chairman would yield me just a moment here to just
Ms. Jackson, just want to let you know we're kind of crunched for time, and Ms. McSally needs to go too.
May I just get this last question?
Votes are coming up, so please hurry.
Thank you. I support a professional staff, not privatization. Would you respond to that quickly, please?
We clearly believe that a professional staff, that our government employees, that this is an inherently governmental function to keep the American public safe. These people are well-trained. They do a great job. They love their jobs. They just need to have adequate staffing to be able to do their jobs and to do them properly. And I think if the committee really wants to get legislation that tries to get the input and the collaboration, that it would be important that AFGE and the employees that it represents be included in the legislation as one of the partners trying to resolve the problem.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so very much. More funding is important. I yield back, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ranking Member, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson-Lee. The chair now recognizes the patient, Ms. McSally from Arizona. Ms. McSally?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the roundtable last week and in your testimony today, we heard one of the main issues is flexibility for the FSDs, that they can make decisions on the ground, but not just for the FSDs, for the supervisors in spoke airports like Tucson. Admiral Neffringer was asked this question yesterday, and he said he has given that flexibility to FSDs. I felt like I was listening to parallel universes that were in complete contradiction of each other. He believes that they already have that flexibility. It is unbelievable to me that it would take an act of Congress to actually direct them to provide flexibility. This is just leadership 101. But he sincerely believes he's given that authority. I specifically asked him yesterday about this and the spoke airports like Tucson, and he said they have all the authority they need. Maybe they're just not getting the message. He's just recently removed Kelly Hogan, who potentially is the barrier to this direction being communicated down to all of you. But I want to say we need your immediate feedback. He gave his promise yesterday that he was going to follow up on this and make sure they understood his guidance, that they have that flexibility. Ms. Allen, can you share, you've given some examples. If we had the flexibility with our senior TSA rep on the ground in the last few months, what other instances were their hands tied, and what would have changed? What have you been able to do there in order to alleviate the problems that we're having?
Thank you, Representative McSally. When we were experiencing the extreme lines, the challenge that our local representative with TSA had, which is not an FSD, as we're spoke, as you noted, was the fact that there are specific models that certain throughput has to go, passengers per hour have to go through the lane before the second lane can be opened up, and that with one standard lane, then a second standard lane had to be opened before pre-check, where pre-check is the quick resolution because the lane was cut in half when the pre-check lane was opened.
And that direction you think came from DC or Phoenix, do you know?
Phoenix came down when the passengers were calling the media from the lines, and the media began showing up. It all exploded during the week.
Is that
and that's
still
when
the case?
Things changed.
Is that still the case, that they have to do the second line before pre-check?
With staffing, yes, ma'am. They're limited on staffing and therefore can't open the pre-check because it requires more people, and I'm sorry, can't tell you exactly how many more than a standard lane.
Okay, great. Are there any other situations where you saw their hands were tied, that they could have maybe moved, say, BDOs to be, checking IDs or something else, had they been given more flexibility locally?
Yes, ma'am. We've been asking for BDOs to be document checkers since the problems first started with the holidays prior to our season coming, and our FSD in Phoenix refused, saying that it was important for them to be observing the line, the people in line, as opposed to being able to be document checkers. Okay. I think all that has changed by the Admiral, and we appreciate that greatly.
Okay, great, thanks. Ms. Beard, so you said you appreciated the assistance. There was a big media attention to the problems at Chicago, and then additional agents and canine teams came to the rescue. However, they were pulled from somewhere else. Yes. What we heard from the roundtable last week is the feeling is that this sort of squeaky wheel, let's move assets around to whoever's on TV today, allows, I think one of the airport managers said something along the lines of, we all get a turn to be the worst, is that kind of model, which means that you're just going to create a crisis somewhere else. So I am concerned about that this is more like a whack-a-mole scenario as opposed to a strategic model that's going to address all these issues, and we're not going to be robbing from medium and small airports in order to address the bigger airports that end up on TV. Can anyone sort of provide some perspectives on that and concerns that we shouldn't be reactive, we should be much more strategic on this?
If I can give an example, ma'am, the passenger screening canines, for example, which we borrow and have been reallocated from other airports, those kinds of resources really need to be allocated based on airport passenger throughput and the security risk, right? So those are the kinds of things that TSA should consider.
Great, thank you. Mr. Cox, yesterday I asked Admiral Neffinger about something that was really troubling that I discovered this week, which is we have instances of at least 250 through April that have been reported where TSA agents have been pulled away from their primary mission, which is the security of air travel and the efficiency and safety of passengers in air travel, to support things like presidential campaign rallies. And we've heard reports of other events, concerts and sporting events. This is nowhere in their core competency. And so could you please comment on your perspectives on whether when somebody signs up to be a TSA agent and a TSO, whether they expected to be at a campaign rally or whether they expected to be doing their core mission, and how you all feel about that?
We expected them to do their core mission, to do their core work. As with any situation, you do understand the workers don't get to drive the train. They just show up and do what the boss man tells them to do. I know our TSOs, they want to be at the airport doing their mission and taking care of it. It upsets them when those lines are long and passengers are waiting because passengers get more frustrated with them. Right. And I would say, if you really want to resolve a lot of these problems, you can talk to FSDs, you can talk to the administrator, but Congress probably needs to mandate that there be some work groups made up of TSOs themselves. The people who actually do the work can tell you how to improve the processes. I know American Airlines does that all the time. I know all these airports do that. We need to be talking to the frontline employees and they could give a lot of solutions. They can't necessarily give more resources or more people, but I'm sure they know how to improve the work processes.
Great, thank you. I agree with you, and look, we need to make sure that large-scale events have safety and security, but there are other ways to do that than to be pulling agents that is core responsibility is the safety of air travel in order to do that. So I'll be following up on that, and I appreciate the leverage, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. McSally. I would like to thank the witnesses for their thoughtful testimony. Members of the committee may have some additional questions for all of you, and we will be asking to respond to those in writing. Pursuant to Committee Rule 7E, the hearing record will be held open for 10 days. Before we close, a couple of observations. First of all, if we had more time, we could go on this all day long. But what's the beauty of this hearing was that we had the input of all of the stakeholders at the table and those sitting in the audience last week, which helped us become very prepared for this testimony. And, you know, I think a lot of times people look at Congress and say Congress is broken, nothing gets done, they're not listening to us. I think what's transpired over last week is that we looked at a crisis, we got the stakeholders in here, we listened to you, we crafted a bill and responding to what you have to say, and it's going to have immediate impact if we can get it passed. And I'm excited about that. The frustration is that we're moving these things and we're getting this stuff done. And so I ask all of you to be advocates with the Senate to tell the Senate to do their job as well, because we don't want to hear any more of these wait time issues. And when we can act like this in a collaborative manner, that's when Congress really works. And we got to make sure that process comes with its positive conclusion. So thank you all for coming here. I know it's an early flight for some of you. And if it's any consolation, we were working until about 12:30 last night, and I was up at 5 this morning. So we all had busy days. So thank you all very much. And
Mr. Chairman, just an observation before we close. Ms. McSally, you should have not left Homeland. I see you more now. Huh? Oh,
Just gave up the chair of the other subcommittee to move over to another subcommittee.
Well, we miss you there.
I'm here, baby.
All right.
the committee stands adjourned. Thank you all so very much.
When you look at his platform, every single thing on it is something that would have the average American's life made better on a daily basis. A couple of cases in point. How many of you know people who are suffering right now because they can't afford health care?
Bernie Sanders.
Or suffering the burdens of having to pay super expensive premiums for the health care that they do have.
It looks like an after. It's kind of fuzzy, so I don't know exactly.
Senator Sanders' universal health care plan would alleviate those stresses. Poof, gone.
I will take my face off the screen so you can enjoy it.
How many of you know young, bright Americans that could have furthered their education, but because they couldn't afford it, they weren't able to? I know a few myself, and under a Bernie Sanders administration, those dreams would be realized for millions of young, bright Americans who have proven themselves in the classroom worthy and qualified to be in college. And of those people who weren't able to go to college, how many of you have sons, daughters, sisters, brothers, nieces, nephews in the military? And think that when they come home from risking their lives for our freedoms, they should be treated better than they are currently. And you're tired of people saying they can't afford it. Bernie Sanders once said, if you can't afford to take care of your vets, then don't send them to war. Yes, yes. To my black and brown brothers and sisters, how many are sick and tired of being marginalized and discriminated against? We know Bernie Sanders from a young age was heavily involved in the fight against racial inequality. We've seen the pictures of him being led away in handcuffs for fighting discrimination in schools. We've seen the pictures of him chained to a black woman fighting discrimination in housing. Ladies and gentlemen, you would be hard-pressed to find a politician who has done more and fought harder for people of color than Bernie Sanders. There are so many more reasons, but the last reason I want to let you know about is character. Yes. The character, time after time, this man has exemplified what our leaders should be, whether it's been taking the time to listen to Black Lives Matter activists or refusing to politicize his meeting with a mother of a son that was taken too soon. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct honor to introduce to you the senator from Vermont and the next president of the United States of America, Mr. Bernie Sanders.
Thank you, promoter. I just want to tell you that you look all very beautiful from up here. Thanks for coming out. And let me thank the Chase Walker Band. Let me thank Ricky Cardenas and Hank Millett and Stephen Bishop for that very generous introduction. When you watch TV, they tell you about action news, right? So let me give you a little bit of action news. Last night, we challenged Donald Trump, our very, very good friend. I know you all love him as much as I do. But in any case, we challenged him to a debate. And we will see if he stays with it, but at this point, he is prepared to debate, and I'm very excited about that. So if you don't tell them, you're not going to tell them, right? We're going to keep this to ourselves. All right, we're going to ask him some simple questions. We're going to ask him as to why at a time when the very, very wealthy are getting richer and almost everybody else is getting poorer, why Mr. Trump wants to give hundreds of billions of dollars in tax breaks to the top 0.2%. At a time when the federal minimum wage is a starvation wage of $7.25 an hour, we're going to ask him why he is not interested in raising that minimum wage to a living wage. If you can believe it, he was on one of those crazy Republican debates a few months ago, and he said that wages in America are too high. Now, maybe that's the way the world looks when you're a billionaire, but down there, I don't think most people think wages are too high. And I think we'll ask Mr. Trump why he thinks, despite what virtually every scientist who has studied the issue believes, why he believes that climate change is a hoax. And at a time when all of us are proud of the diversity of our nation, proud that when we are black or white or Latino or Asian American or Native American, why he thinks that trying to divide us up is good for America. And we're going to ask him why he thinks it is appropriate for a candidate for President of the United States to insult Mexicans and Latinos, to insult Muslims and women, to insult veterans and John McCain, to insult African Americans. And I want you all to remember in that regard that not so many years ago, before he was a candidate, he was involved in that so-called birther movement. You all remember what that was? You know, and the birther movement was about trying to delegitimize President Obama by claiming that he was not born in the United States of America. Remember that whole business with the birth certificate? That was a very ugly effort to try to delegitimize the presidency of the first African-American president in our history. Not acceptable. Now, that was one piece of action news. You ready for another piece of action news? When we began this campaign about 12 months ago, longer than that, there was a poll that came out way back when, which had us something like 50 points behind here in California. Well, a poll came out yesterday having us 2 points down. We are holding rallies just like this one in Pomona all over the state of California. By the time we're finished campaigning in California, we will have spoken to over 200,000 Californians. And I believe that on Election Day here, on June 7th, that work is going to translate into a major, major victory. California obviously has more delegates to the Democratic Convention than any other state, some 475. If we can win big here in California and in the other 5 states that are up on June 7th, we're going to go marching into the Democratic Convention with enormous momentum. And I believe we're going to go marching out with the Democratic nomination. And if we win the Democratic nomination, we're going to defeat Donald Trump. Not only are we going to defeat him, we're going to defeat him very badly. You know, I'm a little worried about Mr. Trump. He has a very big ego, and I don't know how he's going to be feeling the day after election night. But the reason that we are going to defeat him is that virtually every national poll and every state poll that has been done in the last several months has us defeating Trump, and often by very, very big numbers. And in every poll, virtually every poll, we do better against Trump than does Secretary Clinton. But there's another reason, another more important reason why we will defeat Donald Trump, and that is because of you. When I look at this crowd here, this audience here, I see beautiful people who want to transform America. I see young people and not so young people who love this country, but who know that we can do much better. I see young people here who know that you are the future of America, and that you intend to help shape that future. And that is a very beautiful thing. We are fighting in this campaign against a corrupt campaign finance system that allows billionaires to buy elections. Now, the billionaires can spend all of the money they want trying to elect candidates who will represent the wealthy and the powerful, but at the end of the day, we have more power than the billionaires. Because when we stand together and we fight for each other, and we fight for a government that works for all of us, not just the 1%, there's nothing we cannot accomplish. Yep. That is what this campaign is about. Now, there are people out there in the establishment, in the media, and they tell you, think small. Don't dream big. Think small. But all of us know what the potential of our country is. Now, for a start, we are going to end a corrupt campaign finance system. Because we don't think the billionaires should be able to buy elections. We think ordinary Americans should make that decision. And that is why we are going to overturn this disastrous Supreme Court decision on Citizens United. And what we're also going to do is to tell those Republican governors all over this country, those cowardly Republican governors who are trying to suppress the vote, trying to make it harder for low-income people, for people of color, for old people to participate in the political process, we are going to call their bluff. These guys are political cowards. And if they don't have the guts to participate in free and fair elections where everybody can vote, they should get out of politics and get another job. But this campaign is not just about ending a corrupt campaign finance system. It is also about ending a rigged economy. Now, I grew up in a home that did not have a lot of money. And I remember like it was yesterday the kind of stress and the arguments my parents had about how we would spend money and why we didn't have any money and all that stuff. Very painful stuff. I remember it a long time ago. Right now in America, we have a rigged economy in which almost all of the new income and wealth being created is going to the top 1%. We are living in a rigged economy in which the top 1/10 of 1%, not 1%, 1/10 of 1% now own almost as much wealth as the bottom 90%. We are living in a nation where the 20 wealthiest people, 20 people, have more wealth than the bottom half of America, 150 million people. A rigged economy is where one family, the Walton family of Walmart, one family owns more wealth than the bottom 42% of the American people. And here is what is even crazier than that. What is even crazier is that the Walton family, who owns Walmart, pays their workers' wages so low that many of their workers are forced to go on food stamps and Medicaid. And who pays for those food stamps and Medicaid? So think about it. That's a rigged economy. A rigged economy is when working families who themselves are struggling to keep their heads above water pay higher taxes to subsidize the wages of the wealthiest family in America. So I say to the Walton family, get off of welfare, pay your workers a living wage. But it is not just a corrupt campaign finance system and a rigged economy. And by the way, in that rigged economy, it's not only a grotesquely unfair distribution of wealth. You know what else it is? It is that all over this country, people are working 2 or 3 jobs just to earn enough money to take care of their family. Mom is working, dad's working, the kids are working. 58% of all new income is going to the top 1%. Are you guys ready for a radical idea? All right. Together, we are going to create an economy that works for all of us, not just the 1%. But it is not just a corrupt campaign finance system and a rigged economy. It is a broken criminal justice system. Every American should be embarrassed that we have more people in jail than any other country on earth. We are spending $80 billion a year to lock up 2.2 million Americans, disproportionately African American, Latino, and Native American. So here is a promise. At the end of my first term, we will not have more people in jail than any other country. Now, everybody here knows that in communities all across this country, often in inner cities, where African Americans live, where Latinos live, or in rural communities, poor rural communities, you have youth unemployment rates of 30, 40, 50%. And when kids graduate high school and they can't go out and get a job, they can't get independent, they can't get out of their homes, bad things happen. And that is why, in my view, we should invest in our young people, in jobs and education. Not in jails and incarceration. It costs less money to send a kid to the University of California than to send them to jail. But it is not, when we talk about a broken criminal justice system, it's important to talk about local police departments all over this country. I was a mayor for 8 years in Burlington, Vermont, and I've worked with police officers all of my life. And the vast majority of police officers are honest, hardworking, and they have a very, very difficult job. But like any other public official, if a police officer breaks the law, that officer must be held accountable. In my view, we must demilitarize local police departments. A good police department, and there are many of them, is a department that is part of the community, where the community feels comfortable and supportive. A bad police department is one where people are afraid, and that department looks like an occupying army. We must make local police departments reflect the diversity of the communities they serve. We must end corporate ownership of prisons and detention centers. We must change law enforcement culture so that lethal force, the killing of someone, is the last response, not the first response. We must rethink the so-called war on drugs. Millions of Americans, over the last 30 years, millions of Americans have received police records as a result of possession of marijuana. And if you are 19 years of age and you're out looking for a job and you have a police record, you have a problem. Right now, at the federal level, we have a Federal Controlled Substance Act which lists marijuana as a Schedule I drug. Right alongside of heroin. And that is why I will take out marijuana from the Federal Controlled Substance Act. But when we talk about drugs, I want everybody here to know that in this country we have a major drug crisis in terms of opiate and heroin addiction. It's a problem in my state. It is a problem all across the country. In my view, if we are going to deal with that problem effectively, and you should know, every day people are dying from overdoses of heroin and opiates. If we're going to deal with that problem effectively, we need to understand that substance abuse and addiction should be treated as a health issue, not a criminal issue. And that means we need a revolution in mental health treatment in this country. We need to make sure that people get the mental health treatment they need when they need it, not 6 months from now. This campaign is going to win because we are talking to the American people and not just wealthy campaign contributors. We are talking to workers, and they are telling us that they cannot make it on $9, $10, $11 an hour, that we need to raise the minimum wage to a living wage, $15 an hour. In America, if you work 40 hours a week, you should not be living in poverty. And right now in America, we have the disgrace of women earning 79 cents on the dollar compared to men. And I know that every man here will stand with the women in the fight against sexism. And to make sure that women get equal pay for equal work. Every month, a report comes out from the federal government dealing with unemployment rates. And recently, the report has been saying that unemployment is 5%. Anybody here believe that? Well, there's another report that you don't see that includes people who have given up looking for work and people who are working part-time when they want to work full-time. That report tells us that real unemployment is close to 10%. And there are communities all over this country where the number is much higher than that. In my view, we need to create a massive federal jobs program, putting our people back to work. We should be hiring teachers and child care providers, not firing them. All of you know that our infrastructure, our roads, our bridges, our water systems, our wastewater plants, our rail system, our levees, our dams, our airports are in need of massive repair. We can put 11 million people back to work at good wages, rebuilding that infrastructure. One of the reasons as to why the middle class continues to shrink and shrink and shrink has to do with disastrous trade policies. I want corporate America to understand that if they want us to buy their products, they better damn well start manufacturing those products right here in this country. It is unacceptable to me that these corporations go all over the world looking for the cheapest possible wages. This campaign is talking and listening to young people. And young people are asking me why it is that when they do exactly the right thing, go out and get the best education they can find, why it is that they end up $30,000, $50,000, $70,000 in debt. 40, 50 years ago, if you had a high school degree, you were doing pretty well. And you can go out and get yourself a decent job and make it into the middle class. Well, to a significant degree, the world has changed. And today, a college degree in many ways is what a high school degree was 50 years ago. The world has changed, the economy has changed, technology has changed. People need more education. And that's not just young people, it's all people, because jobs change. You know, there are 50-year-old workers who need more education because the nature of their jobs have changed. And that is why I believe that in the year 2016, when we talk about public education, it is not good enough now to be talking about first grade through 12th grade. We have got to make public colleges and universities tuition free. I grew up in a family, my parents never went to college, and there are millions of families where kids' parents never went to college. I want every child in California or my state of Vermont to understand that if they take school seriously, if they do well in school, if they study hard, regardless of their income, whether they're poor or working class, middle class, whatever, regardless of their income, they should be able to get a college education. That is what America is supposed to be about. That's what opportunity means. You study hard, you do well in school, regardless of your income, you're going to get an education and make it into the middle class. How many people here are dealing with student debt? What this campaign is about is asking the American people to think outside of the box, outside of the status quo. Think about this for 1 second. We all know that we live in a competitive global economy, and we all know that if our country is to succeed, we need the best educated workforce in the world. We should be rewarding people for getting that education, not punishing them. It is really nuts, if you think about it for a second, to say to people, you went out, you did the right thing, you got an education, and now you're going to be saddled with student debt for year after year after year. Not acceptable. So what we're going to do for people who have student debt is to say that you can refinance your loans at the lowest interest rates you can find. And you know how we're going to pay to make public colleges and universities tuition free and lower student debt load? We're going to put a tax on Wall Street speculation. All of you remember 8 years ago, after the greed and the recklessness and the illegal behavior of Wall Street caused the worst recession since the 1930s, the executives on Wall Street went begging Congress to bail them out. Well, I didn't vote for that, but my colleagues did. But I believe that right now, with Wall Street doing just fine, it is Wall Street's time to help the middle class. This campaign is listening to people whose voices are not often heard. We are listening to the Latino community. There are 11 million undocumented people in this country. And some of those people today, right now, this minute, are being exploited on the job. Your employer can cheat you and underpay you and overwork you if you have no legal ability to stand up and protect yourself. That is why I believe that we must pass comprehensive immigration reform and a path towards citizenship. Our immigration policy should be to unite families, not divide them. And if Congress does not do its job and pass immigration reform, I will use the executive powers of the presidency to do my best. And we must together end the current deportation policies. Let's unite families, not divide families. This campaign is listening to the African American community. I have been all over this country in this campaign, and what I have seen is not what should be going on in America in 2016. I was in Flint, Michigan, where children were poisoned by lead in the water. I have been to the inner cities in Detroit, where the public school system is literally on the verge of fiscal collapse. I have been to Baltimore, Maryland, where tens of thousands of people are addicted to heroin and cannot get the treatment they need. I have been in communities in inner cities where there are no grocery stores, where a mother cannot buy fresh food for her kids, where there are no banks, and the only way you can cash a check is through a payday lender who will charge you outrageous interest rates. And the African American community asked me quite appropriately, how come we can have trillions to fight a war in Iraq, but not have the money to rebuild inner cities in America? If elected president, together we are going to change our national priorities. We're not going to rebuild communities in Afghanistan. We're going to rebuild communities in the United States. This campaign is also listening to a people whose pain is almost never heard, and that is the Native American community. Everybody here knows or should know that from before this country became a country, when the first settlers came here, the Native people were lied to, they were cheated, and treaties they negotiated were broken. The Native American people have given us so much that we owe them a debt of gratitude that we can never fully repay. And maybe the most important lesson that they have given us, and it's a lesson that we must learn, is that we are, as human beings, part of nature. We must live with nature. And if we continue to destroy nature, we are destroying ourselves. But today, on Native American reservations and in Native American communities, what we see is horrifically high levels of unemployment and poverty, inadequate education, inadequate health care. If elected president, we will very fundamentally change our relationship to the Native American people. If Donald Trump or any Republican gets up there and says that climate change is a hoax, they are perpetrating a very dangerous lie. I am on the U.S. Senate Committee on the Environment, and I have talked to scientists all over the world. The debate is over. Climate change is real. It is caused by human activity. And as you well know, in California, it is already doing devastating harm in our country and around the world. We have a moral responsibility We are the custodians of this earth. That's our job. And we have a moral responsibility to leave this planet in a way that is healthy and habitable for future generations. Together, we are going to take on the fossil fuel industry. We are going to transform our energy system away from fossil fuel to energy efficiency and sustainable energy. We are going to tell the fossil fuel industry that their short-term profits are not more important than the future of our planet. What this campaign is about is understanding human rights. And one of the rights that every human being is entitled to, in my view, is health care. Now, everyone here should understand that in every other major country on earth, whether it's the United Kingdom, France, Germany, Holland, Scandinavia, Canada, health care is a right in those countries for all of their people. And if I have anything to say about it, and I will as president, health care will be a right for all people in America. All right, let me ask you a question. Please raise your hand. How many people here have no health insurance? Raise your hand. Whoa, whoa. How many people here have high deductibles and high copayments? What you are looking at with these hands going up is a failed healthcare system. And that is why we are going to pass a Medicare for all healthcare system. And that is why we are going to take on the greed of the pharmaceutical industry, who charge us the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs. Brothers and sisters, you all know that throughout our history, real change has never occurred from the top on down, always from the bottom on up. Real change has always occurred when millions of people summon up the courage to stand up and fight back and create a society of justice. I want you to think about 100 years ago, where in my state of Vermont and here in California, there were workers who were working 7 days a week, 12 hours a day, and they were treated like garbage. There were children of 10, 12 years of age who were working in factories, losing their fingers because they're around machinery they should not have been around. But workers stood up and they said, we are human beings, we're not animals, and we are going to form unions to protect our rights. And we thank the American trade union movement for helping to create the middle class of this country. Think back 150 years ago, amidst the abomination of slavery, where African Americans and their allies looked to the future, and they said, the day will come, and we will help create that day, when this country will be rid of racism and bigotry. And how many of those heroes and heroines were killed or went to jail or were beaten, we will never know. But what ended up happening is that millions of people stood up and said, we will end racism in America. Think about 100 years ago, not a long time, women in America did not have the right to vote, did not have the right to get the education or the jobs they wanted. But women, and what the establishment told those women is your job is to stay home and have babies. But women stood up, and with and the women and their male allies said, you know what? You are not going to define us. We will define ourselves. And the women and their male allies said that in America, women will not be second-class citizens. If we were here 10 years ago, not a long time ago, and somebody jumps up and says, Bernie, I think that by the year 2015, gay marriage will be legal in every state in this country. The person next to her would have said, you're nuts. It can't happen because there's so much prejudice, so much bigotry, so much homophobia that it will never happen. But the gay community and their straight allies they stood up loudly and proudly, and they said that in America, people should have the right to love whoever they want, regardless of their gender. Think about the courage that took. If we were here 5 years ago, no time at all, somebody jumps up and says, you know, Bernie, there's $7.25 federal minimum wage. It's a starvation wage. We've got to raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour. Person next to him would have said, $15 an hour? You're nuts. It's too much. It's too high. Can't be done. You're too radical. But the workers in the fast food industry, in McDonald's and in Burger King and in Wendy's, you know what they did? They went out on strike. And they demonstrated. And they said to the whole world, we can't live on $7.25 an hour. We can't do it. And then what happened is more and more people thought about it. Out in Seattle, they raised the minimum wage to $15 an hour. And then in San Francisco and Los Angeles, $15 an hour. And in California and New York State, $15 an hour. And if I have anything to say about it, there'll be $15 an hour in every state in this country. Now, what does all of this mean? What it means is you always have an establishment that wants you to think small, that wants you to believe that we cannot make real change. What we have got to do is reject that thinking. And that is exactly what is happening in America today. All over this country, people are looking around them and they're saying, we are a great nation. We're the wealthiest nation in the history of the world. Why is it that for the last 30 years, the middle class has been shrinking? Why is it that people have to work 2 or 3 jobs and almost all new income and wealth go to the 1%? Why is it that kids are graduating college $70,000 in debt? Why is it that women are making 79 cents on the dollar? Why is it that our infrastructure continues to collapse? Why is it that we're the only major country on earth not to guarantee paid family, and medical leave? Why are we the only major country not to guarantee health care to all people? Why do we have a corrupt campaign finance system? Why do we keep our immigration reform system as a broken system? Why are our inner cities crumbling? And people all over are beginning to think about that, and they are beginning to catch on that if people by the millions begin to stand up and fight back, we can create a government that works for all of us, not just the 1%. Now, on June 7th, there is going to be a really important primary here in California. There are 475 delegates at stake. If we see a large voter turnout, and if we win a big victory here in California and in the other 5 states that are up on June 7th, we're going to go marching into the Democratic Convention with enormous momentum. And I believe that we will march out of that convention with the Democratic nomination. On June 7th, let us have the largest voter turnout in California Democratic primary history. Let this great state, this progressive state, tell the world that California is prepared to help lead the political revolution. Thank you.
Who can lead this nation forward? Who can better the lives of the hard-working men and women who've earned a better life? The answer? The answer is clear. The choice is obvious. For our members, for our veterans, for all the young women and men who work in retail who have no voice, for the tens of millions of workers and their families who struggle alone, for our immigrants, and those Republicans and independents and Democrats who believe that experience and qualifications should matter when it comes to the highest office in the land. Their choice should be Hillary Clinton. She is our choice. She will fight for us as she has her entire life. I've known this woman for 40 years. She was 20.
Pretty close.
Her experience, her passion, her commitment and dedication to making America greater will be what makes America great in the future. She will prove to us, as she always has, as every great president before us has, that we are stronger together when we stand together. Men and women of the UFCW, the next president of the United States, Hillary Clinton.
Of a better way to finish the week than standing with the brothers and sisters of UFCW. And I am grateful for everything you do every single day. Processing, preparing, serving the food our families eat, selling the clothes we buy for our children and ourselves, filling the prescriptions that keep us healthy, keeping everything from our grocery stores to our pharmacies running, which means you keep our economy running too. So today I want to say something you don't hear enough. Thank you. Mark is right. Your president and I have known each other a long time. All the way back to Arkansas. As some of you know, he started his career in a store in Pine Bluff, Arkansas. And it's been with great pride that I've watched him go from strength to strength, position to position, to become your president. So it's a personally very rewarding experience for me to be introduced by him today to all of you. I want to thank Esther Lopez, your Secretary-Treasurer. And I have to thank another good friend, your Executive Vice President, Stu Applebaum. And I can look out here and see both UFCW members from New York who I worked with, and as your senator, and then a number of members who I have met over the years, particularly over this past year during this campaign. I am so proud to have earned your endorsement earlier this year, because from raising the minimum wage to comprehensive immigration reform to at last getting equal pay for women, your fights are my fights. Tell you, when I'm at a big rally and I see those gold shirts out there, it really makes me feel good. I will always be grateful for your help in this campaign. You've knocked on doors, you've opened up your union halls. I was at Local 324 in Orange County, California just yesterday. You have helped to turn out the vote here in Nevada and across the country. When I was at the Union Hall yesterday in California, I had a great chance to meet with a lot of your members there. It would be political malpractice if I didn't say, hey, we've got the California primary, the New Mexico primary, we've got Montana, North, South Dakota, we've got New Jersey, we've got Puerto Rico still to go. So I'm going to be looking for those gold shirts and looking for your help as we finish off those contests on June the 7th. You know, like a lot of great things in our country, our campaign is union built, including my terrific labor outreach director, UFCW's own Nikki Budzinski. Now, Nikki's gone with me to a lot of different union meetings and conventions, and first time she's had on a union shirt. Because that's her union, and you've had my back, and I'll always have yours. You know, as I've traveled across the country, I've talked with fast food workers, pharmacists, retail employees, food processors, and I've heard over and over again, there has never been more at stake for working families in America than there is right now. This election should be about knocking down all the barriers that hold families back, building ladders of opportunity in their place, coming together to get incomes rising, creating more good jobs that provide dignity and pride. I'm the granddaughter of a factory worker who operated a loom at the Scranton Lace Works in Pennsylvania. My father put everything he had into a really small fabric printing shop in his small business in Chicago. My mother was out on her own working as a housemaid at the age of 14. So I grew up respecting the dignity and hard work of what it takes to provide a solid middle-class life. And I have always believed that when unions are strong, America is strong. Unions, all of you, and those who came before, who fought for the right to organize and bargain for wages and benefits, helped to build the strongest middle class in the history of the world. You have been on the front lines of the fight for affordable health care, safe working conditions, fair, predictable schedules, and fair wages. The American labor movement pioneered the basic bargain that made our country great. If you work hard and do your part, you should be able to get ahead and stay ahead. So I want you to know that I understand you're not just fighting for your members, you're fighting for all working families. And I am proud to be in the trenches fighting alongside you. Because in addition to strong unions helping to build a strong middle class, strong families are the backbone of our country. You know, as well as anybody, how hard it is to successfully organize a union and how critical it is that workers succeed. Before coming out to speak to you, I had a chance to meet with a few of your members who are fighting to organize their workplaces to be able to bargain for better wages and benefits. Like Elisa Gonzalez, she's a full-time student in addition to representing her co-workers in contract negotiations since March. Or Flora Castaneda, who's worked for 12 years as a cashier in Los Angeles and has spent the last 2 of them fighting for paid sick days, higher wages, and the respect she and her colleagues deserve. For Alyssa and Flora and every worker who wants to organize and bargain collectively, this election is a make or break election. Donald Trump is an urgent threat to our rights and to our country. 2 years ago, Donald Trump personally signed a contract with a union-busting firm to break up Unite Here's organizing campaign at his hotel in Las Vegas. I was proud to join those workers on the picket line last fall. And I'm even prouder as they overcame Trump's intimidation campaign and were officially certified as a union this year. So to everyone who has faced hostile management, a hostile legislature, a union-busting governor, or all three, help is on the way. We are going to defend the right to organize and protect collective bargaining. I know UFCW recently marked your 101st organizing campaign. 90% of your organizing campaigns have succeeded. That is a winning margin no matter what you're doing. So I want you to keep it up, and here's what I want to do. Let's make the jobs of the future good union jobs that cannot be outsourced. Let's all say what we all know: right to work is wrong for workers and wrong for America. Determination and sacrifice of working people all across our country and the leadership of President Obama, we have worked our way back from the worst financial crisis in a generation. Now, I don't think President Obama gets the credit he deserves for saving our economy from the mess he inherited from the prior Republican administration. But I know, and you know, our work is far from finished. I've talked to so many struggling families. Corporate profits keep going up, but so do everyday living expenses. Paychecks for most working people still aren't growing the way that they should. Too many families worry about how to keep the lights on and the rent paid. Parents run themselves ragged, trying to balance responsibilities at home and at work. So we've got to do more to raise families' incomes. We can start by raising the federal minimum wage. And let's continue to support local efforts to go even higher. I am proud to stand with workers and unions across the country in the fight for $15 and their own union for fast food workers and other low-paid workers. You see, I have this old-fashioned idea that every worker everywhere in America deserves a fair wage and a voice on the job. So let's also fight for paid family leave and make sure that every woman gets equal pay, not just those with union contracts or government jobs. When a woman is paid unfairly, that doesn't just shortchange her, it shortchanges her whole family. It's just wrong. A lot of you know who Lily Ledbetter is, right? You know, she started off working in a factory in Alabama. She worked her way up. She became a supervisor, the only woman supervisor. She got good evaluations and performance reviews. She thought everything was going fine. Years later, she learned she had been paid 40% less than the male supervisors doing the same job. The same job. You know, when Lily found out, she was dumbfounded. Nobody said anything to her, but you know, under the law, as it exists still today, you try to find out what somebody else makes, you can get fired or otherwise retaliated against. She never crossed her mind to say to one of her male counterparts, "Hey, Joe, how much are you making?" Never crossed her mind. She trusted she was being paid for the job she did. I was with her a few weeks ago in Pennsylvania, and she said, "You know, my husband and I worked hard for everything we got in life." She's now a widow. She said, "The unequal treatment that I experienced is still playing itself out. Her Social Security is 40% less than it would have been. Her pension is 40% less than it should have been." So this is not a small matter. If you have a mother, a wife, a sister, a daughter, and we all have at least one of those, this is an issue for all of us. And I'm just not going to quit until we open the doors wide and we have transparency about what people are making so that nobody is discriminated against, not just men versus women. No American, not on the basis of race or ethnicity or religion or immigration or anything else, should be discriminated against. We've got to do, and unions are my strongest partners in this, we've got to encourage more employers to embrace family-friendly policies. I was just talking, as I said, to some of the workers who are organizing. A lot of them don't know their schedules from day to day. How do they handle childcare? How do they keep that doctor appointment for themselves or their child? How do they go to the school meeting? You know, they mark it down, they put it in their phone or on a piece of paper so that they can be there, and then all of a sudden they get called and said, "Oh no, you got to come to work. You got to do, you know, work tomorrow." Now, UFCW has been at the forefront of this fight in California and across the country. It is hard enough today. I think it's harder. It's harder to balance family and work than it used to be. We don't need to be making it impossible by not even telling workers how many hours they're going to get each week and what those hours are, or canceling shifts at the last minute, or moving schedules around so much that you can't plan for anything. That just puts such a burden. It's painful, it's hurtful. You ought to be able to go to that doctor's appointment or that parent-teacher conference at school. Now, when I talk about all the ways we're going to work together, the UFCW and me, to support working families, Donald Trump likes to say, "I'm playing the woman card." Well, here we are in Las Vegas, right? If fighting for equal pay, paid family leave, and affordable child care is playing the woman card, then deal me in. Surprised that Donald Trump has a very different take on all of this. At a time when families are struggling to pay for child care and so much else, Donald Trump actually stood on a debate stage and argued that Americans are being paid too much. He's talked about getting rid of the national minimum wage altogether. And now we know something else. We know he actually was rooting for the housing crash that cost 5 million families their homes and decimated the economy here in Nevada, in parts of California, and elsewhere. So I called him out about it. We found video. He couldn't exactly deny that. We posted it. So what did he say in response? He bragged about it. He said, and I quote, "This is the kind of thinking our country needs." He said profiting off working families getting kicked out of their homes and losing their jobs would be, and I quote, "a good result." So now we know what a good result is to Donald Trump. He gets his and you get hurt. He says this kind of behavior is okay because he's just a businessman. Our country is full of honorable men and women who run businesses and don't take pleasure in other people's misery. They're showing how you can do well and do good at the same time, but not Donald Trump. And that's not all. I hear every day from families who are afraid of what a Donald Trump presidency would mean for millions of immigrants living in America. A few months ago, here in Las Vegas, I met a 10-year-old girl named Carla Ortiz. I was meeting with a small group of immigrants, some undocumented, some in mixed status families, namely some were legal and residents or citizens and others were undocumented. Carla started to cry as she told me her parents had a letter of deportation and she was scared they would be taken away from her. Her parents were with her. They're both hardworking people working right here in Las Vegas. In a lot of ways, Carla's a typical bright fifth grader. She loves science and experiments and math and Charlotte's Web. But she leaves for school every day terrified that her mom and or dad won't be there when she gets home. Her parents actually had to take her to a heart specialist who explained that living in constant fear was making her heart beat dangerously fast. So when Donald Trump talks about deporting 11 million immigrants, he's talking about ripping apart families like Carla's. He's talking about sending what he calls a deportation force to schools and workplaces and homes to round up moms and dads, grandparents, and even children. I want you to think about that deportation force for a minute, where we would have police, paramilitary, whatever his deportation force consists of, raiding homes and workplaces.